His mom was always on his case, telling him he had to become a shaman, saying he had the qualities, and that spirits were totally watching over him. She'd warn him that if he didn't follow the shaman path, some seriously dire wrath was gonna hit him hard. After that, his mom just kept pushing the religion, hitting him with all these bizarre poems, riddles, and oracles, her cryptic messages constantly in his head. But he'd already picked his own life, so he just couldn't get on board with any of it. In total rebellion, he doubled down on his studies. A whole decade flew by like that. I died. It wasn't just some traffic accident, I was gone. I just couldn't believe it. Was this the wrath my mother had mentioned, the one she kept warning me about? But even crazier than that, even harder to believe, was the undeniable truth: I had been reborn. Reborn. Everything my mother had told me was true, a truth people just can't grasp until they live it themselves. And the kicker? I only figured it out after I died. So, what am I even doing now? With a touch, he's unlocking something ancient, something powerful. Mana is surging, ready to explode. Suddenly, we're in a classroom, and it's time to get this party started. Class is officially in session. But hold up. Ludger's not just teaching magic theory, he's living a double life. He's a secret agent, a professor undercover at a magic academy, and even he's asking himself, how did I even get here? Zooming out, we see a massive city, but wait, what are those things flying in the sky? This place is wild. And just look at this city. It's huge, it's epic, and it's just begging for adventure. A low hum of anticipation fills the air. As the epic train station reveals itself, a massive locomotive ready to whisk him away. A conductor, all smiles, sends him off with a cheerful, "Have a nice trip." But wait, a quick check of the ticket is in order. Ludger smoothly hands it over, getting a quick, "Thank you," and another, "Have a nice trip." He's on the move, the conductor's voice already a distant memory. Every step echoes with purpose. As he zeroes in on cabin 403, the legendary room that was once his very own in the academy dorm. The iconic door to cabin 403, right there. He stops dead in his tracks, a soft click confirming his destination. This must be it. Moving with purpose. He peeks into the cabin, only to find an old man already chilling by the window. The old man drops his paper, a shocked "oh," slipping out as he starts to greet the newcomer. Ludger, cool as ever, just stands there in the doorway, locking eyes with the guy inside. His professor chic outfit, top hat and all, screams academic powerhouse. Meanwhile, outside, the train blares its horn and hisses steam. Its giant wheels grinding and clanking. As it speeds through the epic snowy wilderness. The train keeps chugging along, slicing through a breathtaking, snow-dusted world. Inside the carriage, the tension is palpable as the two men sit, the train's rhythm the only sound. Our protagonist, pretending to read, is actually sizing up the situation, eyes locked on the other man. But the real Ludger is totally absorbed in his newspaper, the crinkle of the pages the only sound. The news is huge, the Jotun civil war is finally over, with the princess's faction completely wiped out. A chilling photo of soldiers seals the deal, the war is officially done. Our hero catches a glimpse of the headline, his face giving nothing away. The real Ludger's eyes sharpen, a subtle weariness showing through. And then he finally speaks, casually wondering when this whole war would just wrap up. The old man keeps going, dropping a bombshell. He thinks the princess's faction was just playing games, trying to build up their power instead of actually fighting. Then, he locks eyes with the young man across from him, a sly smile spreading as he says, "I'm glad." He quickly apologizes for the sudden intro, then hits him with the big question, "Sorry for the late introductions, but what's your name, Kelasi?" Gerard, cool as a cucumber, replies, "My name's Gerard." "No last name." The old man immediately deduces, "You must be a noble." Gerard confirms it, revealing he's from a fallen noble house. The old man, trying to ease the tension, says, "Family. So no need to feel nervous around me." But he's not done probing, asking, "So where are you headed, Gerard?" Gerard drops the name, Leathery Elk, a place famous in the Exile Empire for its cutting-edge magic engineering. He doubles down on his answer, firmly stating, "I'm on my way to Leathery Elk." The old man nods, taking it all in, then casually drops a bombshell, he's just been appointed a professor at the Royal Academy of Leathery Elk. The old man keeps pushing, noting the protagonist's youth but hinting at some serious skills. But the young man just shakes his head, playing it cool and saying he barely passed, classic humble brag. The old man, though, isn't buying it, repeating even barely pass with a look that says, "I know you're holding back." Our hero, still in character, just thanks him for the kind words. A rare, genuine smile breaks through his facade as he quietly says, "Thank you for your words." Then, the old man pivots the conversation, asking if he's caught wind of the Utah Civil War rumors. He's talking about the legendary figure who spearheaded the princess's faction to triumph. The visuals explode into a desolate, fiery wasteland, showing a lone, cloaked figure, rifle ready, a legendary mercenary or knight of insane skill. This absolute legend? None other than the wandering mercenary, Machiavelli. He's locked in, soaking up every word. A quick, "Hey now," slips out. As the elder watches him closely, calling out his warm response, and then dropping the bomb that he thinks it's all just a fabricated rumor. But hold up, because the truth is about to hit different. It's absolutely not fabricated. Because Machiavelli? Yeah, that was just one of the many aliases the real Ludger Cherish rocked while he was out there, globetrotting for some mysterious artifact. A shadowy, cloaked figure, then known as Mr. Ludger, flashes into view. Before the elder snaps back to the present, casually asking if he's gonna start teaching at Soren right away. He's got that sly grin, you know. Oh yeah. I'm totally assigned to the second years, the young prodigy declares. His elder mentor's eyes widen. You're starting with the second years? But then, a shocking burst of power ripples from the old man, making him flinch as he gasps, "You might be even stronger than you let on." The young man, sensing the shift, demands, "What's wrong?" only for the elder to quickly brush it off, "Nothing." He quickly recomposes himself, but his gaze sharpens, a storm brewing beneath the surface. A guttural growl rumbles from deep within him, his focus absolute. Then, bam. A cataclysmic torrent of fiery red and orange magic absolutely explodes from his body, swirling with destructive force. The sheer, untamed power continues to surge, threatening to overwhelm everything. And with a crushing impact, the energy detonates, ripping a raw, pained scream from his very core. Whoa! The train just got rocked by an explosion, and the older guy is totally freaking out. Did the train just explode? The older man asks, but Ludger's like, no way. This thing's practically a fortress. Seriously, this magic tech train is supposed to be impenetrable, he thinks, trying to figure out what's going on. Then, a cracking sound rips through the air, and the real Ludger Cherish starts glowing with some crazy symbol as he lets out a painful gasp. It's an ambush, Ludger declares, cool as ice, while the older guy is still trying to process that the train is actually under attack. Ludger's already piecing it together, guessing it's some high-level robbers after a powerful mage or a rich noble. If that's the game they're playing, he muses, his eyes narrowing. This isn't just any attack, it screams magic, so he knows there's a wizard in the enemy ranks. The real Ludger Cherish is totally freaked, begging them to hide or bail, but Ludger just gives a dismissive tisk, like it's nothing. Hold up. Just in case, I'll take point, the older man insists. Ludger's eyes dart to the compartment door. Then footsteps pound down the train's corridor. Moving swiftly, he states, looks like we're the only ones left in the fourth compartment. Are they still fighting it out in the third compartment? He presses, only for the real Ludger Cherish to drop a bombshell. The explosion was in the third compartment. Ludger's face darkens, a grim realization as he states, well, that's just great. The real Ludger Cherish elaborates, the train's exterior had the same magic protection, meaning these cabins are now totally exposed. They press on, navigating the wreckage of the corridor. With Ludger pondering, it's right next door. So why haven't they shown up yet? The elder professor drops some serious tactical knowledge, analyzing the situation. If I were the rogues, I'd be hitting the first compartment first. Ludger processes it instantly, a chilling realization dawning. They didn't go for the VIPs first. That's a clear signal. The elder professor, ever the opportunist, declares, we gotta seize this moment. But before they can even move, a sudden, brutal scream rips through the air from the corridor. And Ludger, a blur of motion, unleashes a devastating kick on an unseen attacker, sending them flying with a bone-jarring impact. Then, a sudden, urgent command rings out, away. They bolt, tearing through the damaged corridor. The elder professor can't help but notice, glancing at Ludger, he's definitely not looking too hot. Ragged breaths and fresh blood splattering on the floor are the only witnesses to their desperate escape. Ambush? What ambush? He's already moving at light speed, a sick, glowing blade of pure energy ripping through the air, slamming into the attacker with a crushing impact. Pure, raw blue lightning explodes around him, supercharging his attack to insane levels. A massive shockwave rips through the air, as the attacker gets absolutely launched by the sheer force. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, as the poor sap gets sent flying like a ragdoll, slamming into the wall. The attacker hits the deck, out cold, and Ludger, with the professor right behind him, just stands there, surveying the damage. Staring at the downed enemy, the professor can't help but ask, a hint of shock in his voice, did you just end him? Cool as a cucumber, Ludger just shrugs it off, nah, just a little temporary paralysis. No biggie. He starts to walk off, a smirk playing on his lips, thinking, yeah, just temporarily paralyzed. For now. But the professor isn't buying it, his eyes narrowing, and with a chilling intensity, he lays down the law, tell me. Ludger Cherish is on the move, walking through the train with an unreadable expression, ready for anything. But the elder professor isn't playing games, his sharp gaze cutting through the tension as he demands answers from the assailant about why they're attacking this train. Suddenly, a chilling, guttural laugh rips through the air from the masked assailant. But Ludger's voice, cold and sharp, immediately cuts him off, telling him to wipe that smirk off his face. The real Ludger Cherish keeps pushing for answers, but the masked figure just snarls back, declaring that all filthy bastards deserve to die. That chilling declaration hangs heavy, a clear promise of impending violence. But before those words can even sink in, a lightning-fast blur of motion, and the assailant is hit with brutal force, blood exploding from the impact. He's sent flying, careening backward and slamming hard against the train's interior wall. The sheer force of the impact even registers on the train's digital display, a sharp, jarring BBAK echoing through the carriage. Just as things were about to go down, the elder professor's eyes went wide, screaming for Ludger to bail. With his voice cracking, he yelled one last time. Suddenly, with a massive boom, the whole train car just blew up. A massive, fiery explosion ripped through the area, swallowing everything in a blaze. Metal and glass went flying everywhere, blown apart by the sheer power. Right in the middle of that fiery chaos, Ludger Cherish was swallowed by the inferno, the explosion threatening to rip the whole train apart. Through all that mess, something got launched downwards, a fast blur against the wrecked train. It just kept falling, super fast, vanishing into the abyss. The train car just got absolutely rocked, a violent red haze and debris exploding everywhere. As the dust settles from that insane blast, someone's down. A pained UGH is all we hear. The real Professor Ludger Cherish, looking totally freaked, shouts, "Mr. Ludger, are you okay?" His eyes practically pop out of his head, as a strange whistling sound slices through the chaos. And then, from the massive hole ripped in the ceiling, a mysterious dark object comes absolutely plummeting down. The professor can only stare, the wrecked train car a grim reminder of the chaos. From the outside, the train is totally trashed, smoke pouring out of a huge hole as snow starts to fall. Inside, the professor's still locked onto the fallen man, his voice laced with pure dread as he repeats the name. A vein pulses in his forehead, showing just how stressed he is right now. He surveys the devastation, a frustrated groan escaping him about the insane amount of money he'd poured into this. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated panic. A defeated sigh rips from his chest as he turns away, utterly crushed. Then, a sharp, ripping sound cuts through the silence. But wait, the younger Ludger is stirring, his hand already up, shielding his face from the chaos. His teal eyes blaze with an almost furious energy, radiating pure annoyance. And check out those shimmering particles, practically exploding around him. He's thinking, seriously, why does this stuff always happen to him? He didn't even have a big reason for taking on the Machiavelli alias. Just wanted to use the name of someone who lived a long, long life. He'd been Machiavelli for ages, and Ludger Cherish for ages too, so he was totally set. Machiavelli was just one of his many identities, and those days. Totally wild and eventful. But those eventful days. They brought unwanted attention, even though he couldn't stop using that name. His identity got busted, but luckily, the investigation was super slow, so he even got to enjoy their wins. So, he grabbed the chance to use a lucky break to hide his identity, and now he was off to the academy. He was there, on the platform, waiting for the magic engineering train to roll in. But then. Whoa! A sudden impact hits, and everything just blurs into a crazy black and white streak. He gasps, eyes shut tight, feeling that intense pressure, a single bead of sweat dripping down his face. He stands before a massive building, snow everywhere, and vows to himself, no more incidents on his watch. You can practically hear the thud as he lands. His boots hit the snowy ground with a solid thud, he's here. This is it, the epic tale of how he got a job at the academy, totally undercover. Get ready for Chapter 2, Cold Steel. The wind is absolutely screaming, blasting snow and debris, what a brutal welcome to his new life. He reaches out, his hand hitting the red carpet over the ice, making his grand entrance. With that intense look, he thinks to himself, rest in peace, real Ludger. Ludger Cherish strides away, the elements raging, a silent vow echoing in his mind. He doesn't expect belief, but he never lies. The brutal weather can't deter him, his mind already piecing together the impossible. This wasn't the work of ordinary robbers. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed officer, his crimson gaze burning, can only scoff at the sheer fanaticism of a death wish like that. A quick, calculating glance over his shoulder, Ludger's thoughts a mystery. But then, his gaze locks onto the impossible, a train car utterly annihilated, leaving him with only one stunned word. The officer, his face etched with worry, confirms the unthinkable. An armed robber, a single assailant, had brought this chaos. A sharp-suited figure, surveying the wreckage, quickly deduces the true objective, compartment number 1. His face grim, the suited man reveals his own intent. He was already on his way to investigate this very incident. The sheer force of the event still reverberates, a silent testament to its destructive power. Suddenly, a figure gets absolutely launched through the air, screaming in agony as they're sent flying. Meanwhile, inside the train, the conductor is absolutely shook, barely able to get out a choked passenger, as everything goes down. But Ludger Cherish isn't having any of it, his eyes burning as he lays down the law. What gave you the right to decide this? You think that pathetic act is gonna fool me? This wasn't just some random attack. The raiders were waiting for this train on a treacherous mountain pass, and to make matters worse, the train's powerful protection magic was somehow gone. Ludger just stands there, taking it all in, the sheer audacity of the attack and the broken defenses hitting him hard. Pulling off something like this from the outside would be nearly impossible, which means only one thing: someone on the inside was behind it all. His electric blue eyes practically glow with intense focus, a chillingly calm expression taking over his features. The conductor, on the other hand, is absolutely petrified, his hand flying to his neck as if trying to protect himself from the unseen danger. And then, a hand clenches around a sword hilt, ready to unleash some serious damage. He's got the old man locked down, no escape, both of them yelling, "Stop," as the tension ratchets up. That metallic clang. It was the only heads-up before an invisible force grabbed Ludger and the old man, yanking them both down through the air, his eyes absolutely blazing with blue power. A spent bullet casing spun through the air, the chilling proof of a full-blown ambush. His glowing eyes narrowed in grim realization, they'd been ambushed so fast, he couldn't even get a signal out. He hit the ground with a massive quan, sword already in hand, the old man crumpled and out cold beside him. Meanwhile, a squad of heavily armed soldiers outside realized there was someone else inside, and their commander gave the chilling order: kill them all. Ludger's blue eyes burned with pure defiance, his voice cutting through the tension: who are you to talk about being dead or alive? His gloved hand clenched around his sword's hilt, ready to make them regret those words. Then, the soldiers unleashed a hail of bullets, screaming, "Die!" But Ludger's eye just flared even brighter, a faint blue aura shimmering around him, ready to unleash something truly devastating. Just as the armed squad closes in, their weapons suddenly go dead. One of them shouts, "The guns aren't working." A masked soldier can only stutter, "While wait. That guy." As the reality of the situation sinks in. But the real show is just beginning, as a golden, intricate magical aura ignites around Ludger's hand, revealing the true power behind the weapon shutdown. The golden energy flares even brighter, and the soldiers finally scream, "He broke our guns using magic. Is a wizard." Their shouts of disbelief fill the air, but Ludger's focus is absolute, his eyes burning with determination. Then, just as quickly, the golden light shifts to a vibrant, swirling blue energy, erupting in a dynamic vortex of raw power. As the golden particles dissipate, Ludger stands, but his sharp gasp hints at a new, unexpected development. His electric blue eyes flash with surprise, as he utters a single, bewildered word: "Cancelled." And a faint, ethereal blue line of energy hangs in the air, the only clue to what just happened. He's facing down armed figures, blue energy exploding around him as he realizes this train is under ambush. Turning his back on the armed goons, he hears a voice telling them to just give up. He's laying down the law, warning them that if they don't have the skills, they're in for a world of pain. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure is watching, impressed, as another voice whispers, "He's gotta be a high-rank wizard." The cloaked figure doubles down, thinking, "No way, he's not famous, I'd have heard the rumors." His golden eyes lock on, a subtle thumping sound cutting through the tension. He's calculating the time until the train clears the Meta Mountains, that thumping sound still in the background. With his backup still miles away, he knows he's on his own for this one. And with that decisive thought, he's ready to make his move. The ambush is on, and a hand snatches a weapon, ready to throw down. But wait, a masked soldier is already freaking out, screaming about someone jumping off the train. Another one immediately shouts, ordering Hansen to go check it out. Two of them are looking down, totally lost, because their target has vanished. One of the masked guys sprints ahead, confirming the insane jump. Then, bam. One of the soldiers gets absolutely rocked, blood flying everywhere. Then, someone points up like crazy, screaming that he's on the roof. The masked guy looks up, jaw dropped, confirming the impossible move. Total chaos erupts among the soldiers, as they freak out, asking if he used flying magic to get up there. Too fast, the red-masked leader snarls, "Even if they can keep up with flying magic, shut up and get him." But the leader's already thinking ahead, realizing this isn't just some guy, he's a wizard. And too many non-magic users will just get in the way. One of the masked figures, blade glinting, tears across the train roof, a relentless hunter. "Forget the rest," the leader barks, "leave some here, the rest of you hit compartment 1. Then, a sudden, brutal impact. A rifle is ripped from its wielder's grasp, sent spinning. Ludger hits the ground, a powerful, controlled landing. He's dropping like a stone, a streak of pure speed, vanishing further down the train. The enemy quickly figures it out, he's heading for the rear compartment. Move it. Catch him, the leader roars, and the masked squad explodes into a full-throttle chase. Ludger's gloved hand slams onto the door handle, a sharp click cutting through the air. Then, a raw, orange-red energy blast explodes from his palm, demolishing the lock with an insane crash. Debris goes flying as the door just gives up, revealing a compartment packed with masked figures who are absolutely stunned, one of them yelling, "A trap." The masked commander, watching the chaos unfold, instantly knows this isn't just some random wildcard, this guy is terrifyingly next level. His moves are unbelievably practical and effective. More like a seasoned hunter than some magic-slinging wizard. Maybe even a mercenary. But while the commander's mind races, Ludger's already in motion, taking on two masked figures, one of them getting absolutely rocked by his lightning-fast assault. His eyes snap open, a cold dread washing over him as the masked commander finally grasps the terrifying reality of Ludger's combat prowess. He curses himself, a wave of regret hitting him hard, wondering how he could have misjudged Ludger so badly, how he could have been so utterly clueless. The brutal truth slams into him like a freight train, he should have seen this coming, he should have known. This isn't a fight for Ludger, it's an execution, and they're the targets. But Ludger isn't waiting around. He's already gone, blazing through the train with a relentless, rhythmic pace. A blinding flash erupts with every step, and the world around him starts to warp and twist as he pushes his limits. One moment he's in a corridor, the next he's soaring through the open sky, clouds whipping past, but that relentless, rhythmic momentum just keeps building. Suddenly, a majestic, ancient structure materializes, its grandeur blurring past, the rhythmic beat of his journey pounding through the very fabric of existence. And just like that, he's on a snowy trail, the rhythmic thrum of his power the only thing holding this wild ride together. In a blizzard of snow, a squad of masked figures is locked and loaded, their leader front and center, ready for anything. A subordinate grumbles, "There's no backing out now, not with that monster on the loose." The leader's eyes narrow, their target's face burned into their mind. He snarls, "We'll hunt him down and end him," but then, a shockwave of pure energy blasts through the space. A hand shoots out, as the entire squad is hit with a wave of pure disorientation. A monstrous mana wave explodes, pulsating with raw, untamed energy. The leader screams, "Where is this power coming from?" as the very earth shakes with its force. His eyes blow wide open, as the terrifying truth of their opponent's strength hits him. A blinding flash of golden energy, with a sonic boom, reveals the insane speed of the power they're up against. Ludger's power wasn't just streaking away, it was actively attacking. The ground beneath the pursuer's feet exploded with raw energy. A protective barrier, meant to shield them, just shattered into a million pieces. They couldn't believe it, was he actually here? Another one of them felt the earth rumble and crack beneath their boots, a chilling thought crossing their mind, is this a trap? Then, out of nowhere, a blinding orb of golden light just appeared, pulsating with insane energy. And then it shot down, hitting with a massive boom, sending debris and golden light everywhere. One of the masked figures was just launched backward, a primal scream ripping from their lungs as the blast absolutely consumed them. Their face twisted in pure, unadulterated agony, completely engulfed by that searing golden light. The golden energy blast finally fades, leaving nothing but pure chaos in its wake. But wait, from the swirling dark smoke, a gloved hand reaches out. And then, a mysterious, long-haired figure just walks out of the destruction, like nothing even happened. Those piercing emerald eyes, totally unfazed, as he casually checks out the chaos he just survived. He lets out a casual sigh, wondering if the show's over, then coolly states, "So you actually survived that?" But then, a mangled, glowing red-eyed figure, barely clinging to life, screams, "You! Why? Why did you kill us?" The long-haired survivor just stares down at the injured one, coldly declaring, "Your buddies? Just collateral damage for that pathetic worm." The injured figure, totally shocked, can only stammer, "You killed, this is beyond my expectations." That smirk says it all. He's just soaking in the destruction, completely unfazed. But the injured figure, scarred and burning with rage, isn't having it, screaming, "What? You tried to kill us first, and now you're playing the victim." But the long-haired survivor just brushes it off, cool as ice, saying, "Honestly, you guys are crazier than I thought." He doubles down, his tone dripping with pure arrogance, "Seriously, you're asking for sympathy now, after all this? Unbelievable." The injured figure fires back, "What about all the people you just slaughtered?" But the survivor just stares him down, utterly cold, asking, "You came here to hunt me down, and now you're trying to judge me? Seriously?" Then, a shocking confession, "Honestly, I was just gonna bail at first." But then his eyes harden, a chilling declaration as he says, "Now you've seen what I'm really capable of." His sharp, elegant clothing just screams danger as he stands there, utterly in control. The injured figure is absolutely losing it, begging for his life and demanding answers, but the long-haired survivor just stares him down, completely unfazed. Then, bam. Razor-sharp ice shards explode from the ground, impaling the air around the injured guy, shutting him up instantly with a terrifying show of force. The ice magic just keeps on coming, blazing with a cold blue light that fills the whole area. The long-haired survivor just watches it all go down, his emerald eyes totally deadpan, showing zero emotion. He takes a slow, deliberate step, his boots stomping down and casting a massive shadow over his broken opponent. He looms over the injured guy, dropping one last, brutal line, his voice dripping with pure contempt. The ice shards around the defeated foe just keep on shimmering, a chilling reminder of the survivor's absolute dominance. He just turns his back on the broken guy and starts walking off, his words hanging in the air like a chilling threat. He doesn't even look back, just drops one last, super arrogant line, leaving the injured dude to rot. The long-haired survivor looms over his fallen foe, the injured figure utterly broken on the ground, his ice blades still humming with raw power. But just as he stands victorious, a new challenger bursts onto the scene, a gleaming knight with a majestic eagle, dropping a bombshell, because we, the Cold Steel Knights, have arrived. This new knight, with flowing white hair and imposing armor, takes in the devastation, signaling a massive shift in the battle. Suddenly, a lightning-fast attack rips through the air. And one of the masked assassins shouts, confirming their target is right there, they're already here. Another assassin, seeing the magic unfold, can't believe they're using flying spells in this weather, their weapon ready for the kill. But just as they're about to strike, Ludger Cherish unleashes a dazzling, glowing blue magical shield, its power radiating outwards to block the incoming assault. The shield is unbreakable, shattering the attack with a powerful force. The deflected magic missile rockets to the ground, crashing down with an explosive impact. Looking down from the rooftops, the three masked assassins are stunned, their surprise attack completely shut down. One of them actually flinches, letting out a shocked gasp as their plan crumbles. He stands his ground, a blinding blue shield erupting to meet the assault head-on, deflecting it with an explosive crash. That magical barrier just pulsed, unleashing an insane amount of force. One of the masked goons gets absolutely rocked, letting out a shocked cry as he's thrown back. The impact sends the attacker flying, slamming into the wall with a bone-jarring thud. Meanwhile, the Cold Steel Knight is already on the move, confirming, Compartment 2 is clear. His squad, including the long-hair survivor and the battle-scarred injured figure, are locked and loaded, securing the zone. Vice Captain reporting, he declares, his voice sharp and commanding. All compartments secured, and a massive shout-out to the team for their excellent work. The Cold Steel Knight isn't messing around, barking orders to his squad, get those passengers to the next station, now. But something feels off, a whisper of suspicion hanging heavy as he rolls into Leathervelk Station, the platform a hive of activity. He cuts through the sea of people, heading straight for his ride. He snags a window seat, watching the station fade into a blur as the train pulls out. But his focus shifts, turning to a figure beside him. It's Ludger Cherish, cool as a cucumber, who replies, confirming he's totally fine after the terrorist attack. Just deep in thought, he explains, nothing more. He hears the Cold Steel Knight's relieved voice, that's good to hear. But then, a new player enters the game. A fierce woman with piercing red eyes steps up, dropping a smooth, pardon my late introduction. And she's not holding back, declaring, my name is Veronica Deville. Ludger's eyes widen slightly, a quiet, ah. Escaping him as he takes it all in. She pivots, her sleek black ponytail swishing as she moves. And the Cold Steel Knight, ever observant, cuts in. He gets straight to the point, are you the one in command of the Order of Knights? And Veronica, with full confidence, replies, yes, I'm Knight Captain Veronica Deville. But hold up. A new voice cuts through the air, announcing, I'm Officer Remless from the Levybuk Metropolitan Police Department. And there he is. A sharp-dressed officer flashes his badge, dropping the bombshell, I heard that there was a train attack at the Bet Mountains. He confirms the attackers are gone, giving a shout-out to the Knights for their help. But hold up, something's off, he confesses, the report just isn't adding up. The culprits? He drops the name, the Crimson Dogs Brigade took over the train. Ludger's mind is racing, how did they get in so easily, even with a wizard on board? Veronica's locked in, her face showing just how serious this whole thing is. Then the officer drops the bomb, a shocking suspicion, someone inside the train. Might have been an inside job. Veronica's on board, totally agreeing with his sharp observation. The Cold Steel Knight is unreadable, but the officer quickly adds that while it's just a theory, the Crimson Dogs are nowhere near the level of the Imperial Capital's Knights. He gives a knowing nod, fully grasping the weight of the situation. The Cold Steel Knight is locked in, listening intently as Remless lays out the full scope of his findings, demanding to know if they truly understood. Remless's voice cuts through the tension, assuring them that honesty is their only path to avoiding further complications. A sly, almost imperceptible smirk plays across Ludger's face, hinting at a mind already several steps ahead. But inside, a chilling realization hits him like a truck: this is bad. His outward composure is flawless, yet his thoughts are a whirlwind of calculations. Meanwhile, a sharp investigator meticulously combs through records, confirming Gerard's identity is completely clean. Ludger mentally reviews the facts: tickets acquired legitimately, train boarded without a hitch. But the real, terrifying issue, he finally understands, is his own face, now subtly radiating an otherworldly glow. He's staring at his hands, but it's not just his hands he's seeing, it's the unsettling truth of his identity. No matter how he tries to spin it, the cold, hard truth is this: he absolutely does not look like a man in his 40s. If his real identity ever got out, he's looking at a death sentence, or a fate even worse than hanging if he's lucky. And with night swarming outside, there's no way out, no escape, just pure, unadulterated dread. But as his mind races with these dark thoughts, Remless and Investigator A have him locked down, their grip like iron. He knows the second they catch a whiff of suspicion, he's instantly going to be labeled a criminal. Even if someone's flashing a kind smile, it could be a total act, hiding something sinister. The second that suspicion hits, his entire body starts to glow with an otherworldly, icy energy, revealing the secret he desperately tries to hide. Suddenly, a familiar voice snaps him out of it, as Veronica DeVille stares at him with intense concern, demanding to know if he's okay. Ludger's poker face is on point, but there's a tiny, almost imperceptible shift in his demeanor. He plays it cool, telling the officer, "Yeah, I gotta report this too. Just a professor, nothing special, totally nervous right now." But the officer isn't letting up, demanding, "Got your ticket? Hand it over." And just like that, the officer replies, "Here you go." A quick check, and the officer declares, "Cabin H03. All clear." Checking the passenger list for cabin H03, it shows Ludger Kelly, a guy in his 20s, and Gerard, a man in his 30s. The officer's eyes narrow as he asks, "So, where's the other guy?" Ludger, cool as ice, recounts Gerard's explosive demise, the man with the fiery red eyes and spiky black hair. He literally blew up during the attack. It was super sudden. And to top it off, he plunged down a cliff in the Artai Mountains. His eye flares with an electric blue intensity. And a tense gulp escapes him, the pressure mounting. Suddenly, a voice cuts in, "Please, wait," revealing the man in question was never even a suspect. The officer, papers in hand, snaps his head up, demanding answers to this shocking twist. His night companion drops the bombshell: he was actually fighting the monsters when they arrived, making her question why he'd do that if he was working with them. The officer can only echo, "Fighting them," his disbelief absolutely palpable. Then, it hits him, a gasp of pure realization. The entire puzzle clicks into place, a heavy thud of papers marking the moment of understanding. And just like that, a voice calls out, "Mr. Ludger," pulling him back to the present. He's just chilling, looking totally unbothered. Then, out of nowhere, a thought just hits him, like, "Wait, what?" Officer Remless is totally bugging out, remembering the big news. "What? You're the new professor at Soren Academy?" Remless's chibi self is literally sparkling with shock and amazement, blown away by the whole thing. Ludger's got this sly smirk going on, a little glint of mischief in those golden eyes. His hand, still gloved, just chills on his briefcase, like he's totally prepared for anything. He stands up, cool as ever, and drops the bomb. "Yep, you heard right, I'm the new professor. And the name's Ludger Kelly." Way up high, a massive airship cruises through the pristine blue. He's heading straight for the academy gates, a single, powerful thought dominating his mind: this place. Just another stepping stone for him. Officer Remless tries to offer an escort, but Ludger. He just smoothly shuts it down, saying he doesn't need it. Remless is seriously worried, pushing back, saying he can't just let a guy training the country's future walk off alone. But Ludger? He's just not feeling it, straight up saying he'd be more uncomfortable with them around. He tells them he's got his own stuff to handle, no need for Remless or Ms. DeVille to get involved, and Remless just has to back down. And with that, he's out. Walking off, he throws a quick, short but sweet goodbye to Veronica. Veronica just watches him leave, a sly smile spreading across her face. Ludger Cherish makes his exit, leaving the academy behind, but not without a thought for the future, hoping their paths will cross again. He melts into the urban sprawl, just another face in the crowd, but his presence is anything but ordinary. Each step a deliberate beat. As he disappears from view. But wait, a new player emerges. This mysterious figure, rocking a sharp suit and top hat, stands victorious, proclaiming, "I did it. The game has changed." He looks intense, apologizing to the real Ludger, but it's clear he's taking on a new mantle, a new identity, all thanks to the one who saved him. With his trusty sidekick, he's thankful for outdated tech, because it means no one can tell the difference between him and the real Ludger Kelsi, just from a picture. Talk about a perfect disguise. He's making a clean break, ditching the city, and he's sure he'll get away with it. With a determined look on his scarred face, he knows he has to go underground, create a whole new persona, and from now on, he's Mr. Ludger Kelsi. New identity, who dis? Ludger is strolling through the city, totally owning his new persona. When suddenly, a sharp-dressed dude rolls up, dropping a bombshell, so it's you. I saw you chatting with the professor earlier. He then drops the intro, I'm an employee of Soren Academy. The name's Wilford. Ludger, looking sharp in his new threads and top hat, here's Wilford lay it out, I'm here to scoop you up after the attack news hit. Wilford's face just melts with relief, dude, I'm so relieved you're safe. Then, with a flourish, he's like, hop in. I'll give you a lift to Soren. Ludger, with those intense red eyes flashing behind his specs, takes one last look, then falls in step with Wilford. Next thing you know, they're chilling in a carriage, cruising through the city like bosses. With a satisfying clop clop, the carriage rolls out, taking them straight to Soren Academy, and who knows what's next. The carriage rolled on, its mechanical hooves clattering a steady rhythm. Powered by some seriously intricate clockwork. And inside, Ludger was deep in thought, the clop, clop of the ride just background noise to his scheming. His brain was on overdrive, one thought screaming louder than the rest, this was seriously bad news. He couldn't believe how fast they sent someone to grab him, and this guy. Definitely not your average academy staffer. Wilford had snuck up on him without a trace, meaning this dude was at least a former knight, maybe even something scarier. One wrong move, one bad excuse, and Wilford would be all over him, sniffing out the truth like a bloodhound. So, he made the call to play it cool, because sometimes, the safest bet is the smartest move. Especially with Gerard officially off the board, this new identity was his only play. He's playing a dangerous game, and if he gets caught or dragged into trouble, there's literally no one who'd even notice he's gone. Absolutely no one, he thinks, the chilling truth sinking in. Honestly, he needs an ironclad alibi, a bulletproof cover for his real self. So for now, he's decided, he'll just play the part of Ludger Cherish and wait for his chance to strike. Suddenly, Wilford turns around, dropping the bomb, we're here, Mr. Ludger. And what a sight it is. Soren Academy, a massive, sprawling fortress of knowledge, looms before them. Ludger's jaw drops, completely stunned, gasping, wait, what? This whole thing is Soren Academy? The sheer size of this place is mind-blowing, way bigger than he ever could have imagined. Wilford, with a knowing smirk, just says, all right, let's get you to the principal right now. Stepping into the grand entrance, Wilford snatches his luggage, telling him to leave it all behind. Soren Academy is absolutely massive, a breathtaking fortress of knowledge, gleaming under the morning sun. And the interior? Just as insane. Every corner screams luxury and ancient power. He's just a tiny speck, lost in the sheer scale of this place. He finally makes it to the meeting, announcing, I'm Ludger Kelsi. And gets straight to the point, you called, and I answered. And there, on a massive throne, sits the one in charge, radiating pure authority. A sly smile creeps onto their face, golden eyes practically glowing with excitement. And then, the principal drops the bomb, I've been waiting for you, Mr. Ludger. Behind a massive desk, the principal of Soren Academy finally drops her full name, revealing herself as Elisa Willow. Golden light blasts through a massive arched window, setting the stage for some serious drama about to go down. Veronica DeVille, with eyes like daggers, challenges Ludger. She's asking if he seriously thinks he can survive in this messed up academy, especially when even the principal is a shaman. Her voice dripping with doubt, she adds that he seems totally chill with it, but she's got a bad feeling about this whole situation. Ludger, cool as ice, fires back, pointing out she's just straight up calling the school corrupt. Veronica, not even flinching, snaps back, that it's just the truth, and if he's got a problem, the door's right there. Then, with a stare that could cut glass, she demands, if he's a shaman too. Ludger, still playing it cool, just throws it back at her, asking if she seriously hasn't figured out what he is yet. Veronica's eyes get super narrow, admitting she has noticed, but then Ludger drops a bombshell, saying it doesn't look like she has at all. He just casually drops a, thanks for the compliment, even if you're just faking it, leaving Veronica absolutely stunned, a tiny, oh my, barely audible. But she bounces back, explaining, no, seriously, the students are practically overflowing with mana, only for him to cut her off with a cool, alright, first, take this. He just casually hands her a document, and she's like, I mean, I told you about it, but I didn't want to go overboard. He grabs the paper, eyes scanning the details, as she confidently declares, you totally looked forward to this. It's gotta be a sweet deal, just like always. Then the document drops the bomb, 1 month's salary is 30 imperial gold coins, she screams, absolutely losing it, right? She's practically vibrating with excitement. That's like an insane amount of money in normal currency. It's so much, your brain can't even process it, then shouts, basically, it's a ton of cash. She practically bounces, so, what do you think? And he just deadpans, yeah, it's fine. He doubles down with a casual, it's not bad, and her jaw just drops. Her mind absolutely blown, she screams, not bad. No. This is like a mega ultra vacation. He's trying to chill out, right? The salary is insane, but everyone else's freakout is even wilder. But hold up, elsewhere in the academy, Wilfred stressing about handling all the geniuses running wild, and Remlis is just there, taking it all in. And then there's Principal Soren, thinking about her own gig, already locked in, just hoping it's gonna be chill after all that effort to get here. Ludger, though, he's just like, yeah, I gotta agree to this. He's got the paper in hand, admitting he reluctantly signed this contract too. Soren's feeling herself, though, she's got the street smarts and the book smarts, totally ready to fake it till she makes it as a professor. She's all in, especially since her paycheck is also absolutely bonkers. But for Ludger, it all boils down to just 2 years. He's gotta tough it out for 2 years, then he's outta there, a free man. As the crescent moon hung high, casting its silent watch over the academy. The grand, ancient building stood like silent sentinels against the cosmic backdrop. But inside, the new professor, Ludger, was already counting down the days, just 3 weeks left until the chaos of classes began. He had to survive for 2 grueling years, and then, sweet freedom would be his. But this wasn't just any gig, he was an academy professor this time, a whole new level of challenge. His thoughts spiraled, recalling his true beginning. It had already been 27 years since he first landed in this wild world. He was born with 0 abilities, just the terrifying memories of his past life, and he swore he'd survive and make his parents proud. Fresh out of a small academy, he's now a professor, locked into a 2-year contract before he can finally break free. It's a total sellout, but honestly, it's a sweet deal considering his situation, and hey, a new identity was on the wishlist anyway. He's taking on the persona of a fallen noble, an orphan from a small academy, with 0 family baggage or annoying relatives to deal with. No strings attached. This new identity means total freedom from old debts and responsibilities, and definitely no awkward family adoptions needed. Now, it's just about locking down that ultimate freedom and getting everything ready for it. A quick jacket adjustment, and he's ready to scope out the new territory. Thinking back, it's been a minute since that whole Typhon thing went down. Maybe it's too soon to stress about the big picture, especially with classes kicking off tomorrow, but seriously, where are these dorms? Under the silent watch of a crescent moon. The darkness shatters, revealing a pristine, cloud-dusted sky. As the world ignites with an almost magical, soft glow. Ludger Cherish, ever the strategist, is found deep in thought at an outdoor cafe, meticulously planning his next moves. Confident in his new persona as Professor Gerard, a true genius ready to dominate the upcoming classes. With only 1 week left until the academic battlefield opens. It's all about execution now, putting every calculated preparation into practice. But just as he's walking past a sleek building, a mysterious, cloaked figure materializes right in front of him. Making Ludger instantly call them out for their late arrival, though he knew deep down they'd be safe. His expression shifts to one of intense concern as he demands to know what exactly went down. The calm before the storm. A serene outdoor cafe, but something's brewing beneath the surface. Empty seats, but the air is thick with anticipation. As a mysterious hooded figure drops a bombshell, everyone's looking for Ludger Cherish. But Ludger, cool as ice, just sips his drink, already knowing the score. Meanwhile, Veronica, clearly frustrated, demands to know why he's so obsessed. Turns out, they were all after intel on Ludger Kelesi, or so a shadowy figure reveals. The hooded figure, looking distraught, then drops another bomb, the terrorist attack. It was just an accident. Ludger, who'd also caught wind of the attack, confronts Veronica, demanding to know why she kept him in the dark. The hooded figure, still avoiding eye contact, then hints to Veronica that if her intel was accurate, there's a much bigger picture at play. He's trying to speak, but it's like the words are stuck, a frustrated gasp ripping out as the hooded figure just lets out a breath. His eyes, now blazing with an electric blue glow, are locked in a furious glare. He lets out a low, guttural, damn it. The hooded figure's like, what's going on, but he's already cutting her off, demanding to know the real story behind Gerard's fate. So, Gerard got caught at the academy, and they even snagged some traitors from the organization. And get this, she heard their bodies were torn apart, limbs strewn all over town, then tossed to wild dogs. Seriously messed up. Her eyes flash a dangerous red as she asks, if that kind of treatment isn't just a total slap in the face, even for traitors. His blue eyes snap open, a chilling realization hitting him hard. This situation. It's beyond bad. She grabs a coffee, cool as ice, telling him to just chill out for a second. And then, almost as an afterthought, she looks down and mumbles, a soft, I'm sorry. After Veronica's apology, Ludger's mind is racing, a chilling certainty washing over him. He's absolutely sure, but the Gerard situation. Still a massive question mark. Suddenly, a hooded figure, a ghost from his past, drops a bombshell, echoing his own thoughts, muttering about the half-month since he first showed up. This mysterious figure keeps talking, a crucial question hanging in the air, how did they even know about Gerard? Then, a sudden, I see, moment hits. Meanwhile, present-day Ludger's face just goes stone cold, a chilling silence descending as he connects the dots. He lunges, snatching the hooded figure's cloak with a decisive grip, confessing that the whole suspicious outfit vibe was seriously getting on his nerves. A sly smirk creeps onto his face as he glances away, totally sure they are just freaking out over every single thing he does. The hood drops, revealing a younger, scarred face with intense red eyes, a shocking confirmation, this is Ludger, but not as we know him. Present-day Ludger, now deep in thought, realizes he needs to check his intel, muttering about how much dirt they could have dug up on him already. And the past Ludger, those red eyes burning, drops one more chilling hint. The dominant Ludger, with his signature long dark hair, lays down the law, the first order should already be done. He's not just asking, he's demanding they speed things up, like, now. And just when you think he's done, he drops another bomb, send the next meeting details to the usual spot. The sheer authority makes the other Ludger visibly recoil, a silent meowchit echoing through the mental space. His red eyes burning, the dominant Ludger throws down the gauntlet, you want me to come? That scar under his eye just screams danger, and his stare. Absolutely relentless. With a chilling smirk, he lays out his plan, someone's pulling strings here, and I'm gonna find out who. Then, and only then, will I decide if I even bother showing up. The sheer force of his will is too much, and the other Ludger just crumbles, hitting the ground with a soft thud. He just stares down at the defeated version of himself, utterly unimpressed, save your excuses. I'm not listening. Now shrouded in a mysterious cloak, he demands answers, who are you even trying to meet? Because let me tell you, I only take orders from those who are my equal, or better. The other Ludger is still down for the count, his legs sprawled out, completely overwhelmed. After that mind-bending encounter, he's out. But the frustration is palpable, a single, explosive thought on his mind. Now, at a shadowy table, his face is pure rage, and he's pounding the surface, letting out a double dose of pure fury. His eyes narrow, and the truth hits him hard, these guys. They're not just tough, they're next-level dangerous. With a fierce glare, he admits the undeniable truth, these opponents are definitely not playing around. He looks up, a plan forming in his mind, announcing he needs to bail out of here, just for a second. But as he makes his move, the mysterious woman with the pinkish-brown hair and shades, tries to stop him, demanding he hold on. Her face twists in confusion, and she's got questions, what's going on, and when's he planning to return? Her shaded eyes track his exit, a clear worry crossing her features. And she's not done yet, her voice filled with a mix of questions and concern, asking how he's even going to call them, and what his big plan is. Ludger Cherish looms over a student, a subtle TSK hinting at his deep thoughts about the shaman's path. With a grim look, he confesses he hadn't planned that far into the future. The student, eyes wide at the sky, dares to ask if Ludger really needs to be told, then immediately backs down with a panicked no. Trying to defuse the awkwardness with a glass, the student then excitedly declares, yep. Home. A tiny, chibi figure pops up, offering a quick, I'm sorry, as the production team gets their shout-out. Ludger's deep dive into his own fabricated past uncovers a shocking truth, a perfectly crafted backstory of a fallen aristocrat with no family. And get this, it even included ties to a shadowy figure, the infamous Goblin Professor. Ludger is absolutely fuming, kicking himself for not taking control of this insane identity from day one. But then it hits him, the reason this persona was so flawless? It was built from the ground up, specifically for this exact purpose. No wonder he couldn't find the real Ludger Cherish, it was all a setup. Even those official letters sent to the Academy, confirming his identity. Total fakes, probably just ciphers. He lets out a frustrated groan, running a hand through his hair, the sheer scale of the deception blowing his mind. The opulent chandelier above silently witnesses the unraveling of a master plan. He's absolutely floored. After everything, he's the one getting put through the ringer, all because of this one dude. A document, the First Order, lays out the whole insane plan for his fake identity, from the meticulously crafted persona to the bogus history and even ties to some shadowy Goblin Professor. Ludger always had a bad feeling about this Goblin Professor character, but even he couldn't have guessed how deep this rabbit hole went. This First Order is wild. It literally says to infiltrate a school as a professor, and then to just manipulate someone on the fly, depending on how things play out. Flashback to a different time, he's at a desk, looking absolutely furious, the sheer audacity of this whole scheme hitting him hard. His gaze sharpens, lost in intense contemplation. And the more he digs into it, the more absolutely insane this whole setup seems. He's practically on the floor, mind blown, wondering how some secret society executive dragged him into a raid and a hijack, only to just kick the bucket afterwards. This isn't just any random dude, this is an executive from an organization that's been running Goria for centuries. There's no way someone like that just dies. He's deep in thought, grappling with the idea of returning to the dead, questioning if today's the day to face them head-on. Another executive, another threat. This one's linked to Soren Academy and the shadowy secret society, a major red flag. Maybe, just maybe. He's seriously thinking about a direct confrontation, all thanks to some intel from that girl he just met. This secret society isn't just some random group, it's a four-tiered organization, 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd orders. But here's the kicker, he's completely clueless about the 0 order. Still, just getting to the point of confronting the 1st order is a massive win in itself. And that other person sent by the 1st order. If they're connected to the executive, Ludger's thinking it's better to shut them up for good. But for now, staying hidden is key. His ultimate plan. Let Soren take them all out for him. Hold up. A mysterious woman in sleek, dark armor is already playing chess with destiny, declaring, one move from me, and it's game over for these guys, huh? Talk about confidence. But Ludger's mind is already miles ahead, calculating every angle. He knows the secret society, no matter how powerful, can't stand against him. And he's already figured out the 1st order sent another agent to play both sides. The pressure is real, though. He's rubbing his temples, groaning, ugh, just thinking about all these reports I gotta send to HQ is giving me a massive headache. His face is a mask of intense focus. His golden eyes burning with strategic fire. No time for chilling, he's got a whole war to win. Meanwhile, the epic Soren Academy stands tall, a beacon of knowledge and, apparently, a hotbed of secret society drama. Ludger's still deep in thought, plotting his next move, a silent. Echoing his complex plans. Ludger and Veronica are on the move, and you just know they're talking about something big, something that's just gone down. But the real action isn't in the empty lecture halls, it's in the whispers and rumors spreading through the academy. Suddenly, a new professor pops up, dropping a bombshell question, have you heard the news? Veronica, looking totally over it, spills the tea, yeah, it wasn't exactly a party for Professor Deschiel, the last guy in charge. You can see the gears turning in her head, processing all the drama. The professor keeps dishing, revealing the scandal, seriously, a student beat a professor, right in front of everyone. And now, Flora, everyone's buzzing about you. Veronica, clearly annoyed, turns to a fellow student and sighs, ugh, this old story again. Do I really have to make up another excuse? She defends herself, saying, look, all I did was tell the professor his technique was flawed, as any good student would. The blonde student just smirks, adding fuel to the fire, oh yeah, that professor was raking in cash from some shady side hustle. Just saying, dot. Another student's all like, is this new professor even that great? But the blonde student cuts them off, dropping some serious tea, do you even know what else is going around? The other student, rocking a fancy brooch, is all ears, totally hooked. The rumors are flying, painting a wild picture of a fallen aristocrat. With a sly grin, the blonde student spills the tea, confirming the professor's now just a commoner. But hold up, the sound of footsteps is echoing through the hall, as a figure in sleek, dark formal wear strides into view. The whole vibe just changes, a massive wave of anticipation hitting everyone. Every step is precise, that long coat flowing with pure, silent swagger. A gloved hand subtly adjusts a cuff, a tiny move that screams, I'm ready. And then, boom. Ludger Cherish is front and center, formally introducing himself as the brand new, officially appointed professor. His eyes are absolutely piercing, sending a clear message, don't even think about messing with me. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Students are literally shaking in their seats, but Ludger, ever the cool one, decides to cut them some slack, for now. But don't get it twisted. He's already laying down the law, making it crystal clear, next time, there's no mercy. He takes his place, dropping the bombshell, I'm teaching magic theory. But before diving in, he's got some ground rules to lay out. The students are already buzzing, realizing this professor is nothing like the others they've had. This is going to be wild. He's literally holding a plant, telling them they're young sprouts, but then immediately drops the hammer, I'm not going easy on any of you. No, no, no. And then, a subtle hand gesture, hinting at the real reason some might think he's going easy on them. What's he hiding? Meanwhile, one of the students, the blonde one, is totally freaking out, wondering if this is that professor. And Ludger himself? He's got that same feeling, like he's seen her face somewhere before. The plot thickens. The lecture hall buzzes with whispers as students realize who's standing before them. It's Ludger Cherish. Some are hyped, but others are already sweating, knowing this class is about to be brutal. But Ludger just brushes off their chatter, telling anyone who's really curious to just show up for the next class. Still, he's got a major warning for everyone in the room. He lays it out. Yeah, they asked him to teach magic theory, but just because he's new doesn't mean he's going easy on anyone. His eyes narrow, emphasizing his role as a serious educator. Then, with a smirk, he flat out tells them, don't even bother coming to my class. A sly grin spreads across his face as he drops the bombshell. He actually prefers fewer students, making his job easier. He doubles down, warning that if any second years are forced into his class, he'll crush their pride, then challenges anyone to actually want to take on his notoriously tough course. And just like that, he wraps up his brutal intro, casually asking if anyone's got questions. Ludger's reputation precedes him. The blonde student can't help but ask if his infamous track record of failing students is why everyone's bailing on his class. With his hands casually on the desk, Ludger's mind races, acknowledging the brutal truth in her words, but there's more to it. And to add insult to injury, the blonde student points out they can't even get their money back. Alone in the massive, empty lecture hall, Ludger's got a plan B. No students. No problem. They'll just use this epic space for their next class. The sheer emptiness of the hall is almost deafening. A sly grin spreads across his face as he realizes, he thought a few would stick it out, but nope. Everyone dropped. Unbelievable. He's got a satisfied smirk, declaring, this is great for him, but now he's got to hunt for a new classroom. Then, a chilling thought hits him, and his eyes snap open. Are they actually trying to ghost him? A dark aura flares around him as his face twists in realization. It's totally possible, and he's kicking himself for not pushing harder. His eyes, sharp as ever, cut through the silence, a storm brewing behind the calm facade as he strides through the academy. But little does he know, a mysterious figure is already on his trail. The other students can only stare, whispering amongst themselves as the two pass by. Ludger, however, is deep in his own head, questioning everything. Is this isolation just bad luck, or is someone pulling the strings? But his thoughts are shattered as the mysterious girl steps up, her voice cutting through the air with a cheerful greeting, calling him out as Professor Ludger Kelsi. And just like that, she drops the bombshell, flashing a dazzling smile as she announces, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Selena. But Selena's not just some random student, her mind is already racing, revealing she knows exactly who she's talking to, thinking, I've heard a lot about you, Professor. Ludger, ever the pragmatist, cuts straight to the chase, admitting he has no idea who she is and demanding to know her business. Selena, caught off guard, stumbles over her words. Then, with a sudden burst of courage, she blurts out the most unexpected question imaginable for a first encounter. Have you already eaten? The academy campus stretches out, bathed in a brilliant, cloud-dappled sky. Before an absolutely massive, ornate building, students are buzzing, with one shouting, nice to meet you. A blonde student, Melissa, quickly apologizes for her rudeness, making sure to introduce herself. Then, the moment arrives. Ludger Kelsi, the new professor, steps forward, declaring himself the instructor for the spellcasting class. As he walks away, the students can't help but gossip, marveling at his good looks and legendary genius. But Ludger's eyes hold a piercing intensity, hinting at secrets beneath the surface. Meanwhile, another professor, Chris Wennemore, adjusts his glasses, a calculating look in his gaze. And just like that, the students are already whispering his name, Professor Chris Wennemore. Alright, so the academy's got its own social ladder, right? Nobles and commoners, and our guy totally gets how it works. He's locked in, thinking about the breakdown, one noble, one fallen noble, and then a whole bunch of shamans, even more than the others. And yeah, he gets it, they've all got different ranks, but when it comes to skill, they're all top tier in their own game. So basically, it looks like another First Order group is about to drop in any minute now. But that whole arrived earlier thing? That's got him feeling a bit off, and he just can't shake that weird vibe. He's totally over it, a smirk creeping onto his face as he wonders what kind of noble is about to show up. But hey, it's just a bunch of nobles and some shamans, he thinks, checking out all the people down there. So go on, have your fun. Especially you. Someone's throwing shade, telling off a fallen noble for acting too big for their britches. Ludger's just trying to walk, but he hears a student's apology, then lets out a frustrated sigh, thinking, seriously, how can I help if you're acting like this? Veronica's like, yo, you should apologize to Professor Ludger. But he just brushes it off, saying, nah, I'm good. Meanwhile, Selena is hyped, shouting, yes, while some other student is all, yeah, that sounds good, I guess. Ludger, Veronica, and Selena are heading to the academy, and Ludger's inner monologue is all, okay, for now, I'll just be happy I don't have to eat by myself. Night falls, and the academy looks epic under the crescent moon, all grand and mysterious. But inside, things are getting wild. A glowing magic circle is pulsing with power, totally ready for some serious spellcasting. The buzz is all about Professor Ludger Cherish, the new hotshot who rocketed to Orin status. And get this, he's the first commoner ever to become a freelance wizard. Oh, and he even crushed it in the crypto hunt. A student, hands practically sparking with magic, takes it all in, thinking, is this guy for real? But even with all the hype, she's like, nah, not joining Professor Ludger's class. She's even thinking about bribing someone else to go instead. But then it hits her, a shocked look on her face as she wonders if even a first year like her could get in, while Selena just gives a thoughtful, Staring up at the night sky, she finally makes up her mind, she's going to take the plunge herself. A low hum of power follows Ludger Cherish as he walks, pondering the new students. He figures if they're here, they probably didn't have any other options. He can't help but wonder, just how many poor souls will actually show up for his class. He sighs, knowing he's laid out a clear path for anyone brave enough to follow, but it feels like he's still walking alone. Or maybe, just maybe, the only reason anyone's signing up is because every other class was totally packed. A quiet thud sounds, and he's convinced he'll be lucky to get 30 students, tops. But then, a student leans in, whispering a secret, and Ludger lets out a small, startled ah. He glances across the massive, empty lecture hall, just rows and rows of vacant seats. Ludger's face twists in pure confusion, a giant question mark practically floating above his head. That energy hums again as he gapes at the now crowded classroom, shouting, why are there so many here? He's all ears as two guys are totally dissecting the whole packed class situation, one dude wondering how it even connects to the professor's class, and the other just trying to say people usually bail on empty lectures. But inside, he's totally wrestling with it, feeling this insane pressure, like he absolutely cannot screw this up, then just says screw it and dives in. A hard no just screams in his head, shutting down all the doubt instantly. Up at the front of the class, he's thinking he totally misjudged these students. His face gets super serious, and he's like, he might have underestimated everything. He lets out a soft sigh, just taking in this wild turn of events. But then, he's got this fresh fire, deciding he's got no choice but to absolutely crush it and prove himself, especially with this massive turnout. Facing the sea of eager faces, Ludger Cherish drops his name and announces he's about to teach them the entire spellcasting process. And just like that, a student's hand shoots up with a question, straight up asking if overall means they're gonna learn all his personal magic spells. He pauses, his golden eyes narrowing, clearly processing the student's bold question. But then, a subtle smirk plays on his lips as Ludger Cherish declares he'll let them in on his secrets. He lays down the law, challenge him, lose points. But then, a twist. He promises chances for extra credit, keeping everyone on their toes. He pivots to the board, dropping a bombshell, he's about to unveil the 4 core specializations of magic. First up, release, the raw power unleashed. Then, elemental property, the very essence of what that power becomes. And finally, reinforcement, boosting everything else. These are the fundamental pillars, he declares. He drops another bomb, normally, even he can only teach 2 of these, but for them? He's going all out, teaching every single one. And it's not just about his personal spells, oh no, they're going to learn how to apply these specializations to their own magic. He wraps it up with a flourish, declaring that as a basic class, he'll personally guide them on how to wield their magic using these groundbreaking principles. The lecture kicks off with a dazzling display. A glowing staff, a fiery orb, an ancient script, Ludger's showing off the Hellfire Flame, a spell that's all about release, supercharged with governing, conversion, reinforcement, expansion, and acceleration. He's not just talking, he's casting. A massive, blazing magic circle explodes around him, and he drops the bombshell. Both parts of this insane spell are pure release technique. But wait, there's more. He's about to drop a secret. A way to cast spells 3 times faster. This guy is next level. The students are buzzing. One blonde student is totally buying it, but Selena's got questions, asking if he's really gonna teach them his personal OP magic. Selena's still skeptical, but the blonde student quickly shuts her down, realizing Ludger's not about personal spells, he's about the fundamental principles that make all magic tick. Then, he shifts gears, talking about storing spells in scrolls. And even memory reverberation. But he's quick to point out their major drawbacks, already anticipating some student trying to challenge him with these limited methods. His eyes narrow, a fierce determination in his gaze. He's thinking, if anyone messes this up, I'm gonna be seriously disappointed. This professor means business. The lecture's over, but the professor can practically feel the questions buzzing in the air. He's got that knowing smirk, ready to drop some more knowledge, because he knows they're all bursting with questions. He's ready to spill the tea, and first-year Park Haejin jumps in, asking the real question, what's the deal with release specialization? Sejun, another first year, is just as lost, and the professor's inner monologue is pure fire. He'll be seriously let down if they mess up this technique. He's laying down the law, making it clear he expects them to get it, but if they don't, he's got another explanation ready to go. That hand clenches tight, showing he's not messing around. Veronica DeVille, totally caught off guard, looks up, calling out to the professor with a shocked tone. Her face is priceless, pure shock, as she declares it's absolutely impossible. But the professor? He just holds that intense stare, watching every single reaction from his class. Hold up. A new professor just dropped in, and her name is Flora. But someone in the crowd is not having it, shouting, "That's impossible." Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish is just soaking it all in, a total poker face. The student body is buzzing, gossiping about Flora finally making her move. Professor Flora isn't holding back, laying down the gauntlet and telling someone their proficiency better be on point. But the real kicker. The 24-hour proficiency test results are in, and Flora herself is crushed, realizing she didn't gain a single point. Ludger Cherish is absolutely floored, muttering, "I cannot believe it." He's deep in thought, wondering if it's not about the inability to improve, but the shocking fact that there was no improvement at all. Ludger Cherish is seriously contemplating the state of magic, realizing it's totally stuck in the past, just relying on old customs and history. He's thinking about how science has been leveling up like crazy, but magic? It's just a dead tradition now, totally meaningless. And because magic hasn't improved, it's totally fallen behind. The professor is clearly not happy about this harsh truth. Standing before his students, he lays down the law, you gotta use magic to learn it. And he's gonna show them exactly how it's done. Flora's eyes are practically glowing with shock, wondering if he's for real, and if her own magic is actually considered a total bust. Words aren't enough, so Ludger just whips out a glowing magic orb, reflecting Flora's shocked face. He's gonna show her firsthand, reminding her that she's got magic too. He conjures a tiny blue flame, asking the class the secret to a fluttering flame spell, then drops the bombshell, it all depends on the caster. Flora's back at her desk, totally deep in thought about what he just said, mulling over how a third-rank wizard takes 10 seconds for a spell, but a higher rank can cut that in half. Ludger's face is pure determination as he declares he's talking about magic that should blow his students' minds, pushing them to go way beyond what they think they know. She lets out a defiant scoff, convinced she's way beyond the professor's basic expectations. But Ludger just hits back, telling her to put her money where her mouth is and prove it. With a frustrated huff, she finally gives in. A shimmering magical trail follows her as she strides to the center of the arena. And then, a small, intense vortex of blazing orange and yellow energy ignites. With absolute focus, Flora unleashes the spell, a massive, fiery aura exploding around her as the magical flame goes wild. Her classmates are absolutely stunned, marveling at the sheer speed and power of the spell, especially coming from someone of the Chaos family. Ludger Cherish is deep in thought, analyzing the speed spell Flora just threw down, a technique meant to supercharge a supernova. He admits the execution was nearly flawless, but then just shrugs it off like it was nothing. Flora's jaw drops, demanding to know if he's serious, because he's still calling her spell too slow. A 0.40 second cast time usually blows minds, but for him, it's just not cutting it, and he's already over it. He doubles down, declaring that even a 0.40 second cast is still way too sluggish. Meanwhile, the other students, like the blonde student and Selena, are totally buzzing, whispering about how insane his own casting speed must be to talk like that. And then, with a chilling calm, he just tells them to watch. A close-up on his hand, wand ready, about to drop the real lesson on how fluttering flames is actually done. Then, a blinding, magical energy explodes from his wand, as Ludger unleashes the spell with absolute, jaw-dropping mastery. Veronica's jaw drops, realizing the professor's about to unleash fluttering flames. Before she can even blink, boom. Ludger just dropped a golden-orange magic circle, radiating pure energy. Veronica's mind is blown, and even Selena's face is screaming shock. The blonde student is absolutely floored, jaw on the floor. The crowd goes wild. They can't believe it, the spell finished in less than a second. Veronica's brain is melting. This dude just shattered Flora's 0.40 second record. Ludger, cool as ice, drops the mic, one more time for the slowpokes. He just points, and you know something epic is about to happen. Then, with a flash, wham! The golden-orange magic explodes again, proving he's the fastest caster alive. The demonstration wraps, and Veronica DeVille, a sly smirk playing on her lips, takes in the stunned reactions of the class. Every student, from Selena to the blonde-bearded guy, is absolutely floored, their faces screaming pure shock. Finally, she thinks their expressions have changed. Meanwhile, Ludger's hand, holding a tiny, glowing orb, reveals the impossible truth. fluttering flames just dropped in a mind-bending 0.24 seconds. A pocket watch flashes the insane time, shattering all previous records. But as the fiery magic fades, Ludger's mind races. These students are different, and that wasn't even the real, fluttering flames. He ponders, what if I actually used the fluttering flames, then clarifies, to be exact, I used a different spell. The blonde-bearded student, still trying to process, blurts out, a spell technique to cast another spell. Ludger's eyes ignite with a subtle glow, revealing his secret: once I input the code, it activates the original results right away. He's not done yet, revealing that through the wizard's very own magical hardware, a unique blueprint, or conforming data known as mana, is processed. And then, a program called technology activates the software known as magic. This entire mind-bending system, he boldly declares, is what he calls source code. But Veronica, ever the sharp one, cuts in with a serious look, demanding to know, what exactly is this source code? She pushes him, asking if his whole deal is a direct challenge to the magical establishment, and he just casually drops it, yes. He barely even looks at her, declaring he couldn't care less about their rules, because yeah, his actions are a challenge to authority. Veronica, her gaze sharpening, asks if he's actually admitting to wrongdoing, and he just shrugs, I admit it. With an intense, unwavering stare, he finishes, and so. Veronica is left standing alone, reeling from his final, shocking declaration, I give you my power, Flora Luinos. Flora, summoned by the professor, steps up, ready for whatever's next. But Veronica? She's reeling, eyes squeezed shut as Ludger's bombshell hits her hard, the full impact of his power play sinking in. She turns, walking away. And Ludger keeps talking, his words echoing. He's still thinking about that perfect flame technique he just showed off. Veronica, still walking away, drops her verdict, she's listening to the professor, no conflicts here, a subtle power move. Ludger, with a flick of his hand, cuts her off, saying it was something else, a cryptic send-off. Meanwhile, in class, Flora, Selena, and the blonde student are chilling, with the student complaining there's no action if penalty points don't go up, a total mood killer. The blonde student leans in, totally worried, asking Flora if she's okay, as she suddenly slumps with a soft thud. After her intense encounter, Veronica is still processing, but when Selena checks in, she quickly reassures her, yeah, I'm okay. Meanwhile, Melissa, ever the dramatic one, breathes a sigh of relief, exclaiming that such a wild event could literally prove the existence of God. Veronica just gives Melissa a look. Then a soft groan escapes her, the weight of her recent ordeal still heavy on her mind. Up at the front, Professor Ludger, cool as ever, declares it's finally time to kick off the lesson, and you know everyone's hanging on his every word. He then drops a bombshell, he's picking one student for a special, double-core assignment, telling everyone, if you want to learn, come find me. The class erupts in a flurry of reactions, with one student gasping and Selena letting out a thrilled little "hoo" at the professor's offer. But amidst all the buzz, Flora is still completely out of it, slumped over her desk, totally missing the drama. Ludger then drops the ultimate mic drop, telling everyone that mastering the double core is exactly how he became a battle mage himself. He watches the students' minds explode, their whispers echoing, this is insane, and I gotta level up. And then, with a mic drop moment, he declares. Class dismissed. He just turns and walks off, his footsteps a rhythmic beat. Leaving the entire class hyped, with students shouting, he's gotta be legendary, and, can I even reach that level? He stops, a quick look back at the buzzing crowd, and drops another bombshell, you're already powerful, so I'm giving you an opportunity. As he walks away again, a thought bubble pops up, revealing his true intentions, only the best will make the cut. Later, rocking his glasses, he's totally zoned in on a book, already plotting his next big move. Veronica's locked onto Ludger from the bottom of the stairs, but he's totally zoned out at the top, lost in his own world. He finally snaps out of it, looking down, a deep thought etched on his face. Ludger's like, wait, you were talking to me? He throws out a quick, sorry, but Veronica's face just goes stone cold, totally not amused by his cluelessness. He just flashes a peace sign, trying to play it cool, but the vibe is anything but chill. Veronica's voice cuts like a knife, laying down the law, telling him he needs to step up and act like a real professor. And she's not done, hitting him with the ultimate challenge, does he even respect the Emperor? Suddenly, a student grabs Ludger's arm, a furious snarl ripping from his throat as he challenges Ludger, demanding recognition. But Ludger, cool as ice, just stares him down and fires back, better than acting like an idiotic kid of a count's household. The blonde student's face contorts in pure rage, absolutely fuming at the audacity. His hand ignites with a menacing yellow glow as he snarls, do you even know what I'm capable of? I'll make you regret this. But Ludger? He's completely unfazed, his face a stone-cold picture of calm. Meanwhile, the blonde student is practically melting, a cold sweat breaking out as pure terror hits him. Then, with one deliberate step, Ludger cracks the very ground beneath him, delivering a bone-chilling threat, "You'll see what happens if you attack us here." The blonde student, completely rattled, tries to play it cool, muttering about magic being forbidden, but Ludger just smirks and drops the mic. "Don't you get the noble part? What if I came up?" Meanwhile, a student from a nearby classroom peeks out, totally confused about whether the professor is even there. Still chilling at his desk, he just watches as the blonde-bearded student, clearly still salty from their last encounter, tries to act tough again. The student, clutching his textbook like a shield, dramatically announces, "Jay, just you watch." Ludger lets out a quiet phew, a tiny sound that could mean anything from relief to pure sass. And then, with a smile that's just a little too sweet, he drops the bomb, "Thanks for helping me out." He keeps that innocent smile, but his inner monologue is pure fire, "No need to be thankful. Honestly, I was just annoyed that some noble was acting all high and mighty." The blonde student's jaw practically hits the floor, completely thrown by Ludger's chill attitude, and he explodes, "You're the crazy one. Did you even hear me? Ugh, whatever. I'm out." Watching the student stomp away, Ludger just smirks and whispers, "Man, it's chilly. Did he even catch what I was saying? Because I'm totally ready." But the student can't resist one last jab, pointing back at Ludger's book, "Hey, that book you're holding? That's for my next class, right?" Ludger just glances at the book, a silent confirmation that just adds insult to injury. "Yep, that's my next class too." He drops some serious knowledge on the student, telling him to keep certain signals clear from those transmissions, and the student is just like, "Huh?" His mind is blown, trying to figure out what Buna's signals and commander signals even are, like, are these the secret cheat codes to learn magic faster? And then it hits him, he's totally clueless. He's like, "Wait, you guys all know how to use these, right?" Thinking it's probably just the professor and the super smart students who are in on the secret. The professor just casually drops that he only knows the basics, but everyone knows he's actually the signal master. Yeah, he's the professor, the one who knows everything, and that's why his magic knowledge is legendary. But hold up, a new player just entered the game, straight from the royal bloodline of the Aurelian Empire. It's the third princess herself, Elizabeth von Aurelian. The students got the hot gossip, rooms are opening for new students, and get this, the princess was even attended by the professor. But he's totally over it, thinking, who cares? She's literally the most noble and beautiful person in the whole academy, just pure perfection walking by. At Fruit in Wolfsburg, Ludger Cherish casually drops a bombshell. He got a call before becoming a professor, an offer for a special lecture, and he's still just thinking about it. The teal-haired student is absolutely floored, shouting that he's already gotten a special lecture. No way. Is the professor really going to give one to other students? He tries to play it cool, muttering that it's fine, but then immediately asks, "Anyone else?" He can't tell if the professor is messing with him or not. Ludger, with a straight face, just says a lot of students want to gather later, and the teal-haired student's jaw drops. What? He screams, suddenly remembering a very important appointment at the library. His mind is blown, utterly baffled as to why he would ever agree to that. As the student bolts, Ludger just watches, a thought forming in his mind. That reaction was way faster than he thought, and honestly, he didn't expect that much of a freakout. Even though this world's timeline is basically 19th century Earth, it's wild how many similarities it still has with the 21st century, even with all the magic flying around. The teal-haired student is locked in on a document, his mind racing, knowing he's on borrowed time and can't keep this up much longer. But hold up. Ludger Cherish is now standing in front of this super fancy door, and he's like, "Wait, is this actually my personal office?" And with a dramatic creak, he swings that door wide open. He steps into his new office, and wow, it's a total flex. Pure luxury meets academic vibes. But wait, there's more. A mysterious white-haired woman with fiery red eyes is chilling on a sofa, and she hits him with a smooth, "Welcome, Professor Ludger. So, what do you think? Pretty cool name, right?" She's got this sly, knowing smirk on her face, totally waiting for his jaw to drop. Flora's totally out of her depth, apologizing for her lack of skill, but Ludger just brushes it off, telling her to chill out and relax. Then he hits her with, "Oh really? So why are you even here?" making her instantly panic if she'd messed up his vibe. Ludger just chills, his eyes practically laser beams as he declares his curiosity is the only thing that matters here. But Flora is totally stressed by him, thinking to herself that since Professor Ludger's a villain, she can't read him at all, even if the basic rules still apply. Ludger's golden eyes flash with a hint of something. And he's like, "Seriously, Flora, why are you always trying to micromanage me?" then quickly adds, "Don't worry, I'm not gonna cause any drama." Flora is still apologizing, her brain buzzing with questions, admitting she just needed to get a good read on Professor Ludger because she feels like she's totally missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Ludger's genuinely shocked, muttering to himself that no other professor ever gave him the time of day, leaving him completely bewildered. His face turns serious, as he finally gets it. Flora's already seeing him as a peer to the other big shot professors. He feels her eyes on him, and Flora's got that knowing smirk, wondering if she's giving too much away. She's thinking, did he just catch on to her game? Ludger's mind is racing. Even if it's a secret society, he's got bigger things to worry about. Flora's deep in her head, convinced Ludger could flip the Academy's power structure in years, but then she's hit with the thought, is he onto her? But Ludger's like, nah, my act is solid. She's not that sharp, even as a flash of his true power flickers in his mind. Then, with a smirk, he asks her, so, did you get those new students into my research group? Flora sets the record straight, telling him she wasn't judging, she actually agrees with his methods. She gives a soft wham as she leans on a bookshelf, a knowing smile on her face. Ludger's got it handled, confirming the student handoff, and then drops a bombshell. He's got a special student he wants to recommend, documents coming soon. No matter what, with the princess in the mix, you've got to play it smart to dodge any drama. No special treatment, but seriously, avoid any weird complications at all costs. Ludger just gives a casual, in response, while this blonde student lays out her massive expectations for the professor. He stays totally quiet, making it crystal clear he's not into students who lack talent, and that truth hits her hard as she glances away. He smoothly tells her to grab some tea and snacks and head out, and she's all like, oh, my. Thank you, totally buying it. Ludger gives a nod to the tea, but then drops the bomb that he's got a mountain of work to tackle. The student heads out, hand reaching, trying to seal the deal, muttering a hopeful, please take care of me from now on dash. Ludger grabs the door handle, making his exit. He walks into another room, where an old, distinguished guy with a beard and glasses is waiting, and the first thing he asks is, how'd it go? Ludger just strolls past the old man, back to us, ready to spill the tea. With a piercing amber gaze, a mysterious silver-haired figure drops a bombshell question, can Ludger actually be trusted? Inside the Academy's massive halls, the old man is totally stumped, trying to figure out what's even happening. But as they stroll through the epic hallway, the white-haired woman next to him just drops a bomb, I'm watching you, but you're the most suspicious one here. The old man takes it all in, confessing he's still got no answers, a silent really, hanging in the air. They both know that if the principal gets involved, things are gonna get seriously messed up. A sly little laugh slips from the white-haired woman, her hand casually going to her chin. Her intense red eyes flash with genuine shock as she thinks back to a recent run-in, even after hitting them with her legendary Vascania twice. She can't believe it, he didn't even flinch. Her piercing red eye glints, still reeling from the shock, questioning if this guy was just some low-rank scrub who somehow got caught up in something way over his head. But hold up, he didn't even flinch, not even after she hit him with her Vascania. That can only mean one thing, he straight up overpowered her ability with sheer willpower. He's a really interesting guy, she thinks, her mind racing back to the train terror attack, an event caused by some mysterious individual now hiding out in Goron. Her intense red eyes lock in, I can't let even the smallest thing slip by, she vows, pondering if that whole train attack was just a smokescreen, a diversion for something bigger. Elsewhere, a lone figure trudges through a downpour, his dark attire practically disappearing into the stormy darkness. And get this, the guy named Ludger was totally transformed during that attack. Still reeling from the mystery surrounding Ludger, the white-haired woman demands answers from an elder, wanting his take. The old man, cool and collected, admits he's still figuring it out, but one thing's for sure, Ludger is no ordinary guy. He hypes up her incredible intuition, even if it's just a gut feeling about some young punk. Taking his words to heart, she declares that if she's going to put her faith in Professor Ludger, she's gonna have to keep a super close eye on him for a bit longer. Then, a single, powerful word flashes, equality. Meanwhile, Ludger lets out a massive, frustrated groan. Totally over the fake, private talk charade. He knows the truth, no matter what they say, this is a full-blown interrogation. He's playing it cool, telling them if they want a private chat, they better give everyone a heads up first. But Veronica's mind is racing, flipping through files, thinking about Melissa, Selena, and even herself, trying to connect the dots on Ludger's mysterious vibe. The files scream Ludger family, and she's totally questioning if this new professor is somehow tied to the old one, just because of the name. But Ludger's mind is elsewhere, flashing back to when he got a brand new talent, a huge sign that he was finally recognized. He's thinking about the old days, when Jose Ludger was the absolute top dog, a mana prodigy who practically owned the entire process. Then, bam. A thought strikes him, and he's totally caught off guard by the memory. He's staring at a document, reading about some kid with crazy talent, and it's hitting him hard because it sounds exactly like his own story. But then he zooms in on the picture, and it's like, whoa. This kid on the document? He looks super familiar. He's still digging through those files, but one thing's for sure, he can't let his guard down, not for a second. No matter what secrets he unearths, that vigilance is locked in. He's still deep in the files, and it's like the person in the document is staring right back, screaming, "I don't trust you." His gaze is intense. Then, a wild memory hits him. That girl, she called him Mr. First Order. He's thinking about her saying she's glad he's safe, but it wasn't about his face, it was something else entirely. What could it mean? And get this, she just accepted his new look, no questions asked. It hits him, what if the real Ludger was some kind of super spy, a master of disguise and infiltration? Or maybe, the Ludger he replaced was a total fake, and the real one was the ultimate shapeshifter, or learned it after his big transformation. Mind blown. He lets out a heavy sigh, knowing his current path is strictly professor level. Then, a sharp knock echoes through his office. Yes, he demands, as the door clicks open. An old man appears, announcing a delivery. Ludger's eyes narrow, instantly recognizing the document, a patrol warrant. He takes it, no reason to refuse, but a chilling premonition about this warrant gnaws at him, refusing to let him rest. With the delivery done, the old man quickly takes his leave, a rustle of movement as he departs. Leaving Ludger to stare at the document, a deep sigh escaping him as the words, patrol warrant, echo in his mind. Later, under the ominous glow of a crescent moon over a massive, imposing building, he can only hope that nothing truly terrible is about to unfold. Inside, a grand hall is already buzzing with countless figures, a hive of unknown activity. The view expands, revealing the sheer scale of the bustling, ornate interior, hinting at a much larger stage for whatever is to come. He can only utter one word, a shocked gasp of what? But elsewhere, a fierce blonde student, eyes blazing, throws down a gauntlet, daring her opponent, "Say that to my face one more time." With an icy glare, she doubles down, "I already told you, I have every right to be here." She fires back, her voice dripping with disdain, "This place is open to everyone. If you're so bothered, why don't you just leave?" She stands her ground, utterly defiant. Her face contorts in fury, unable to believe the audacity. "Are you actually talking back to me? You, a nobody?" Leaning in with a sneer, she spits out, "Soren isn't even from a proper class or bloodline. Don't you know who you're talking to?" The surrounding students gasp in horror, one exclaiming, "You think Lady Smerek herself told you that? You're talking about Lady Smerek." A third student, utterly stunned, can only manage a choked, "Ha. I was just about to say." She's absolutely seething, knowing these guys aren't even trying to hear her out. With a fierce glare, Soren lays down the law, they've hurt her, so as commoners, they better get on their knees and beg for mercy. Her challenge just hangs there, aimed squarely at the blonde-haired woman who's still standing tall, totally defiant. The blonde woman, absolutely fuming, fires back, demanding to know how a commoner even dares to speak to her like that. Then, with a furious slam of her staff, she dismisses Soren as such a thing. But before her insult even lands, an invisible force slams into her, cracking her magical barrier and sending her defiant, "How dare you," screaming into the shattering blue energy. The barrier just explodes outward, leaving nothing but shimmering light in its wake. Two students, absolutely stunned by the insane power flex, gasp in unison, one shouting, "Lady Dyneema." An insane surge of blue energy explodes around her, a furious cry ripping from her as she's blindsided by the interruption. Her eyes go wide, a shockwave of disbelief hitting her face. The magic keeps crackling, and she lets out another furious yell. Blinding blue light absolutely erupts around her, the very air screaming with raw, untamed power. But then, with a lightning-fast snap of her head, she unleashes a furious challenge, "Who dares to interrupt me?" But from behind her, Selena steps up, demanding to know what she's doing, and then drops the hammer, "You can't just do whatever you want in front of the Grand Principal. What's the point of even being here?" Her pink eyes absolutely blaze with conviction, her face set in a stone-cold, determined glare. Selena just went off. She's calling out the principal, and Soren is not happy about a student challenging her authority like this. But deep down, Soren's actually thinking, this whole power flex probably looked pretty silly to everyone watching. Meanwhile, the blonde student is just like, Principal Soren? Are you seriously letting this happen?" A blue glow emanates from her hand, a clear sign she's not messing around, and she's thinking, this wasn't just some show. My authority is absolute, and you're about to find out why. Soren stares Selena down, her face a mask, silently asking, "Why are you even doing this? What gives you the right to challenge me?" But Selena isn't backing down, not one bit, shouting back that in this academy, every single student is equal. Just when things are getting heated, a new player enters the game, Professor Ludger Cherish, watching everything go down with a serious look. Then he steps in, telling Soren straight up, "Your fancy bloodline means nothing here." Soren whips around, shocked by his interruption, and he's like, "Yeah, I can't just stand by and watch this happen." With the atmosphere thick enough to cut with a knife, Ludger Cherish makes his move, turning his back and demanding someone follow him now, a frustrated, "Ugh," barely audible in his wake. his coat swishing with purpose. But behind his back, Principal Soren's face twists into a pure rage mask, her golden eyes practically spitting fire. Spitting venom, she snarls, mere fallen aristocrat. But he doesn't even flinch. Ludger just keeps walking, his dark hair a silent statement. Meanwhile, a blonde student is absolutely stunned, her face a picture of pure worry. Ludger strides past another student, this one with green hair, who's clearly just as caught up in the drama. Just a few feet away, Veronica DeVille can only gulp, her sharp red eyes reflecting the sheer anxiety of the moment. And then, we finally see Ludger's face, a mask of calm determination, hiding whatever he's truly thinking. Principal Soren just dropped a verbal bomb, but he just heard that, and you know he's not letting it slide. With a cold, calculating gaze, he just walks away, leaving everyone in his dust. But just wait, because the next chapter preview shows Ludger Cherish, and he's about to unleash something truly terrifying. Suddenly, a massive surge of dark, crackling energy explodes, filling the entire space with an ominous hum. And then, Ludger Cherish just appears, cloaked in a long, dark coat, his entire being wreathed in a vibrant purple aura that pulses with insane power. Elsewhere, a blonde student and another with short white hair can only watch, both letting out soft, anxious sighs as the scene unfolds. He takes deliberate, heavy steps, descending from that ethereal glow. His boots making solid, impactful contact with the ground. Then he turns, his voice dripping with challenge as he asks, "Did you just call me a fallen aristocrat?" Meanwhile, Selena and the teal-haired student are together, and the teal-haired student gestures respectfully, advising, "Professor, believe this way." Selena, with a super firm expression, raises her hand like she's making a definitive point. Boom! A massive impact just rocked the entire academy, and you can practically feel the power from here. Someone's screaming, "Professor Ludger." The air is literally crackling with leftover magic, proving this professor knows how to make an entrance. Lady Dyneema, watching the whole thing unfold, just casually drops, "It's just like what you said." Over in the grand hall, Selena and another student are totally captivated by the chaos, as another massive energy wave just blasts through the area. Dyneema's face totally changes, like she just realized this professor is way more powerful than she thought. And another student, looking super worried, just blurts out, "I hope this place isn't going to be a problem, Professor." He's just standing there, taking it all in as someone drops a bombshell, accusing him of straight-up challenging authority. But the blonde noble isn't backing down, her eyes burning as she throws the question right back at him, "Am I wrong?" She keeps pushing, hitting him with the "you're just a kid" card, telling him he's too young to handle this new world. He just lets out a soft, "ah." Like he's already over this whole conversation. But Lady Dyneema isn't done dropping bombs. She's letting him off the hook for now, but makes it crystal clear, she can turn his classmates against him with a single word. Suddenly, Ludger pivots, asking, "Lynn, are you hurt?" She stammers out a quick, "Pardon." No." Then, he just hands off the whole situation to Selena, saying, "The rest is up to you, Professor Selena." And just like that, he's out. Leaving everyone else in his dust. He's just chilling, eating a burger, completely unaware that some student out there is freaking out, wondering if Professor Ludger actually knows their name from class. Soren's mind flashes back, remembering herself as just another student, thinking Ludger wouldn't even notice her. But for Soren, he was a total game changer. He preached equality for all. And her first impression? Total professor vibes. He gave her a feeling of absolute trust, like she could follow him anywhere. And with that, she was fired up, ready to give it her all. Later, as night fell, Soren was slumped on a bench, letting out a frustrated groan, clearly deep in thought. And through it all, his intense gaze was burned into her memory. A shadowy figure, engulfed in an explosive white light, stands at a crossroads of fate, a single decision away from a completely different destiny. That crimson aura, a raw, pulsing surge of power, still burns in his mind, a terrifying echo of the immense energy he barely managed to keep under wraps. A gloved hand shoots out, desperately trying to seize control, or maybe just push back against the sheer, overwhelming power. Ludger Cherish, looking calm on the surface, can't help but replay that terrifying moment, utterly relieved that he made it out alive, knowing full well those pills were the only reason he wasn't toast. He's absolutely fuming about the timing, demanding to know why in the world a massive commotion had to blow up right when he was barely holding it together. The whole thing is crystal clear in his mind. He was on the verge of blowing his cover, feeling the raw power surge during that last training session, a terrifying near-miss he barely managed to keep hidden. Even in the epic scale of the Academy's training center, surrounded by a sea of students, he'd been holding it together, but only just. But then, his powers went haywire, forcing him to bail out fast, and he's still raging about why someone just had to blurt out their thoughts at the absolute worst time, completely wrecking his escape plan. He's totally freaking out about his reputation, convinced that his face was a total disaster, probably blowing his whole normal guy act. He's the one who took down the monster, Ludger thinks, clutching a tiny bottle, convinced he can push through for 5 more days. But sitting there, he knows if he misses a dose, it's game over. His hidden powers will explode, leaving an undeniable trail. This is beyond dangerous, he realizes, his face hardening with grim determination. His fist clenches, a silent promise to take out whatever's coming, and fast. The sky above, calm and clear, offers no warning. Before a terrifying whisper cuts through the air, werewolf. Ludger's eyes snap open, demanding to know what he just heard. The students around him are freaking out, confirming the nightmare, yes. Werewolf. Outside, under the ominous full moon, the academy is quiet, but the students who were training just got hit with the ultimate nightmare, a werewolf. Ludger is all ears as the blonde student spills the tea on the bizarre happenings, a low hum of contemplation rumbling from him. He's piecing it together, zeroing in on the crucial intel. Wait, werewolves are inside Soren. You said that? Selena, a little flustered, drops the bombshell, totally. And get this, word on the street is Principal Soren is in on it. She doubles down, yeah, something's definitely up. Selena, looking super serious, explains, Professor Selena is apparently the go-to for all these wild tales, I guess. Ludger's mind races, picturing the whole crew. He's not totally out of the loop, he's heard whispers before. He flashes back to someone mentioning a stamp used to keep things under wraps. Selena, seeing him deep in thought, tries to chill him out. Okay, deep breaths. Calm down. Then she backpedals, no, wait, it's not like that at all. A flashback hits, the blonde student chatting with Principal Soren, asking, so, you totally unleashed some insane magic in your first class, didn't you? Ludger snaps back to reality, then a stamp mystery gnawing at him. He's thinking about catastrophic magic that scattered spellcasting and wondering, seriously, what was that stamp? Strolling through the academy's common area, his mind is racing, piecing together the puzzle of the werewolves and the principal's mysterious role. Suddenly, a nearby conversation catches his ear as a student urgently asks, wait, is that actually true? Tell me it's true. The confirmation sends ripples through the group, with one exclaiming, no way, that's actually real. Unbelievable, what a total bummer. Meanwhile, the background buzzes with other students lamenting their own missed opportunities. But his focus remains on the main conversation, a silent question hanging in the air as he processes their words. The student drops a bombshell, it's all thanks to an ancient goddess's spell. He reveals it was the very same spell used to seal the werewolf. He takes another bite, his mind clearly working overtime. The students then pivot, one asking, hold on, does the principal really wield that much power? The other shrugs, honestly, I don't think she even cares about showing it off. He thinks to himself, without powerful allies, I'm just asking to get stomped. And honestly, I have no idea just how insane the principal's magic truly is. Still reeling from the werewolf incident, he can feel the intense glares of the other professors, their eyes practically burning with suspicion. But his mind quickly snaps back to the real threat, the terrifying werewolf incident that just rocked the academy. But as the full moon hangs high over the city, a new player emerges from the shadows. High above the sleeping city, a mysterious cloaked figure watches. And they're not happy, a low growl escaping them as they declare, he's late. Their eyes narrow, a chilling question hanging in the air, is he the one who supposedly defeated the werewolf? The image of a snarling werewolf, its eyes burning with raw power, flashes through their mind, a reminder of the beast that needs to be dealt with. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes from the street below, signaling the arrival of the one they've been waiting for. Suddenly, a massive wolf-like monster gets absolutely rocked by an invisible attack, its body twisting in midair. And just like that, another devastating hit connects, sending it flying even further. Then, with an earth-shattering crash, the beast gets absolutely pounded into the ground, leaving a massive crater as a mysterious blue-haired figure looms over it. The monster lets out a guttural scream, thrashing wildly, but it's no use, glowing blue energy has it completely pinned. The blue-haired powerhouse just extends his hand, and a blinding blue energy erupts, locking the beast down with absolute authority. He just stares down at the defeated monster, casually asking why it took so long to show up, and if it was planning to help out Frank. The monster lets out an enraged snarl, firing back with a challenge, would you have even bothered to show up if I hadn't made an appearance? The monster looks up, a shocking realization dawning, and whispers, brother. The blue-haired man just smirks, confirming, yep. Long time no see, little bro. Meanwhile, the full moon hangs high in the sky, watching over the city as this intense family reunion plays out. Blasting forth from an epic pillar of pure energy, Hans makes his grand entrance, looking absolutely regal in his dark and gold-trimmed gear, dropping a cryptic line, if you don't walk the path of a shaman. Hansen, in his terrifying beast form, straight up tells the professor he's way too green to get how wild their world really is, claiming he's seen it all before, way back when. Fuming with pure rage, he screams, who in their right mind would ever want to be like this? He stares down, a heavy sigh escaping him, utterly shocked at how his life spiraled out of control. He just laughs, thinking, seriously, who's crazy enough to come at me? Especially some old lady from the Empire. Hansen glares, laying down the law, stay out of ancient beast stuff. He thought Ludger and his crew were cursed just like him. But then, his whole vibe changes to shock, and he's like, wait, did you actually bring a cure, Professor? He flashes back to a wild moment, a syringe piercing a tiny, caged beast, a voice declaring, thanks, I should be able to go around now. Ha! A guttural growl rips from his throat, his monstrous form a raw testament to what he'd endured. He's reliving the moment he thanked someone for busting him out of those cursed labs, that first encounter burned into his memory. He'd been on a mission to hunt a cryptid, but what he found was a ridiculously huge chihuahua. And honestly, it was a total relief, because if they couldn't talk like a human, they would have been toast. Back with Ludger, a new determination sparks in his eyes as he drops a bombshell, forget that, I'm Ludger now. Ludger Kelesi. Then, it hits him like a truck, a soft, as he processes Hansen's past comments, realizing, now that I think about it, you really were kinda weird back then. But wait, there's more. He recalls another crucial piece of info, and a Soren professor, you said. Gazing into his own eyes, Ludger's mind races, demanding answers, how do you even know that? The one who made that monster. You're not supposed to be here in the capital. What went down? He's totally baffled, wondering what the heck just went down. And a wry laugh just bursts out of him. He's thinking about how utterly awesome the other guy is, totally admitting he would have been frozen solid with fear. Then wondering how anyone could make a call that fast, before it hits him, it was all about survival. Then, a smirk plays on his lips as he processes the bombshell, this Ludger is actually tied to some secret society. And not just any member, but a top-tier executive, a professor at that. His mind then shifts, fixating on the idea of a First Order, a mysterious gear-like symbol flashing in his thoughts. But back to Hansen, who's still spilling the tea, remembering whispers about the independent research team and their super shady, occult connections. Still reeling from the intel, Hansen locks it down, confirming his absolute certainty. Ludger demands the name, and bam. It's the Black Dawn Society. And check out this insane, glowing emblem, the terrifying symbol of the Black Dawn Society. He doubles down, that name is etched in his mind. Strolling through the shadows, Hansen drops a heavy warning on Ludger about getting tangled up in this mess, calling their escape pure luck, but Ludger's already one step ahead, hinting at something even bigger than the Black Dawn Society. Then, Hansen spots something Ludger's got tucked away, and Ludger pulls out this crazy, unopened, trick box. Hansen's like, can I even crack that thing, but Ludger's got that determined look, ready to open his own trick box. Hansen's mind races, wondering how things got so wild, and he makes it clear he's not looking for a fight, then drops a bombshell, hinting that both he and Ludger are just barely surviving, clinging on to drugs. He's totally fuming, complaining about waiting 2 whole days when he could have been there way faster. Ludger, seeing him all worked up, just casually asks why he even bothered waiting for the letter. Hansen's totally blindsided, like, what are you even talking about right now? He's like, no way I just got here today, and can't believe he'd just be chilling for 2 days for no reason. They just stand there, silent for a beat, the tension from their talk hanging heavy in the air. Then, bam. A sharp sound just rips through the room. Hansen's eyes are practically popping out of his head, locked onto Ludger, who just gives him this super smug, knowing look. He gasps, absolutely floored, the truth slamming into him as he stammers, bro. Brother. No way, that's gotta be. Ludger just stares back, a tiny, knowing smirk on his face, totally confirming everything without saying a word. High above the city, a monstrous silhouette just looms against the moonlit sky, instantly chilling the entire atmosphere. The creature's form becomes clearer, and the terrifying truth hits hard, it's a real werewolf. Its glowing red eyes just pierce the darkness. A snarl twisting its snout, almost as if it's confirming its own terrifying existence. Damn it, so it's real. Below, Hansen and the blue-haired man are locked on the creature, the blue-haired man pointing out that this isn't just any monster, it's a real werewolf that absolutely shouldn't be here. He's trying to figure out if it's a new monster type or something special. The blue-haired man's expression just darkens, a thoughtful escaping him as he tries to wrap his head around this. His gaze then drops to a dog tag, a potential clue to this creature's origin or some past, forgotten encounter. Before he ultimately decides he needs to check this out himself. Hansen, on the other hand, is already questioning the blue-haired man's presence, asking why he's even here and if he's going to handle it. The blue-haired man's anger just flares, his voice sharp as he declares that someone's doing something bizarre and demands to know who the hell did such a thing. The tension is palpable, and Hansen's hand tightens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes as he declares, I gotta figure this out, right now. Ludger's eyes narrow, a chilling memory flashing through them as he mutters, "Man, it's been ages since I had to pull out the big guns for something like this." Hansen, connecting the dots, presses him, "Wait, was this back when you were hunting down all those crazy cryptids?" Hansen racks his brain, trying to pinpoint the memory. "Didn't you rock some kind of mask back then too? What was that thing called again?" A knowing smirk plays on Ludger's lips as he drops the legendary name, Van Helsing. The legendary name hangs in the air, a chilling reminder of humanity's greatest monster hunter, Abraham Van Helsing. But before they can dwell on it, a massive crash rips through the silence. The monstrous werewolf, now on a rooftop, lets out a terrifying growl, its presence undeniable. Ludger wastes no time, his coat swirling as he strides purposefully towards the beast, ready for action. The werewolf is absolutely raging, fangs bared, a primal snarl tearing through the night. And a blinding white explosion just rips through a distant building, showing off its insane destructive power. But then, a gloved hand, clutching some kind of wild tech, gets ready for the ultimate showdown. While the beast just keeps on charging, full throttle. Those glowing red eyes locked on its prey, a terrifying growl shaking the very air. But Ludger? He's just smirking, totally chill, dropping the ultimate taunt, "Seriously, you're too weak to just die. I've got a mountain of questions for you." And with a chilling glint in his eye, he adds, "But hey, it'll spill everything once I catch and, torture it, right?" The werewolf just explodes with a furious roar, a crimson aura absolutely blasting around it, its rage going through the roof thanks to Ludger's taunts. And just like that, Ludger charges in, ready to throw down with the furious monster. He slams his foot down, unleashing a massive ripple of blue energy across the ground. But before his attack can even land, the monster counters instantly, shadowy claws lashing out with insane speed. More dark energy surges, but Ludger's blue magic is already there, shattering the monster's assault. Sword in hand, eyes locked on his foe, Ludger is absolutely dialed in, ready for anything. The monster, absolutely furious, explodes forward, a whirlwind of dark power. But Ludger? He's not even flinching, his focus absolute. A subtle shift in his expression, and you know he's about to unleash something big. And just like that, he unleashes a devastating, swirling vortex of pure blue power. The blue energy slams into the monster's dark attacks, annihilating them and sending the beast reeling. He's standing over the defeated beast, its body writhing in the shimmering magical aftermath. Just staring down as the monster twists in silent torment. Its very form warping under the sheer, invisible force of his power. Meanwhile, some dude in glasses is watching from afar, totally confused, wondering if this thing's just sick or ate something nasty. But Ludger's got no clue he's being watched, casually dropping the intel that he's blasted the entire zone with ultrasonic waves, frequencies no normal person could ever hear. The monster's head is throbbing, absolutely furious from the relentless assault. But Ludger? He's completely chill, knowing he doesn't need some fancy silver bullet to take this thing down. And then, out of nowhere, a sharp-suited man appears, syringe in hand. Deep in thought about this creature's very existence, demanding to know who the hell engineered this monstrosity. The tension was palpable as Ludger Cherish, looking sharp in his dark coat, stepped up to the plate, laying down the law with a chilling promise, "I'm going to make you regret this." The professor's eyes burned with an intense fury, his next words cutting through the air like a blade, "You seriously think you can get away with harming my students?" But just as he was about to unleash his power, a sudden, brutal impact rocked him, forcing a sharp cry of pain from his throat. The beast, having just landed a devastating hit, let out a guttural snarl, clearly not happy with the situation. And just like that, Ludger was sent flying. A human projectile against the backdrop of the city, plummeting fast. Another hit, another surge of power, kept him falling. A free fall into the concrete jungle below. Blasted by an unseen force, Ludger Cherish is sent absolutely spiraling, a high-speed freefall towards the city below as the impact reverberates around him. But the monster isn't done yet, its chilling voice cutting through the air, promising Ludger there's absolutely no way out. Even with the ground rushing up and the monster's threats, Ludger's face is pure steel, eyes locked onto his target, ready for whatever comes next. Up on the rooftops, a guard spots a shadowy figure, yelling that there's nowhere to run, a suspicious person has been sighted. But the blue-haired man is already gone, a mere streak across the city skyline. He's moving so fast, he's practically a ghost, leaving nothing but speed lines behind. But then, a shocking transformation. He drops to all fours, shifting into a beastly form to hit ludicrous speed. The shift works, and he's just a blur, a dark streak across the urban jungle. And then, the reveal. A monstrous, gray-furred beast with glowing red eyes lets out a terrifying roar, its true form unleashed. It stands tall on the rooftop, the city lights just a backdrop, a terrifying silhouette against the night. Just look at that raw power. Its muscles ripple, a true force of nature. Standing tall on the rooftop, the beastly form starts to think, "I was just gonna smash you. The air crackles with anticipation. As the monster looms, a dark silhouette against the city lights. With his eyes blazing an electric blue, but you've left me no choice. Fueled by that decision, the monster explodes into motion, a terrifying blur tearing across the city. Unbelievable speed, leaving nothing but a trail of pure kinetic energy. A massive leap, covering insane distances in a single bound. Mid-flight, those glowing eyes lock onto something, and a terrifying snarl rips through the night. The monster is on a rampage, launching itself forward with an insane amount of power, literally shaking the ground with every single leap. And when it lands, oh man, the ground just shatters, sending concrete flying like confetti. This thing is unstoppable. Nothing can stand in its way. Its claws are like razors, ripping through anything that dares to block its path with a terrifying crunch. But wait, someone's watching. The blue-haired man is just chilling, a little smirk on his face, totally impressed by the monster's insane speed. He's thinking back to his original plan, ready to drop the hammer and finish this thing for good. The beast finally hits a rooftop, its red eyes searching, but it has no idea what's coming for it. Then, bam! The blue-haired man unleashes his power, charging in with a blinding blue aura, ready to throw down. He lets loose a massive energy blast, a dazzling blue explosion that just detonates with raw power. And when the smoke clears, his hand is still glowing, pulsating with the last bits of that incredible magic. The monster gets absolutely rocked, sent flying through the air. Skidding hard across the pavement as the impact sends it spinning. The blue energy blast fades out over the city, leaving behind a shimmering, electric haze. But the blue-haired man isn't done. He's already on the move, hand glowing with raw power. Covering ground at insane speeds, a blur across the urban sprawl. Another hit connects, a focused energy burst slamming into the creature's flank. Dropping it to the ground with a confused, agonizing roar. Standing victorious over the downed beast, he summons a blade of pure, shimmering blue light. The glowing edge ready to deliver the final, devastating blow. He absolutely decimates the monster with a blue energy-charged fist right to the face. The sheer force of the blow radiating pure power. Then he grabs the colossal beast by the neck, hoisting it up like it weighs nothing. His eyes flare with blue energy, and he's about to launch this thing. The monster goes sailing through the night, a dark blur against the moon. It slams into a building far off, the impact rocking the entire block. Dust and debris explode from the impact site, leaving a massive crater in the building. Meanwhile, Ludger just strolls away from the chaos, his mind replaying that chilling promise. He said he'd kill the werewolf. But seriously, when is he coming back? He's absolutely stunned, and Hansen right next to him is just as shocked. But hold up. The monster isn't done yet. It lets out a furious, guttural roar, still reeling from that insane hit. And then, out of nowhere, the blue-haired man just casually appears, chilling under the moonlight, and asks. Ludger is absolutely fuming at the sudden appearance, and Hansen is just as annoyed, almost dropping his coffee. The blue-haired man immediately asks if Ludger told Hansen about the werewolf, and Ludger just laughs it off, saying he didn't even think it was needed. Then a tiny spirit dog pops up, seemingly telling them to eat, and the blue-haired man is totally baffled, asking why Ludger even brought it. Ludger's only response is, he just wanted to surprise him. Ludger explains, and the blue-haired man is like, dude, you always pull these pranks. But Ludger is still trying to say he thought he'd be happy. This monster isn't just some cryptid anymore. After unleashing its true form, it's actually an artificial beast, a terrifying product of human experimentation. And with a confident smirk, Ludger declares it's time to move forward with their original plans. The blue-haired man is not backing down from his master plan, no way. He's scoping out this spot, realizing it's actually a prime location with tons of hidden perks. So he's gotta chill here for a bit, stack up some serious resources before he makes his next power move. But wait, the tiny spirit is totally freaking out, thinking it's about to get ditched. Our blue-haired strategist knows he's kinda stuck right now, can't make big moves, but he's playing the long game, knowing his grind will pay off big time. He's about to level up after this, for real. And Ludger? He's just smirking, totally unfazed, because chaos and unexpected twists. That's literally his superpower. So he's already planning to recruit his own squad, just in case things get wild. The blue-haired man is totally locked in, thinking about his werewolf experiment, knowing it's all on him to greenlight it. But he's also got a hunch the Academy's lab is secretly pulling the strings on this whole wild project. He's just shrugging off whatever goes down in the Academy's lab, because right now, his main mission is to stay completely off the radar. Getting noticed would be a total disaster. But hold up, the unidentified killer from Leatherwick is still out there, and get this, 5 more people were found dead just last Sunday. And with that, the death count has officially skyrocketed to 28, a terrifying number that just keeps climbing. Nobody knows who this monster is, but everyone who's seen it describes the same thing, a terrifying, black-furred beast. Ludger Cherish is scanning the crazy headlines, seeing how freaked out everyone is, and the whole city is screaming for this monster to be caught, like, yesterday. His face twists with serious worry as he takes in all the info, especially that chilling detail about the attacks happening on a Sunday. Then, a terrifying realization hits him like a truck. Is it possible there's not just one, but multiple werewolves causing all this chaos? A mysterious orb pulses with energy, casting an eerie glow over a newspaper filled with shocking headlines. But elsewhere, in a massive, echoing hall, the Academy's elite are buzzing, and it's not about grades. Suddenly, his pink-haired assistant bursts in, dropping a bombshell on Professor Ludger. Ludger, ever the strategist, eyes the newspaper, mulling over the chilling description of a killer, a monster, a beast. His assistant, looking grim, asks if he's caught up on the latest terrifying reports. 2 first-year students were attacked last night, and though they survived, the wounds were brutal. And the evidence? Clear as day. Vicious claw marks, undeniably from a monster. Ludger's face darkens with a chilling realization. The terrifying rumors of the past week are no longer just rumors, they're real. He's locked in, listening as his assistant drops the bombshell, victims in Lethelk. And just like that, the principal's here, and you know everyone's gotta keep it on the down low. Ludger's assistant spills the tea, revealing she's been on a secret mission for ages, and he just coolly replies, I see. Then, a soft creak. Followed by the sharp click of heels fading out, as a cloaked figure in crimson robes makes their exit from Ludger's sight. Meet the mysterious assailant, the new threat in town, looking all deep and dangerous. And she drops another bomb. Just last night, 2 more victims got seriously messed up. No one knows who's behind it, but witnesses are all saying the same thing. It's a werewolf, a cryptid, causing all this chaos. A subordinate, shaking in his boots, blurts out, no way, Your Grace, that's impossible. He knows this is serious. The tension is palpable as Professor Hugo Burda, with her striking white hair, locks eyes with her counterpart, challenging him to speak his mind. Soren, a man of authority, stands his ground, his thoughts on the critical situation unfolding in his domain, a place under the formidable protection of the Baxillian Empire. Werewolves in Soren. He can't even fathom it, utterly dismissing the notion as preposterous. Hugo just stares him down, expecting more than just disbelief. But Ludger's assistant cuts in, pointing out the undeniable fact of 2 victims already. He heard her loud and clear, and that's exactly why he's convinced it's a werewolf. Hugo then drops a bombshell, demanding to know if both victims are from noble families. But Soren has his own theory. The culprit is a student from Soren, and not just any student, a commoner. Principal Soren is absolutely stunned, her face a picture of pure disbelief. But the blue-haired man isn't backing down, he's straight up asking if a commoner student was behind all this chaos. He's not holding back, laying out the facts. Why were only the rich kids there? And yeah, a werewolf actually attacked Soren. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish, chilling with Hansen, is totally unimpressed. He's like, nah, it's way more likely someone just faked being a werewolf. Arms crossed, a deep frown on his face, you can practically see the gears turning in his head as he analyzes everything. The blue-haired man is absolutely fuming, confessing his massive screw-up with the Black Dawn Guild. He can't even fathom why these factions are tearing each other apart instead of teaming up. Principal Soren is all ears, her face now super serious and deep in thought. The ultimate question looms large, shaking the very foundations of the continent's top academy. Is Soren truly the best, or is something darker at play? A dismissive humph from Ludger Cherish, his gloved hand casually resting on his epic coat, already deep in thought. His fingers twitch, just a little, showing his brain is already in overdrive. And then, his eye ignites. A piercing electric blue glow reveals his heightened senses, seeing beyond the surface. Cool, calm and collected, a smirk plays on his face, his glasses glinting as he surveys the scene, always one step ahead. A tiny, high-tech beetle device clicks in his hand, its gears spinning with secret information. Next, he scrutinizes a crumpled note, every faded word a potential game-changer. The intel drops a bombshell, 3 rogue experiments are on the loose, and it's a kill-on-sight order if they can't be captured alive. The pressure is on, because if these experiments are ever caught, it's game over for his secret identity. A quiet click, then a deep sigh from Ludger, the gravity of the situation hitting hard as he realizes the true danger. Ludger Cherish is absolutely reeling, a silent scream tearing through his mind. Seriously, why is this happening to me? He lets out a quiet humph, as the gravity of the situation sinks in. His assistant, clearly worried, asks if he's okay, but he just brushes her off. It's nothing. He stares out the window, mind racing, realizing the Black Dawn Society is involved, and the chilling implication that the principal might be in serious trouble. A grim expression hardens his face, as he coldly contemplates their potential demise. A dark, menacing energy flares around him, his mind fixated on one terrifying thought: my identity is on the line. His hand tightens into a fist, a fierce resolve igniting in his eyes. I can't just stand by. I have to move. With his secret identity on the line, Ludger knew one wrong move meant total game over. He kept chatting with Professor Burda, giving props for her skills, but she wasn't having it, telling him to get his job done. Ludger confirmed he'd set up the principal's meeting, then dropped a bombshell, warned students about late nights, even bribed them with extra credit. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure with flowing white hair and dark robes stood deep in thought, dropping the ultimate reveal: "This is an order from me, the principal." Back at the office, Ludger wrapped things up, and Professor Burda gave a nod, signaling the meeting was a go. Like a deal sealed, coins rained down. Outside, the principal stared up at a building, a silent challenge in her eyes. Then, a sudden sound made her flinch. And with a powerful voice, she commanded, "Stop hiding. Come out." Still locked on her target, a silent determination etched on her face, she presses onward. The academy fades into the background as she strides forward, a lone figure against the grand architecture. Surrounded by a mysterious radiance, she glides through the light, an aura of power trailing behind her. Each step precise and measured, she navigates the gnarled routes, her focus unwavering. But elsewhere, Professor Hugo Burda is stunned, her mind racing as she realizes, no way. She's here as a student. This is the girl who ambushed me earlier. Just then, the blue-haired man steps into view, his intense gaze locking onto her. He confronts her directly, demanding to know what's going on. With a subtle sigh, he pivots, leaving her to wonder about his true intentions. She casually asks if he's into coffee. While they're chilling inside a super aesthetic cafe, the kind with a fancy exterior that just screams main character energy. Their coffee cups are just sitting there, totally ignored. Suddenly, the blue-haired guy just cuts straight to the chase, dropping the bomb. "What's your name?" Professor Hugo Burda, totally blindsided, tries to play it cool with a smirk about being a secret-keeping pro. But he's not having it, laying down the law that without a proper intro, "Seriously, what's your real name?" Her foot starts doing a nervous little jig under the table as she awkwardly blurts out, that is my real name." His eyes narrow, a serious vibe hitting as he challenges her, "So, it's not a fake identity, then?" Totally flustered, she avoids eye contact, trying to spin a story about her parents just giving her the name because they had no clue, then just kinda, trails off. He stands up with a soft thud, turning to bounce, but not before dropping a final warning: he can't just leave a gold-blooded student hanging, so as long as she keeps her nose clean, it's all good. Ludger Cherish, with an intense gaze, lays down the law: "For now, you need to change how you address me. No more, first order." His words hit Professor Hugo Burda like a shockwave, her hand visibly trembling as she reaches for her teacup, a stunned, "How can I be so profane," escaping her lips. Flustered but resigned, she asks if he's claiming her as one of his people, then quickly concedes with a sharp, "Understood." Shaking off her surprise, she pivots the conversation: "All right, back to business. What's the current situation?" Ludger's hand rests calmly on the table as he drops a bombshell: "A recent werewolf incident just rocked our affiliated organization." A sudden, jarring crash echoes, snapping Hugo Burda's focus. She rapidly explains the chaos: "There was a cryptid experiment at the shampoo school, a rogue research group messing with illegal creatures. One of their escaped subjects ripped through a dimensional rift right into our school, and countless students became victims. I don't have all the details, but those experimental subjects are now on the loose." Ludger's golden eyes narrow, confirming the grim reality: "And one of those experiment subjects tore through a rift into our school, and many students were also victims." His piercing stare underscores the sheer danger of the unfolding crisis. He just stares as the professor in front of him totally fumbles, apologizing for talking too much, then immediately trying to backtrack. But then she spills the tea, saying she talks a ton because no one gets her, and oh yeah, Ludger was looking for her, so here she is. What she didn't realize was that she'd actually lent her name to Victor Dreadful, a big shot from the First Order, all on his command. But now, she's totally regretting it, wishing she'd known what would happen just by lending her name, and kicking herself for not seeing Victor Dreadful for who he really was. Ludger, though, is all business, declaring that since things blew up, they need to wipe out them ASAP, and yeah, there are a lot of them. That totally throws her for a loop, and she just lets out a shocked, "Pardon?" She snaps back to reality, apologizing again and demanding to know exactly when this is going down. Turns out, just 2 days ago, one of those targets got snagged in Levavelk, and get this, it was exactly what Ludger expected from the professor. Ludger then lays into her, demanding to know why anyone would think they could sneak into her crew without anyone else knowing they were a spy. Professor Hugo Burda is hit with a sudden realization, a silent plea escaping her lips as the truth dawns on her. Is someone getting iced out? Could it be because they're an aristocrat? No way, that's just not how things work. This whole mess, with its shadowy undertones, is definitely not something the aristocrats would be happy about. Their perfect world is cracking. Someone's about to get played and tossed aside, a chilling echo of the fissure she saw in Gwen not long ago. A crack in the aristocratic facade. She never saw it coming, but now it's staring her right in the face. But maybe, just maybe, this whole disaster is her chance to finally get through to Sedina. Ludger cuts straight to the chase, his voice sharp. He demands to know if they were behind the Leave of Elk monster incident and its cover-up, and if Soren was truly in the dark. Hugo confirms it, her expression tight, but points out it's only been a few days since the whole thing went down. Ludger turns, absorbing her words, then drops a bombshell, calling her Sedina Roschin and hinting at a future encounter. Ludger makes his exit, but not before a student nervously confirms, yes. Professor Ludger. With a sly smirk, he throws a quick glance back, his true thoughts hidden. Elsewhere, Hugo Burda, cool as ever, responds, I heard you, it's all good. Next time, same deal. Ludger's steps fade out, leaving the scene. Hugo lets out a quiet sigh, her eyes dropping as she replays the whole thing. Just her and her thoughts, the weight of the conversation settling in. By the window, she catches a glimpse of Ludger's retreating form, the light glinting off the pane. Clutching her ear, a stunned expression takes over as she mutters, what? Was that just now? Her eyes snap open, a chilling thought hitting her as she breathes, magic. Professor Hugo Burda is absolutely floored, her mind blown by the recent bombshell. She's left standing there, totally bewildered, trying to piece together what just went down. In a packed classroom, Ludger Cherish just stands there, silent at the front, leaving all the students buzzing with confusion. Meanwhile, Principal Soren, ever the watchful eye, takes it all in with a deep, contemplative gaze. But then, a flashback hits, a mind-blowing spell seen through a cafe window, clearly the work of a powerful shaman. Out in the cosmic void, the blue-haired man reveals his secret, humans can't see the true magic colors, but he can. He's left wondering, why on earth would someone use such power? The mystery deepens, leaving us all to wonder what intense conversation went down. Back in the classroom, Ludger's assistant steps up, dropping the news that today's lesson is officially over. And she's not holding back, laying down the law, no weird rumors, or you're getting hit with penalty points. Class is in session, but one student is clearly more interested in gossip, whispering to her friend, yo, heard about the werewolf story? Seriously, aren't you hyped? What if we actually caught it? But hold up, the blue-haired man is having a whole internal crisis, replaying that wild conversation, if you're not a shaman, you can't see magic's true colors. He's totally calling BS on that, because he sees them clear as day. So if the professor can too, what in the world does that even mean? Cutting back to the students, the dark-haired one pushes her friend, Aiden, spill it, what's your take? Aiden, though, is all about playing it safe, shutting her down with, the werewolf story. Nah, we'll get penalty points if we get busted. Better to just chill and avoid trouble. She just rolls her eyes, already knowing what he'd say, ugh, yeah. Knew you'd be a buzzkill. And seriously, with these werewolf rumors swirling, Aiden knew he had to be extra careful, especially with the professor in the mix, so no way was he getting caught up in that drama. Then, out of nowhere, a loud "Kwang" rips through the air, making the dark-haired student jump out of her skin. But Aiden just grins, totally unfazed, and casually drops a, yo, Tessie. Good morning. Tessie, utterly confused by his chill attitude after that jump scare, just stares, like, what do you mean, good morning? With an intense gaze, Principal Soren lays down the challenge, demanding to know why he's been holding back his real power. A flashback hits him, a fiery clash with Professor Ludger Cherish, who dropped a bombshell, asking if he was a shaman and warning him to embrace it or be consumed. He'd fired back, this isn't even a real fight. How can you even tell if I'm a shaman? But now, in the present, Soren is ready to throw down, announcing they'll fight for real, no holding back, full power unleashed. The blue-haired man is stunned, barely able to whisper, I don't think that's even possible. Soren demands, why, then drops the bombshell, a werewolf is tearing up the academy, and he needs to be at full strength, no excuses. He's utterly floored, but Soren just smirks, taunting, what, are you scared to fight? Walking side by side, he's clearly processing everything she just said. He finally gives in, grudgingly agreeing, fine, let's just go with that. But Soren isn't done, retorting that if a full-on battle is impossible, then they'll just have to find another way. Principal Soren, with her fiery red hair, drops a bombshell challenge, and Leo, the blue-haired enigma, can only wonder what kind of wild scheme she's cooking up now. Soren lays it all out, first one to bag the werewolf wins, and demands his answer. Leo, after a beat, just sighs and says, yeah, we'll do it, sealing his fate in this insane competition. Then, it dawns on Leo, a shockwave hitting him, and he blurts out, Leo. Who would you? A name he clearly recognizes with a jolt. Soren just gives a guys, look, clearly over it, but the sharp-eyed man next to Leo isn't holding back, telling him straight up, it's you who should not cry if you lose. Soren makes her exit, leaving the tension hanging, and the dark-haired man immediately turns to Leo, demanding, Leo, why did you say such a thing? His companion clarifies, the reference was to the principal among the professors here, making it clear that it seems like things are getting serious with Soren herself involved. The dark-haired man presses on, She wouldn't do such a reckless thing on her own, unless she's completely lost her mind. Leo hums in thought, and his friend drops a name, to be honest, if it's Tessie, she would do that, implying Tessie's a total wild card. Leo's jaw practically drops, as he shouts, no way, clearly shocked by the idea of Tessie's potential involvement. Leo's got questions, and the dark-haired guy is still dropping bombshells. The other guy's mind is racing, a sudden panic hitting him, like, wait, Tessie's here? And she's going to the dorms. He's not just guessing, he knows Tessie's a wild card, and that recklessness is about to cause some serious drama. But Tessie. She's just striding along, totally oblivious, like she's got no idea she's the main topic of a worried conversation. Then, bam. Both Leo and the other guy are hit with a sudden, terrifying realization, their faces screaming, big trouble. The dark-haired guy's practically gripping his own shirt, totally freaking out, as the gravity of whatever just happened hits him hard. Boom. A massive shockwave just ripped through the night, making the air itself crackle with raw energy around those jagged peaks. And as the echoes of that blast fade, Leo is just walking away, his footsteps the only sound on that empty street. He's got this super serious look on his face, because he knows everyone is counting on him now. And that massive responsibility is exactly why he can't back down. But then, this older dude with a serious stach corners Leo, demanding to know if he's really gonna side with the disgraced students. Leo just hits back, saying he's only trying to be realistic. The old man just scoffs, like, isn't that a good thing? But inside, he's thinking Leo was just itching to hand over some fallen noble. Then, a quick flashback or thought hits, showing some old deal to help a family financially, even though they were about to back Principal Soren. Then a sudden, what, rips through the air, followed by the brutal truth, there are no commoners, only the royal family. But Leo stands tall against all that rigid social nonsense, declaring he's got zero intention of ever bowing to that principal. Caught in a seriously tense moment, he's getting a major dressing down from an older professor, whose face is just pure disapproval. But before the older guy can even finish, he cuts him off, shouting, yo, Professor Ludger. But the older professor isn't having any of it, still laser-focused on the blue-haired student, his tone dripping with annoyance, look, if you're gonna keep breaking rules, I'll just have to go on patrol. Seriously, I've got better things to do than deal with your nonsense. He just takes it all in, his face giving absolutely nothing away. He and a bunch of other students are still stuck in the water, with both Professor Ludger and the other professor just staring down at them. Then Tessie, looking totally fed up, snaps, seriously, are you deaf? Get back to the dorm, now. The older professor, still fuming, brushes off the blue-haired student's attempt to speak, look, professor, it's not like that. Everyone here gets 5 penalty points. Period. But Ludger Cherish, ever the strategist, steps in with a more practical solution, I already knew about this, professor, but I didn't expect it to cause this much trouble. Just hit them with penalty points or threaten them, it's simple. Stuck in the water, the blue-haired student can only think one thing about this whole mess, this is just going to make everything worse. A shadowy figure, eyes absolutely blazing, reaches out, making a chilling declaration to stop whatever's coming. Way up, thousands of feet above Garena, the night sky is just endless. And down below, the massive city of Garena just sits there, silent under the stars. Deep inside a massive water pipe, Principal Soren steps out, her glowing staff cutting through the dark, damp tunnel. She's remembering Serena's report, confirming the werewolf definitely came in through this sewer. Her eyes narrow, realizing this is the only water pipe big enough for a werewolf. And with a slight frown, she figures out no one else has come down here yet. Principal Soren keeps going, alone, her staff's light cutting through the darkness. Then she spots them, clear werewolf footprints on the ground. But wait, there are 2 sets. Down in the grimy sewer, Principal Soren is on the case, meticulously checking out these gnarly tracks. One big, one small, both heading the same way, what's the deal? She's hoping these tracks stay together, but deep down, she knows that's probably not gonna happen. Splashing through the sewer, Soren keeps her eyes peeled, tracking every single print. Just as she suspected, the tracks split. Now she's got 2 separate trails to worry about. No time to waste, she's moving out, every step a crunch of determination. She busts out of the pipe and sees the bigger werewolf's tracks heading straight for the school. That means it's the most dangerous one right now, probably looking for a snack. Her face tightens, realizing someone could already be in serious trouble. Ludger Cherish's eyes snap open, a blood-curdling scream blasting through his phone. And he's already moving, a total blur. No time to track footprints, he's gotta go straight for the source. With pure determination, he's bolting towards the sound, no hesitation. He's tearing towards a building, and there it is, a shadowy werewolf, right at the entrance. Meanwhile, Professor Hugo Burda and a colleague are watching the whole thing go down, a silent, worried glance passing between them. But back at the action, Ludger's hand is already blazing with a fierce orange glow, unleashing a devastating, raw energy blast. Power absolutely exploding around him as he goes all in. The shadowy werewolf goes for the kill, red eyes blazing, claws out, and a snarl that'll chill you to the bone. But bam! A blinding flash of pure magic explodes, sending shockwaves everywhere, and even the blonde professor and a mysterious dark-haired guy get knocked back by the sheer power. The monster gets absolutely rocked, sent flying backward in a dizzying blur. After the chaos, under a massive full moon, the blonde professor, the white-haired principal, and the dark-haired dude all look up, their eyes locked on a mysterious figure chilling on a rooftop. The blonde professor gasps, totally shocked alongside the white-haired principal as they take in the situation. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man, Elendil von Exilian, is just staring down with this super intense, no-nonsense look. Both women immediately snap to attention, nervously agreeing with a "why yes," and a more respectful "yes, professor." Elendil, still stone-faced, lays down the law to both of them. Then, zap. Electricity crackles around the blonde professor and the white-haired principal, as Elendil drops the hammer, receive 5 penalty points. Hold up. A sudden, sharp voice just dropped, demanding everyone's attention. Principal Soren is not holding back, confronting Professor Elendil with a fierce glare, demanding to know why he didn't keep the students safe. Elendil's caught off guard, trying to explain he was sending students back, but Soren shuts him down, saying his words are empty if he can't even protect himself. Soren's stare is intense, and you can practically feel the disappointment radiating off her. Then, she drops the hammer. He's got to make up for the students' penalty points, a direct order to own up to it. Elendil can only look away, a clear sign of defeat, as he accepts the principal's ruling. Cut to Tessie, the student in question, looking totally bummed out, muttering about how she just fell asleep. Finally, she offers a meek apology, admitting her screw-up to both the principal and the professor. Just as Tessie finishes her apology, the vibe in the room takes a hard left turn, making Principal Soren snap her head up with a sharp, huh? The whole place feels different, and she can't help but question, what's with this sudden shift in the atmosphere? Soren wastes no time, turning to Elendil and laying down the law. Elendil, get Ludger to the lab, and 80% of your penalty points. Gone. Just like that. Elendil's jaw practically hits the floor. Wait, really? Soren just smirks. You're missing the point, Professor. This is a reward for his penalty points. That's all Elendil needs to hear. He practically drags Ludger, shouting, let's go, Junior Professor. A guttural growl rips through the shadowy depths as Elendil bolts ahead, Ludger hot on his heels, yelling, Professor. Over there. Ludger, already locked on, coolly responds, I know. Elendil's eyes narrow, a fierce determination etched on his face as they press on. When out of nowhere, a monstrous, wolf-like beast with eyes that burn like embers bursts into view, unleashing a terrifying, "Quo." But just as they're about to strike, the beast pivots and bolts, leaving Elendil to shout, ah. It's running away. He's barking orders, telling everyone to get to safety. While this massive, wolf-like beast just drops from the sky. But hold up. Before that thing even hits the ground, Elendil is already up on a rooftop, going head-to-head with some shadowy, cloaked figure. He's putting everything into it, grappling with this mysterious foe, sparks flying. But this shadowy opponent is just too powerful, straight up tossing him off the building. Down below, Ludger sees the professor falling, and it hits him. This isn't just some street brawl. This is magic. And without even thinking, he just launches himself into the air, a subtle glow around him as he rockets towards the roof. Ludger sticks the landing on the parapet, ready to face off against this mysterious attacker. While Elendil is still falling, and the shadowy figure just stands there, unmoving, a dark silhouette against the night. He's moving at light speed, leaving a literal trail of electric blue power behind him. And then bam! He unleashes this insane, sweeping attack. The magic just explodes with raw power, leaving a shimmering afterimage as he keeps up the pressure. And just like that, Ludger is standing over a defeated monster. Before he's gone in a flash. Ludger Cherish is absolutely glowing, charging up some serious magic for a devastating strike. That monstrous wolf beast is diving in, but he's already gone, a blue-streaked blur of pure speed. Then, bam! A supercharged kick, glowing with blue mana, lands with an insane explosion. He's just a blur, a lightning-fast streak. Moving too fast for anyone to even track. Meanwhile, Principal Soren and another woman are watching this whole thing go down, and Soren can't help but ask, is that how a wizard battles? The monster is getting absolutely rocked, black particles exploding off it, stumbling back from the sheer power. The professor keeps up the pressure, a blue energy whirlwind, every move a calculated, deadly strike. Then, with one last blinding flash, the wolf beast gets absolutely clocked right in its snarling face. He lands a devastating, blue energy-fueled kick, sending the monstrous wolf flying back from the sheer force. But he's not done yet. His hands ignite with crackling blue energy, charging up for the next brutal attack. Then, a blur. He vanishes, leaving only a shimmering trail of blue light as he closes the distance. But this beast is tough. It lets out a primal roar, its eyes flaring with an angry, red glow. A quick breath, he's feeling the burn from this intense fight. He knows it, these high-level spells are draining his mana fast. He's got to wrap this up fast, especially with students around, and take down this monster before anyone else sees too much. Then, a lightning-fast move, he lands another brutal hit at close range. But wait, what? The monster is still moving, still fighting, even after all that. Even after taking a hit, this monster is still standing, its massive arm flexing with raw power. Ludger's eyes blaze with an electric blue, locking onto the beast as he calculates his next move. The creature snarls, a primal roar tearing through the air, refusing to back down. Ludger can't believe what he's seeing, a single, stunned word escaping him, impossible. His mind races, questioning if this is truly a werewolf, and if it's smart enough to actually use tools. The monster unleashes another earth-shattering roar, its fury absolutely relentless. But Ludger isn't holding back, unleashing a colossal wave of blue energy that absolutely detonates around the beast. A sharp, slicing sound rips through the aftermath. And then, only the quiet fall of debris remains. This isn't just any monster, it's a werewolf that uses tools, completely shattering everything he thought he knew. I mean, for a creature that's fundamentally a wolf. Its cunning is just next level. No way it's thinking like a human opponent, he thinks, questioning if these things are even real werewolves. But elsewhere, a frantic shout cuts through the darkness, as Tessie screams out, her voice absolutely desperate. Her face is pure panic as she yells again, and Aiden, looking worried, asks if they should just throw in the towel. Tessie explains they can't find the professor and are just waiting, convinced the professor will just show up eventually. Then, with a hint of guilt in her voice, she admits it's their fault for not backing out of the bet. Aiden, looking super stressed, can't help but wonder if Tessie is actually going to follow through with this crazy scheme. And he's pretty sure, she's totally going for it. But the pressure is getting to him, and he just snaps, muttering that he gets it already. He tries to set a limit, saying they'll search for just 30 more minutes, but if she's still missing, they're bailing. They keep pushing through the creepy forest, Aiden on high alert, while Tessie is clearly deep in her own head. But then, a terrifying vibe hits them, and Aiden's like, wait, is that thing getting closer? No time to think, they just bolt, their feet hitting the ground in a frantic dash. Aiden risks a look back, and there it is, a terrifying monster with glowing red eyes, closing in fast, and it's not letting up. And then, the monster is right there, towering over Tessie, who lets out a blood-curdling scream as she's trapped. Just as she's about to face the unknown, a familiar, utterly annoying voice cuts through the tension. She can't believe her eyes, demanding to know why he's even back. With a smug grin, he drops the bombshell, he heard her scream. But she's having none of it, absolutely furious. He just brushes off her outrage, telling her to just follow him. The suspense builds as their footsteps crunch through the forest, drawing them closer to the mysterious rustling in the bushes. She peeks into the darkness, and her jaw drops, a werewolf. But hold up. The leaves part, and her terror instantly flips to total confusion, it's just a tiny pup. And just like that, Aiden's got the little furball, gloating about winning their bet, while Tessie is absolutely fuming, claiming she should have been the one to catch it. Aiden's still processing the pup situation when Tessie, clearly over it, is ready to bounce. Over with the professors, Principal Soren drops some serious intel on Elendil. The pup isn't just chilling, it's hurt and stuck in the leaves. Elendil, ever the cool one, just shrugs it off like it's no big deal. But Soren's not so chill, her face etched with worry as she questions how a weak, sick pup could even make it out here alone. Meanwhile, Aiden's spidey senses are tingling, asking Tessie if there's another monster lurking around, but she's convinced someone lent the pup a helping paw. Ludger Cherish's eyes, sharp as ever, slowly blink, catching the glint of magic in the air, he's definitely noticing something. Then, a hand cuts through the glowing leaves, revealing a hidden secret as its owner wonders aloud, what's that? And just like that, the professors, Elendil, Soren, and Ludger Cherish, are all staring down a massive, beast-like creature, its red eyes burning through the shadows. Suddenly, a terrifying growl rips through the air, signaling something truly monstrous is about to appear. The growl gets louder, and then, a horrifying mouth full of jagged teeth bursts into view. Aiden can only stare, his eyes practically popping out, as this nightmare creature finally shows itself. Then, a frantic shout cuts through the chaos, screaming his name. But before anyone can even blink, the monster attacks, slamming its giant claw right into Tessie. She's sent absolutely soaring, a cry of pain ripped from her. And just like that, Aiden is falling into a terrifying abyss, screaming Leo, as he plunges down. Tessie, battered and bruised on the floor, finally puts it together, this thing, this monster, it's a real werewolf. Still reeling from the brutal assault, she fights to regain her composure, knowing deep down she has to face this monstrous threat. But the beast, its eye blazing with an unholy fire, is driven by a singular, terrifying purpose, to restore its family. It strikes with a devastating, earth-shattering blow. Only for a mysterious figure in academic robes to suddenly appear, diving in front of her to intercept the attack. Tessie is absolutely stunned, her eyes wide with shock at the unexpected rescue. As the newcomer unleashes a burst of raw, glowing power, sending the creature recoiling with a furious roar. He immediately checks on her, asking if she's okay, but all she can manage is a bewildered question about who he even is. Yet, her fighting spirit ignites once more, a fierce resolve burning as she declares she won't just stand there while her friend is in mortal danger. But the nightmare isn't over. The beast lets out another terrifying, guttural roar, towering over them, ready to strike again. Tessie's worried, she knows the kid's in deep trouble, but Ludger? He's just silently processing, his mind a total mystery. Then he snaps his head around, a razor-sharp question in his voice, demanding to know if he's right, utterly baffled how this creature could have possibly grasped what he said. The beast lets out a guttural snarl, those glowing red eyes locked on them, but then, shockingly, it promises no harm will come to their kid. This colossal beast just towers over them, a booming rumble shaking the ground, its shadow swallowing them whole as it gets ready to strike. Then, with a sickening shink, the monster drops into a low crouch, a deep, menacing growl vibrating from its core. Ludger eyes Aiden, who's totally out cold, and figures the beast just went berserk earlier all because of the pup, calling the whole thing super weird. But he's not buying it, warning that they have no idea when this thing will truly reveal its dark side, and in his head, he's telling Leo and Tessie that his harsh truth might just be too much for them. Yet, clutching a mysterious, glowing red orb, he desperately begs them to trust him, just for a moment. The beast lets out another fierce whoosh, fangs flashing, and then, unbelievably, it repeats its promise, I won't hurt you. Ludger, clutching that mysterious vial, is deep in thought, trying to decipher the beast's intentions. Is this kid really sick, or is it all just a massive deception he's forced to buy into? But before he can process it, the unnamed beast's monstrous, clawed hand shoots out, closing the distance in an instant, a chillingly swift move. Those terrifying claws pause, just inches from the vial he's holding, the tension absolutely suffocating. Then, a brutal impact slams into Ludger, stealing his breath, his entire body jolting from the sheer force. The beast explodes into a full-blown attack, its form morphing into something truly terrifying, a blinding, furious aura erupting around it as it closes in. A brutal hit lands, shattering his guard, and Ludger screams as blood explodes from the impact. The beast unleashes another devastating energy blast, the sheer power of it absolutely crushing. The beast unleashes a primal, earth-shattering roar, its golden aura exploding as it goes for the kill. Its eyes burn with an infernal red glow, and the sheer, unbridled power radiating from it warps reality itself. Walking through the shadows, a name rings out, Tessie's voice cuts through the night. He finds her and another student captivated by a massive, glowing, ornate artifact, its complex design pulsing with energy, a mysterious, teapot-like contraption radiating an otherworldly light. With a serious face, he steps up, and immediately asks what they're doing. The students, now with Aiden and Elendil, are totally shocked by his arrival, especially with this, Singularity 016, going down. Tessie can barely get out Professor Ludger's name. Totally flustered, Tessie can't even explain herself, while Aiden and Elendil are just watching the chaos unfold. But Ludger isn't having it, telling them he'll get the full story later, and commands them to back off, which they grudgingly accept. With his hand already glowing, ready to unleash his power, Aiden desperately reaches out, begging him to hold on. He's totally brushing off their words, thinking it's just some werewolf nonsense that couldn't possibly break through his defenses. But then, one of the students, Aiden, cuts through his thoughts, begging him to just chill for a second and asking what kind of crazy talk he's even spouting. But with a cool, dismissive look, Ludger just shuts him down, saying it's definitely not nonsense. He keeps going, his voice totally serious, implying they just don't get it. His eyes lock in with pure determination, showing he's absolutely going to do this. And then, his hand starts to glow with this insane, ethereal light, sparkling particles just exploding around his fingers. Aiden sees it, his face totally freaking out, knowing the professor is about to go full power. But before Ludger can even finish powering up, Aiden dives in, grabbing his arm with a desperate shout. That sudden grab makes Ludger whip his head around, his face going from intense focus to pure shock and annoyance. Ludger's power is about to go off, but then, with a massive kwang, Aiden's got him locked down, stopping the professor's magic cold. Flames and sparks are flying everywhere, but Aiden isn't backing down, even as Ludger's hand pulses with insane energy. Ludger's absolutely fuming, telling Aiden he's gonna pay for this stunt tomorrow. The magical energy is still going wild, and neither of them is giving an inch. Finally, with a cold command, Ludger tells him to get back to the dorm. Cut to the common room, where Aiden, Tessie, and another student are huddled together, with Ludger still looming over them, making the atmosphere super tense. The unnamed student is freaking out, exclaiming they're totally screwed and can't believe they got busted by Professor Ludger. He and Tessie, plus their white-haired friend, are totally busted. A voice booms, "I only hoped I could get a little flavor of the trouble you guys made. Kids." Ludger's just watching, a sly smirk creeping onto his face. He knows what's up. And that voice just keeps on going. The white-haired student glances up, as the voice presses on, "You guys have united and made a mess, right?" Aiden, Tessie, and their buddy are totally freaking out, gasping, "The principal. This is not good." That commanding voice just tells them to sit down, and they do, looking absolutely terrified. The white-haired student is thinking, "Whoa, the principal, Elendil, is actually here. This is huge trouble." And it hits them, this isn't just a slap on the wrist, they're in for some serious consequences. The principal's voice just cuts through the tension, demanding to know why they think they're there, then dropping the bomb, "It doesn't matter if you were finally caught." Principal Elendil lays down the law, calling out their reckless complacency. One wrong move, and it would have been game over for someone. He's not done yet, pointing out that this isn't just some minor incident, and Professor Ludger better not get ahead of himself. Professor Ludger backs him up, making it clear this isn't just going to blow over. Elendil just smirks, asking if it really ended well, hinting he knows way more than he's letting on. But then, the principal turns his attention to Aiden, dropping the bombshell question, "Did you really jump in to save Tessie?" Aiden's completely flustered, trying to explain himself, but he knows he messed up big time. Elendil's smile gets even wider as he drops the hammer, 10 penalty points for everyone. He clarifies, saying he can't fault their crisis actions, but he's definitely not giving them any award points either. The principal's verdict just dropped, and the students are absolutely floored, one of them practically screaming in shock. Elendil, ever the diplomat, tells Ludger he'll go along with whatever the principal wants. The narrator chimes in about their future hard work, and the student is just overflowing with gratitude, shouting out a big "thank you." Elendil makes his exit, but Ludger just stops, a flicker of something in his eyes. Ludger's mind is clearly racing, a storm brewing behind those glasses. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cuts through the silence, asking if Professor Ludger is finally satisfied. Elendil, totally caught off guard, points out Ludger's sudden concern for the students, but Ludger quickly shuts that down, revealing he's actually sniffing out a potential new faction. Ludger just shrugs it off, but Elendil isn't letting it go, pushing him on whether the workforce seemed off at all. Elendil, after a moment, confirms his memory, nothing weird, nothing out of the ordinary. He just listens as Elendil brushes off his worries, declaring he'll keep looking good in the future, just like he always has. Elendil then drops this bombshell, he's thankful for Ludger's concern, but promises 0 deaths. But later, chilling in a quiet study, Ludger is totally lost in thought, that whole conversation just looping in his head. He looks up, a super serious look on his face. Then, a memory hits him, a flash of "at that time." He sees it, a huge, gray-furred beast, eyes blazing red, and its massive limbs just pulsing with a weird, sickly yellow glow. You can see the creature's lower half, swallowed by dark, gross stuff and faint red sparks. Ludger's face just gets darker as the memory plays on, that was obviously. He realizes, a human body that hadn't been. Still fuming from the principal's casual dismissal, Ludger's mind raced, flashing back to a dark memory. It wasn't just about creatures that had completely transformed into a werewolf yet. A cold dread washed over him as he remembered the truth, those guys didn't even need to be wolves based on their methods. The memory slammed into him, a dark, swirling vortex of pure horror, revealing how they caught human beings. A monstrous, fur-covered figure with glowing red eyes flashed in his mind. A chilling testament to the fact that they had simply turned them into werewolves. The horrifying vision dissolved, leaving a heavy, unsettling silence. No regrets, not a single one, about the path he chose. Because if he hadn't taken them out, he would have been the one in serious trouble. Plus, they were hurting people, and that's just a fact that won't ever change. That's why they ended up like this. Just like that. A glowing, fox-like beast flashes in his mind, a stark reminder of what was sacrificed or changed. Elendil von Exilian just stands there, deep in thought, his back to us, pondering everything. And in his gloved hand, he's holding this small, glowing orb, its wild patterns just radiating with soft, mysterious light. Still chilling with his back to us, the principal clutches that glowing orb, deep in thought, like he's about to drop some major request. Switching scenes, Ludger is totally mesmerized, peering out a window at the academy's insane, magical landscape. He's thinking, whoa, points instead of penalties. Is this for real? Seriously, is this even happening? Fast forward, and the principal is chilling with Aiden and Tessie, asking Aiden if his arm is okay. Aiden's like, I guess. Muttering about not getting enough sleep. Elendil presses him, any concerns, Aiden? But Aiden just brushes it off, nah, it's fine. And just when you thought things were normal, we get a glimpse of something wild, a strange leash wrapped around some creature's neck. The tension is palpable as a red-haired student hushes her friends, clearly on the verge of spilling some serious tea. The brown-haired student flashes back, revealing a past attempt to stop Professor Ludger. What could it have been? And the teal-haired student drops another bombshell, muttering about artificial beings. The brown-haired student confirms the whispers, revealing she'd heard strange rumors about suspicious individuals lurking in Soren. Sitting on a bench, the red-haired student can barely believe it, wondering if these wild tales are just fake news. But the teal-haired student isn't buying it, dropping a chilling anecdote about a werewolf in a human body. The brown-haired student struggles, clearly not wanting to badmouth Professor Ludger, but the dark rumors are getting to her. The red-haired student echoes the sentiment, not wanting to suspect him, but that weird look on his face at night. Unforgettable. And at that exact moment, Elendil's eyes blaze with an ominous green glow, his face a mask of dark intent. The tension is palpable as a voice drops a bombshell. Professor Ludger totally saw something big. Leading to the burning question, was Ludger trying to hide something? Tessie, still unsure, doubles down, she's convinced the professor saw something. Aiden's eye flares with conviction, arguing that a Soren professor would never hide something like this. But Elendil, shrouded in mystery, is left to ponder the chilling thought, what if it's all true? The real question hits hard, what if Professor Ludger is actually tied to these wild rumors? Later, Aiden turns to Tessie, dropping a reminder, remember what the principal said? And then, Principal Soren drops a bombshell on Elendil, Professor Ludger was in some serious trouble back in the day. Aiden's totally baffled by the Ludger rumors, like, why would he even do that? But a quick thought bubble reminds us that Professor Ludger actually had their backs, even if he didn't show it. Tessie just manages a soft, But back at the office, the principal's eyes are laser-focused, taking everything in. Aiden just can't let it go, demanding to know if they're seriously pointing fingers at Ludger. And Tessie's still stuck on, While Elendil, clearly over the drama, cuts in, look, now's not the time. I'm starving, let's just grab some food. Aiden's all for it, yeah, it's totally lunchtime, and the trio starts heading out. Tessie's caught off guard by the abrupt change in conversation. As Elendil awkwardly mutters about how weird it is to eat together. But Tessie just stares him down, hitting him with the ultimate question, aren't we already friends? She pauses, then finally gives in, declaring, alright, I guess I'll tag along with you guys. Aiden's face practically explodes with excitement, shouting, yeah. Good, as Tessie lets out a relieved, almost exasperated, sigh. Elsewhere, Principal Soren pores over a mountain of paperwork, a critical thought cutting through his focus, who exactly gathered all the intel I requested? Elendil's gaze sharpens, his mind racing over the grim details of the current missing people in Lethelk. He connects the dots, focusing on the areas where certain people gather. Elendil lays out the chilling truth, there are these huge figures, moving in and out of the abandoned factory nearby, totally on the down low. I'm almost positive that's where they are. Principal Soren, back in his opulent study, gives a firm nod of approval to the report. His eyes scan further, revealing the chilling detail, I had the report you sent me analyzed by the research department. And get this, a family of 3 was among the missing. The gravity of the situation hits, as he realizes, yeah. This was the only time an entire family vanished without a trace. He's locked in, laser-focused on the mission, knowing he has to move fast. Beneath the endless, star-studded canvas. The massive, derelict factory just sits there, brooding over the water. Ludger and Elendil are already on site, and Ludger's already feeling the pressure, thinking about how much more time this whole thing is gonna eat up. Elendil's guessing maybe 2 more days, tops, and Ludger's already fuming, demanding to know how those creeps even got out. Elendil, looking serious, clarifies it wasn't about mana, not really, but the sheer overwhelming numbers, once you saw that, there was no way out. Deep inside the shadowy, circular room, Ludger points out the kidnapped kid barely had any mana, yet they still managed to cause a massive scene. Elendil reiterates, it wasn't about mana, not really, but the sheer overwhelming numbers, once you saw that, there was no way out. Ludger puts it all together, figuring that's exactly why they made their move and bolted, all because of that missing kid. Their investigation pressed on, and Elendil couldn't help but think that some serious backup had been called in to clean up this mess. Then he just had to vent, seriously, that little punk made us go through all this, didn't he? And he wasn't holding back, absolutely. If I'd been there, things would have gone down way differently. His hand tightened, a subtle green energy pulsing from the ominous pipe ahead. A quick, knowing glance passed between him and Ludger as he stared into the abyss. Then, with a swift motion, he pulled out a mysterious device. They both leaned in, the green light flaring brighter as a faint thud reverberated from the depths. A deep thud, then a sharp metallic clang, echoed from the inky blackness. Elendel's gaze sharpened, fixed on the pipe's entrance, prepared for anything. A heavy boot hits the water, making a splash that cuts through the silence of this abandoned place. Every step is calculated, this figure isn't messing around. Wrapped in a dark, flowing cloak, hiding everything, Ludger steps out of the darkness, and you just know he means business. Under that hood, his piercing gaze sweeps the area, showing he's locked in and ready for anything. Then, a voice breaks the quiet, straight up asking, "You here yet?" Elendil checks out his buddy's new gear, totally calling him out for being all dressed up and ready to go. Ludger turns to Elendil, straight up asking if he's going solo, or if he needs backup. He weighs his options, thinking he could totally take out a couple of bad guys, but then he's like, "Nah, I got this solo." Then he asks the real question, "How many are we talking?" Elendil drops the bomb, telling him there are like 40 people, and they're about to bounce, so they better move fast or it's game over. Elendil is pumped, demanding to know more about this glowing power Ludger's got, already strategizing how it could be a game changer, a shield, or even a devastating gun. He keeps going, laying out the landscape of weak system users and TRC wizards, then drops the bombshell. Ludger could literally crawl through the sewers with his power, but still, he's gotta watch his back. Ludger just gives a casual nod, taking it all in. Then, Elendil pivots hard, asking about that one family he was so fond of, zeroing in on the kid. He needs to know, just how old was this kid? Ludger, caught off guard, echoes back, "The kid, you said?" Then, the answer drops, 7 years old. Elendil processes the information, a somber realization that he was just a little kid, muttering, 7 years old, huh? Ludger's only reply, "I see." A chilling hum echoes as a mysterious cloaked figure materializes in a shadowy, arched corridor. Their presence a silent, deadly promise. Then, a blood-curdling scream rips through the silence, as a victim desperately cries out, "Who are you?" His desperate pleas for help pierce the gloom, but no one answers his dying cries. A blonde figure collapses, blood staining the stone, their weapon uselessly cast aside. The ominous hum persists as the full horror unfolds, a massacre of bodies littering the cold, unforgiving ground. The cloaked assailant looms over the carnage, a silent, terrifying monument to their brutal efficiency. But wait, as the assailant takes in their handiwork, a tiny, glowing insectoid darts away from the scene, a silent witness escaping the chaos. Its massive, compound eye glints with an eerie glow, leaving behind a lingering, unsettling buzz. A chilling, high-pitched buzz cuts through the silence, it's that glowing insect, back from the last brutal scene. But elsewhere, in some shadowy, high-tech lair, two shadowy figures, one in a slick suit, the other in a lab coat, are deep in a tense discussion. Close by, a mysterious figure with a killer jawline and a unique ear cuff is just soaking it all in, his face giving absolutely nothing away. He lets out a soft, a dangerous glint in his obscured eyes, because it looks like there's a rat lurking in the shadows. The lab coat guy is freaking out, asking if it's security, but the suit just barks orders, "Stop everything and get people out there, now." But the mastermind, with that glowing insect chilling on his finger, just shrugs off their panic, coolly stating, "Well, if that's the case, it's actually a good thing." He's already thinking steps ahead, realizing that if this rat gets caught, it just means nobody's gonna give a damn about them. A truly sinister grin stretches across his face, his eyes hidden behind those dark shades, the glowing bug still chilling on his finger like it's no big deal. And just to seal the deal on his pure evil, his last thought is a cold, hard question: who cares if he dies, right? Suddenly, it's a full-on firefight. Guns blazing, these guys are not holding back, unleashing a storm of bullets. The blonde leader, cool as ice, lines up his shot, his pistol roaring as he joins the assault. But hold up. Before those bullets even get close, a cloaked figure unleashes a blinding, explosive burst of magic, creating an impenetrable shield of pure light. The blonde leader is absolutely stunned, muttering in shock as he realizes they're up against a full-blown wizard. Thinking fast, he shouts to his crew, telling them guns are useless and it's time to go old school with blades. Ludger Cherish, the cloaked mage, doesn't even flinch, just stands there, a dark, powerful presence, waiting for them to make their next mistake. But as the blonde charges, Ludger's magic hits hard, completely nullifying their weapons, and the guy just explodes in pure rage, realizing he's totally outmatched. And another one of the goons just freezes, his jaw dropping as he witnesses the sheer, unstoppable power of the wizard. Ludger Cherish, cloaked and ready, is absolutely radiating power, his eyes burning with an intense blue glow as a magical orb pulses in his hand. But the attackers are absolutely stunned, one of them can barely choke out, "And no way." As their guns just stop working. Even their ammo is getting wiped out, someone yells, "Mana bullets." But one of the attackers isn't giving up, stomping forward with a golden boot, yelling, "Get away. I'm stepping up." Another attacker is hyped, totally convinced this new plan will work, thinking, doesn't matter how strong he is, one hit from this, and he's done for. This new weapon, a massive mechanical gauntlet, is absolutely sparking with blue lightning, powering up for a devastating attack. Then, with a maniacal laugh, the attacker unleashes a massive, blue energy blast, screaming, "Wahahahaha. How does it taste?" His eyes snap open, locked onto the incoming energy blast, ready for anything. The armored assailant unleashes a devastating, crackling blue electrical blast from his mechanical gauntlet, going for the kill shot on Ludger. The gauntlet wielder, totally confident, taunts, asking how much high-voltage shock Ludger can even handle. But instead of getting fried, Ludger just pulls the raw electrical energy right into himself, absorbing the whole damn blast. He lets out a quick grunt as the insane power surges through him, just a tiny flicker of discomfort. Then, Ludger becomes a living battery, his entire body glowing with the absorbed electricity, and he's about to unleash hell. Suddenly, the armored assailant gets absolutely wrecked by an unseen counterforce, screaming in agony as the tables flip, his own power just got sent right back at him. He's violently thrown backward by the sheer force, completely losing it. Ludger, now totally in charge, decides he needs to wrap this up fast before things get even crazier. He's barely holding it together, a desperate gasp tearing through him as Ludger's power just keeps hitting. But before he can even think, another blast, a concentrated orb of pure energy, slams right into him. His head snaps back, eyes bugging out as the sheer power rips him off his feet, launching him like a ragdoll. Mid-air, a terrifying realization hits him, he's being recorded. His electric blue eyes flash, a snarl on his face as he curses the surveillance, thinking it's gotta be Chris Wennemore, that notorious underworld legend. He's still flying, but he's screaming, "Are you seriously recording this?" But Ludger? He's just chilling in the water, glowing with pure blue energy, totally in control. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a massive energy vortex explodes around the assailant, sucking him right in. Caught in the shimmering, bug-filled chaos, the assailant is completely owned. Tiny, bug-like creatures are totally trapped, buzzing around like crazy inside some invisible force field. Someone's got one of these things pinched between their fingers, checking it out super carefully. Yeah, these bugs are totally cut off from everything else. Ludger Cherish, the blonde professor, is checking out these trapped bugs, totally baffled how they got caught mid-air. He's thinking, is some wind mage behind this crazy trap? And just like that, he figures it out, the professor thereafter is an air magic user, and he's in deep trouble now. He's like, wind magic? Nah, not for these tiny flyers. So he decides to unleash some bigger, badder creatures instead. Elsewhere, a super serious bald guy, Varen, gets the heads up, get ready, because things are about to go down. With the sun dipping below the horizon, Ludger and his crew are getting ready to give their target a proper greeting. Meanwhile, two other guys are just chilling, looking up at the night sky, totally clueless about the epic showdown that's about to drop. He gasps, the light suddenly cutting out, as a mysterious, soft glow pulses from Ludger's hand. Turning to his boss, Varen can't help but feel someone's messing with them. Ludger, with a chilling smirk, snaps back, questioning Varen's casual address. He leans in, a silent threat hanging in the air, as if weighing Varen's very existence. Then, in a shocking blur, Varen is violently launched, blood erupting as he's sent flying. He slams into the ground, the impact shaking the very foundations of the room. Ludger's face twists into a snarl of pure rage, the horrifying truth dawning on him, an intruder has already breached their stronghold. But even battered and bruised, Varen's spirit ignites. With a fierce grimace, he extends a hand, a powerful, protective energy flaring to life around it. A monstrous centipede-like creature is on the loose, its segmented body and creepy legs just begging for trouble. But before he can even process it, he's staring down a hooded figure, and the shock on his face says it all. Before he can even blink, he's slammed against the wall with brutal force, letting out a guttural scream as he hits. He's down, but not out, quickly realizing this isn't just any intruder, their mana is on a whole other level. But the assailant isn't done, starting to glow with a fierce orange energy, and you just know a massive spell is coming. Varen's jaw drops as he realizes what he's seeing, it's the legendary, fluttering flame. But how? He can't believe how fast they're casting it, their eyes burning with an intense blue glow as the magic peaks. And just like that, a massive fiery orb forms in their hands, pulsating with raw, destructive power. And then, boom! The orb explodes, swallowing everything in a fiery, blinding blast. Caught in the absolute inferno, Varen can only scream in pure rage as the magical blast just keeps on hitting. But through the smoke and fire, the mysterious assailant just stands there, completely unfazed, as someone screams out, "That's the enemy." Varen is still getting absolutely pummeled, his mind screaming, when the hell, as he tries to figure out what just hit him. With the magic still raging, Varen shouts, "Who the hell are you?" refusing to back down. But the assailant doesn't even answer, just blurs forward with insane speed, leaving a trail of pure magic. And just like that, Varen gets absolutely rocked by an invisible force, slamming him into the wall with a deafening "Kong." Meanwhile, from a secret spot, two guys in suits are watching the whole thing go down, one of them totally freaking out. No way. How did he just take out two brothers like that? The mysterious assailant just stands there, absolutely dominating, their glowing red eyes burning bright as they stare down at the defeated Varen. The blonde brother, looking pretty beat up, is still in shock with his dark-haired buddy, while the mastermind in sunglasses just watches, completely stone-faced. The mysterious assailant is on the move, a blinding blue glow erupting from their eyes as they get ready to unleash pure chaos. Then, a lightning-fast kick lands with an explosive, earth-shattering impact. And just like that, a monstrous, insectoid leg is sliced clean off, spiraling through the air as someone shouts, "An insect's leg?" The assailant looms over the now severed limb, a mysterious green light bathing the scene in an unsettling glow. Suddenly, a desperate, thrashing sound rips through the silence. That huge, dark leg is still twitching like crazy on the ground, letting out a terrifying, guttural growl. But then, out of nowhere, the assailant clutches their side, a crimson aura flaring around them as a sharp gasp of pain escapes their lips. Damn! They snarl, their hand clenching in pure rage. At the same time, a grotesque, clawed hand clenches in pure agony, its owner's razor-sharp teeth bared as they hiss, "It hurts." A haunting voice from the past rips through her mind, demanding to know why she was saved when she was supposed to die, yet somehow, she forgives the killer. Snapping back to reality, the masked assailant stares down the grotesque horror, a single question burning in her mind: is it an insect form? A memory flashes, a chilling voice sneering, "I didn't expect you to be fine after I crushed your head." But she just smirks, knowing her body has already transcended such petty damage. The monstrous creature before her twists and contorts, a living nightmare that defies all human understanding and predictability. Then, a blinding flash. The assailant strikes with incredible force. A whirlwind of glowing energy and speed, she keeps up the pressure, a sickening screech echoing through the space. She lands, coat flaring, instantly dropping into a battle-ready stance, the air still crackling with her power. Boom! Another devastating hit lands squarely on the creature's disgusting flesh, a sickening thud confirming the impact. But amidst the chaos, her cold, hard truth is revealed: she's not even sad that her younger brother is dead. With its glowing red eyes burning, the monstrous insectoid creature unleashes a chilling threat, vowing to rip its foe's lumpy flesh to shreds. Suddenly, a massive hit sends the blonde brother flying, screaming in agony and yelling for his dark-haired friend to just get out of there. Purple energy explodes on impact, launching him like a ragdoll. He's screaming as he's blasted away, totally outmatched. But the armored assailant isn't done. They pivot, purple energy flaring, and confront Ludger Cherish, taunting him, "You don't even care about your subordinates." They keep pressing, their voice dripping with disdain, "What's the point of a mage who can't even protect his own?" No time for answers. The assailant unleashes a devastating purple energy blast, slamming into Ludger Cherish with a thunderous impact. The attack completely engulfs him, warping reality with its sheer force. Then, a blinding, explosive burst of orange and yellow energy erupts, finishing off the brutal assault. The mysterious assailant unleashes a devastating energy attack, a swirling orb of pure orange power, engulfing them in a violent explosion of red and orange magical energy. Ludger Cherish braces for the hit, a shocking realization hitting him: did we just dodge that with our false physique? But the attack connects with a brutal, bone-shattering force, sending him flying backward with a pained, desperate grunt. The assailant shows zero mercy, intensifying the glowing magical assault, engulfing Ludger in a blinding, explosive burst of light and raw power. As the explosive energy finally dissipates, the assailant's armored face, with its menacing, glowing red eyes, emerges from the fading light, coldly observing the outcome. She's absolutely stunned. How is he still standing after that direct magical hit? The air itself is still buzzing with raw power. But then, a voice cuts through the smoke, taunting her. "If you want to brag, at least use a fourth-tier spell." A shadowy clone of Ludger appears, letting out a massive, mocking, "Wahahaha." But just as he laughs, bam! Another hit connects, and the clone just poofs out of existence. Her weapon is still charged and ready. Huh. She reaches out, but he's gone. Vanished. Her device sends out a tiny drone, frantically scanning the area as she screams, "Where the hell is he?" The weapon itself is practically fuming with rage. Suddenly, a piercing Kong rips through the silence. And a terrifying mechanical insect, all sharp edges and glowing parts, bursts into view, spreading its segmented legs and translucent wings. Those glowing green eyes lock onto the mysterious assailant, a silent, mocking challenge. Then, a voice crackles from the drone, dripping with sarcasm, "Oh my, "Oh my, your movements are pretty swift." The mysterious assailant watches the taunting drone, a flash of pure irritation crossing her face, retorting, "Just like a winged insect's." She quickly calculates the odds, knowing Ludger's spells would weaken without him present, but he hadn't given her a single opening for a decisive blow. A frustrated sigh escapes her, "But I really didn't want to have to do this." Her eyes narrow, a sharp, questioning escaping her lips. Then, with grim determination, she declares, "I have no choice." The mysterious assailant goes all out, unleashing a blinding burst of golden magic, hitting with incredible power. But just as quickly as it appeared, the energy fades, leaving only shimmering particles in its wake. The air crackles with residual power, a silent testament to the attack. Ludger Cherish just shrugs off the attack, a cold sneer on his face as he feels the lingering chill. But he's not impressed. Oh no, he's ready to finish this, right here, right now. He even throws shade, asking if it was tough fighting two mages at once, then casually adds that no one's dying on his watch. But his words hit hard, and the assailant's face twists in shock and disbelief. And just like that, before she can even blink, Ludger unleashes a devastating counter, a blinding flash of pure power. It's an absolute inferno, a fiery explosion of red and orange magic that engulfs everything. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion of fire and light just absolutely erupts, tearing through everything with a terrifying shriek. As smoke billows from the industrial wreckage, Ludger's mind races, realizing the assailant played him, forcing him to unleash his real magic, whatever that even means. Surveying the absolute chaos he just unleashed, he can only think, magic is magic, right? But deep down, he's questioning the sheer power he just wielded. And just like that, we're reminded of the grand scheme, the title flashing across the screen, Academy's undercover professor. Turns out, those mana beings were just humans. Wild. This is the raw, unfiltered, real magic, the power to dominate. Meanwhile, the unnamed mastermind, with his two brothers in tow, casually asks a new arrival, "Back for your stuff?" The blonde brother lets out a frustrated groan, confessing it was a nightmare holding back those mana beings without using any of his own power. The mastermind, ever the strategist, ponders the sheer scale of his experiment, realizing the entire city was swarming with these transformed humans, a mess so vast even his own mana couldn't clean it up. But then, with a chilling calm, he simply says, "Don't worry," because he's already forgiven everyone who backed them up. He just smirks, like he knew it all along, dropping a casual, "You already figured it out." The dark-haired brother just brushes it off, saying it doesn't even matter because they're powerless anyway, then declares he's heading back to the hideout. Across town, Ludger just walks away from the burning city, his steps quiet against the fiery backdrop, leaving the chaos in his wake. But in another place entirely, a massive dining hall sits empty, a feast laid out on its ridiculously long table. Up close, the food looks, well, it's definitely a spread, but maybe not the kind you'd want to eat. Then, out of nowhere, a blonde guy just explodes in anger, glowing with pure rage, screaming about how this garbage could even be called food. His anger just keeps escalating, yelling that they're only trying to drain his bank account. With an orange-haired and a pink-haired woman standing by, the blonde guy keeps ranting, complaining that literally no one can even cook a decent meal for them. Absolutely fuming at the sheer incompetence surrounding him, Belfort Duke smashes his hand down, screaming that everyone around him is just trash not worth his money. With his rage boiling over and a faint blue aura sparking around him, he calls them scum, swearing he'll get his hands on whatever drug or food can turn him into a god. Staring down with icy resolve, he warns them he'll punish them himself, absolutely obsessed with getting his hands on that unknown drug. With his eyes blazing with electric blue energy, he's totally confident the experiment's results are about to be his. A powerful blue aura blasting from him, he knows the ultimate goal of his insane experiment is already primed for his use. Now in a new chamber, staring at a glowing artifact, he shouts that his golden youth is complete, ready to become even stronger and more perfect. His shadow stretching out from the eerie glow, he thinks about the drug, the one he sacrificed everything for just to climb the ranks of this organization. Standing before a mysterious cloaked figure, his name is finally dropped, as Belfort Duke declares it won't be long until the drug can transform his kicksense. Belfort Duke gets absolutely blindsided, gasping in shock as he tries to figure out who just hit him. But before he can even think, this shadowy figure slams him down, a heavy boot pinning him to the floor. His face twists in pure agony and terror. He's on the ground, totally owned, realizing he's been played for a chump this whole time. The cloaked hand clamps down on his throat, cutting off his air, and Belfort Rickson can barely choke out his own name. His mind races, flashing back to a terrifying memory, as he asks the ultimate question, there was one 7-year-old kid who made it out alive. In that nightmare, the kid and his parents were turned into absolute monsters, their bodies warped by some dark power. And that kid, now a glowing-eyed wolf beast, smiled like he was about to end them all. But then, in his human form, that same kid smiled like he was thankful, a total mind-bending paradox. The assailant's voice slices through the air, chillingly describing the sheer despair of those forced to burn themselves to death. Then, the ultimate question, what did they feel? A pained groan rips from the Duke, his face twisting in agony and dawning horror. The distress is clear on his face. Trying to talk his way out, the Duke stammers, "Wait, there's a misunderstanding. Let me explain." But the assailant cuts him off, cold as ice, "Just answer. Worried about your worthless experiments? Don't be." The Duke, with a dismissive sneer, fires back, "What's the big deal? It was just a couple of them." The assailant's voice drops, chillingly precise, "No. They weren't worthless. They were worthy to be your experiments. A chance to advance humanity." He finishes with a twisted smile, "Isn't that a noble sacrifice?" The Duke, utterly broken, just whispers, "Yeah, never mind." Ludger Cherish, with eyes like ice, just stared down the Duke's pathetic confession, deeming it a sufficient answer. As Belfort Duke could only choke out a raw, agonizing sound, his entire being screaming in pain. Despair etched deep in his wide eye, the Duke's spirit was utterly broken. Yeah, that answer was beyond sufficient, so much so that Ludger didn't even get mad, just chilling there, completely stone-faced. A slight smirk playing on his lips, he wrapped up the whole interrogation. Facing off against the mysterious assailant, Ludger is confronted with a desperate plea, as she demands to know what in the world he's done to her. But Ludger's mind is already elsewhere, fixated on a terrifying thought, a drug so powerful it could turn a human into a werewolf with just a single drop. Then, a terrifying question hits him like a truck. What if a whole bottle of this insane concoction was injected into someone? His eye flares with an unholy blue glow, veins popping around it, and a guttural cough rips through him. A blood-curdling scream rips from his very soul as his body contorts, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated agony. And then, a deafening roar rips through the air, confirming the terrifying change. The transformation is complete. Ludger Cherish is gone, replaced by a towering, white-furred monster with blazing red eyes, his clothes shredded by the sheer power of his new form. But elsewhere, the mysterious assailant, her single blue eye burning with intensity, can only think, "No matter what I say, you'll never get it. You'll never understand my feelings." She's just watching, surrounded by this insane blue energy, a silent witness to the madness. And her final thought? A chilling desire for him to feel the same pain she does. Meanwhile, back at the scene, a massive quang rips through the air, as the transformed Ludger absolutely demolishes an ornate door, the sheer force rattling everything. Outside, the dark-haired brother jumps back, totally freaked out, shouting, "What was that noise?" before realizing the terrifying truth, it came from Belfort's room. And the blonde brother? He's screaming, "Mr. Belfort," as panic sets in. The dark-haired brother's hands are balled into fists, his knuckles practically glowing white from the sheer terror. Then, the monstrous Ludger unleashes another earth-shattering roar, sending the dark-haired brother reeling back in pure terror, screaming, "Monster." But the real question is, who the hell did he call a monster? The brothers are absolutely losing it, their faces screaming pure terror as this monstrous thing just appears, one of them yelling, "What the hell is that?" And the other screams, "If you don't want to die, run." Ludger, now a full-blown monster with white fur and blazing red eyes, unleashes a primal roar that's just pure nightmare fuel. And then, with a massive crash, something just gets absolutely obliterated. But this thing just won't quit. The brothers are freaking out, yelling, "Damn, it's still alive." They're pouring everything they have into it, screaming, "Don't stop. We must stop all of our mana. Raise the barrier." Meanwhile, light years away from that madness, we're in some cosmic, star-dusted void. And then BAM, we're suddenly looking at this super-heavy, ancient-looking door in a stone wall, with just one torch barely lighting it up. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, asking, "What's all this?" The mastermind, still rocking those shades, is chilling by some high-tech gadget, telling someone off-screen, "Take however much you need and hide the rest of it for now." Then, with a casual shrug, he walks away, dropping a chilling line, "Next time, I won't come back again soon, anyway." The mastermind drops a bombshell, hinting at his true intentions, declaring he'll unleash a new, darker identity when the moment is ripe for the underworld. Then, with a chillingly casual farewell, he tells his subordinate to rest up, a clear sign he's about to vanish. And just like that, he makes his move, a lone figure stepping out into the night, leaving the past behind as he crosses a moonlit bridge, each stride a declaration of his next big play. He's gone, vanishing into the city's depths, a ghost in the night. The imposing structure he just exited looms over the water, a silent witness to his departure. But before he fully disappears, he makes a quick, almost imperceptible adjustment to his cuff, a final touch before the next act. He reaches a vantage point, standing tall on a balcony, surveying the city below and the endless water, ready to unleash his master plan on the world. He's just soaking it all in, the crowd around him absolutely losing it over the wild news, a monster got eaten by another monster. Seriously, the rumors are flying. And get this, the official report backs it up, saying security found nothing. Just that monsters ate monsters, and now that insane rumor is blowing up across the Black Hand. He's still trying to piece it together with another guy, the big question still hanging, what actually happened to that monster? He's thinking back to the intel, the wizards in charge of security had to literally burn it for over an hour just to take it out because this thing was that tough. Elsewhere, some dude just lets out a shocked, huh, the sheer absurdity of the situation hitting him hard. A crisp white shoe takes a step, while a delicate hand calmly stirs a cup, totally unfazed by the madness. And then, from a rooftop, the mysterious assailant finally makes her move, looking down on the city with a chilling declaration, the true monster has arrived. The blonde brother is glued to a screen, while the dark-haired knight commander, Tenius, the lord of the tower himself, stands right there with him, watching it all unfold. Tenius can't believe the security department actually stepped in, wondering just how important this whole mess really is. But his blonde brother quickly reminds him they totally botched the news coverage anyway, so they should just use the knight's link to the security department instead. Meanwhile, a guard lets out a pained grunt as a mysterious figure strides right up to him, her aura screaming pure, undeniable power. She just extends a hand, her voice dropping like a hammer as she orders, open the gate. The guard tries to push back, stammering that they were told not to let anyone in. But her eyes blaze with an insane purple glow, a raw, powerful aura exploding from her as she snarls, open the gate. At a super-fortified gate, two guards are on high alert, eyes locked on the entrance, ready for anything. But a subtle sound behind them hints at trouble, as the mysterious assailant glides into view. Her confident stride is undeniable. A chilling quiet before the storm. Then, a.m. She's right there, hand up, radiating pure authority, and you know she means business. She coolly greets the blonde guard, Commander Tenius. What an honor, then drops the bombshell, I'm Inspector Ludger. And she's not done. She lays down the law, declaring that the investigation authority for this whole mess is now officially with the security department. Then, with a commanding presence, she orders him to hand over everything they've got from the site, and get out. Ludger, clearly outranked and outmaneuvered, can only nod, a defeated, understood, his only reply. With her authority firmly established, she barks a final order for everyone to clear out. Then she and her partner stride away, their footsteps echoing with undeniable power through the opulent hall. She lets out a weary sigh, admitting the vibe was tough, then snaps at her companion, ugh, Enya, you're embarrassing me. Chill, Lloyd, she adds, brushing off appearances, we don't need to put on a show for the public, it's fine. Lloyd, her partner, retorts, even if no one's watching, it's still the same. You should. She cuts him off, laying down the law, always uphold the cherished name, and sharply commands, knock it off, Lloyd. She doubles down, as long as we don't look too casual in public, we're good. But Lloyd's mind is already elsewhere, a silent, urgent reminder of their real mission here. He just grunts, a clear sign he's got bigger things on his mind. Staring down at the gnarly remains of a beast, he's like, is this really it? And she's just, ugh, so gross. She's got that detective brain kicking in, realizing this whole black magic, monster murder thing is way too fishy to be a coincidence. Rickson getting taken out by a monster. Yeah, right, too easy. He just repeats what everyone's saying, monster showed up. Rickson's dead. Everyone's story checks out, surprisingly. Ludger's eyes narrow, the monster's look is just as weird, and she can tell it got torched by black magic in one shot. He's like, alright, let's scope out the rest of this place. And they start tearing the fancy room apart, looking for anything they missed. Ludger walks past a huge, gold mirror, catching her own reflection. And that's when she spots it, a faded painting peeking out from behind the fancy frame. She yanks on a wall fixture, and with a metallic groan, something gives. A loud creak later, a secret compartment is revealed. Her eyes go wide as she peeks in, a hidden space, just as she suspected. The other investigator scans the room, thinking to himself, this is the perfect spot for a secret stash. But as they both check out the secret spot, it's totally empty. The white-haired detective starts connecting the dots, remembering Rickson was a total shady businessman, so of course he'd be stashing dirty money. A guy like that would definitely have a secret stash only he knew about, meaning a hidden safe was here, and someone took it last night. The hidden safe wasn't found by magic, Rickson's dead, a monster showed up, and now the safe is gone, this is way more than just a simple case. Her eyes narrow, a chilling thought solidifying, this is no coincidence. She's piecing it together, realizing only a true master criminal could pull off a stunt like Belfort's death. And the only one she can think of who's got that kind of skill, is a name whispered in legends. Her mind immediately jumps to the one and only, Arsène Lupin. That name, it just clicks, a terrifyingly perfect fit. But before she can dwell on it, Lloyd snaps her back to reality, and she quickly brushes off his concern, saying it was nothing at all. Shifting gears, she hits Lloyd with a direct question, "Hey, anything weird happen in Let Helk lately?" Her eyes are practically burning with curiosity. He pauses, thinking, then admits there was something. Turns out, an abandoned factory just went up in flames. Ludger's mind races, connecting the dots. That factory fire happened right before Rixon's death, just last night. She's still piecing it together, but one thing's for sure, that abandoned factory. Something huge went down there. Gnarly, shadowy remnants writhe on the floor. As Ludger coolly surveys the lingering traces of his brutal battle, he lets out a frustrated sigh, admitting these other agents were no joke. Rubbing his temple, he groans, realizing just how much mana it took to wipe out so many of them. Good thing he came prepared with these pills, because without them, this whole situation could have been a massive disaster. He lets out a long, satisfied breath as the pills kick in, feeling much better. Now, with his energy restored, he's confident the werewolf problem is officially handled. Clutching the empty bottle, he smirks, knowing he incinerated all the evidence, leaving nothing behind, except for one crucial thing. He's thinking about Aiden, a ghost from his past. Even at the very last second, Aiden tried to stop him, but Ludger just laughed it off, deciding to finish the job himself. Seriously though, Aiden was the closest person he had back then. He torched all the evidence in a flash, knowing Aiden wasn't some shaman, but still, a tiny worry gnawed at him. What if Aiden saw something, even for just a split second? Ludger knew complications were coming, but the ultimate solution was already crystal clear, his fingers drumming a relentless beat on the table. There was no way to guarantee Aiden would have kept quiet. If that's the case, then the easiest solution is obvious. The intense tapping just kept going, sealing his chilling decision. His hand clenches, a soft tap echoing the sheer tension of his internal struggle. As expected, he acknowledges the grim reality, a heavy question burning in his mind, does he really have to kill again? His shirt, slightly torn, is a silent testament to the battles he's faced. A sharp glint in his eye shows his unwavering resolve. Amidst shimmering particles, a quiet reassurance echoes, a promise to himself that everything will be okay. He stands alone in a desolate landscape, gazing upwards at something unseen, a new challenge looming. With a new resolve, glass is now adorning his face, Ludger makes his declaration, he won't kill. His hand clenches, a raw surge of magic sparking around it. But he's on the floor, grappling with the sheer danger of even touching a Soren student. A critical document lays it all out, even a seemingly minor student like Aiden is under Principal Soren's direct protection, making any move against him a direct challenge. Utterly drained, he collapses onto a bed, kicking himself for not prioritizing his own recovery. But even as he rests, a crucial realization hits him. Flashback. Aiden, the student, apparently picked up some seriously rare magic from a mysterious wandering mage when he was just a kid. Is this just fate, or is there something far bigger at play here? Suddenly, the scene shifts. A breathtaking castle dominates a serene, open landscape. And there they are, three mysterious figures, backs to us, staring at the castle like they knew this was coming all along. From a commanding height, the Duke of Belfort surveys the absolute wreckage below, noting that it's impossible to get any real answers from this level of destruction. His boot crushing the ash-covered ground, he wonders why anyone would torch their own facility, especially when it seems completely unrelated to Belfort's grand strategy. He quickly shuts down any theories about a secret in the factory, confirming he'd already scoured the place for anything, and without Belfort's shadow looming, his entire mission here feels like a waste. Then, a chilling realization hits. What if they were dabbling in black magic or forbidden artifacts, and torched the whole place to escape capture from the very people closing in? That theory holds water, but it still doesn't tell them who was hunting these people down. He knows they're only here out of pure suspicion, a strange coincidence, with no official reason to even be investigating this place. The real mystery remains, who were they running from that made them disappear so completely? As he sits among the ashes, the Duke debates if he should just write it off as a fluke, but deep down, he knows there's just too much weirdness to ignore. He turns to Lloyd, asking if there are any other strange cases worth their attention. He's digging for more info on that rebellion from days ago, asking if anything else is popping off, but Lloyd's got nothing. But then, the intel drops, something went down at Soren Academy. Lloyd confirms the rumors, adding that eyewitnesses saw it sneak in through the sewers. The Duke scoffs, noting how easy it would be with Soren's terrible security, then demands to know if anyone actually saw the thing. Turns out, it tore through students before a professor finally took it down. But the guy with the glasses drops a bombshell, nobody actually saw the creature itself. The Duke's face hardens as he reveals the creature was completely incinerated, burned to ash. Burned? The sheer scale of the destruction is mind-blowing. Holding a mysterious glowing orb, his silence screams that something is seriously wrong here. The Duke, still reeling from the Soren incident, can't shake a nagging feeling, is there something more to this whole Soren Academy mess? A quick mental flashback to a scorched factory confirms his gut feeling, oh yeah, it's a yes from him. The Duke connects the dots, a factory torched by a monster, reduced to ash, just like the Soren incident. Too similar to be a coincidence, especially with that identical incineration signature. He files away the suspicion, recognizing that the barrier's incineration point is literally the reason the Nightcrawler Night Order even exists. A thought then pops into his head: did Professor Ludger actually take down a werewolf? Switching scenes, in a lavish room, the dark-haired brother is stressing out, convinced everyone's ghosting him because of what he said about the factory incident. His blonde brother just listens as he spirals, panicking about what to do next. He's even heard rumors that the professor's gone completely off the grid, and he absolutely cannot be the one who fails to track him down. He doubles down on his complaint, emphasizing that everyone's been giving him the cold shoulder ever since the Dyneema incident. A stunning blonde woman points to an open seat, casually mentioning one's available outside, as a white-haired junior nervously greets her, calling her Senior Elendil. With a captivating smile, she holds a delicate locket, asking him how he's been doing. Lin, completely flustered, stammers out a "Why yes, Senior Elendil." His eyes are wide with surprise. He's totally losing it, his mind a chaotic mess of embarrassment and shock. Why did she show up so close while he was talking to himself? Elendil just watches him, a subtle, knowing smile gracing her face. Fast forward to outside a massive, ornate building, where Lin nervously tries to get her attention. She brings up Ludger's notorious tardiness, but Lin immediately jumps to the professor's defense, insisting he's totally respectable. But then Elendil hits him with the real question: why is he still hanging around outside at this hour? He's completely caught off guard. Alone in the shadows, he's totally baffled why no one woke him up. Then it hits him: he's the one who's supposed to be waking everyone else. He's here super early, ready to unleash a verbal smackdown, but then this weird anger flares up, and he's just like, "Professor, what in the world is going on?" He remembers being right in the middle of helping students outside the dorm. Elendil, with a sweet smile, asks if he was doing something good, then immediately shuts down the formalities, telling him to just call her Senior. Her face says it all: everyone's on equal footing in Soren. Lin's mind is blown, though, by Her Highness personally patrolling, and the way she just casually walked up to a commoner like him. Just sitting next to someone that high up is totally overwhelming, and he's got no idea what to do or say. A door creaks open, and a dark-haired guy just walks away. Footsteps fade out. The professor strides into the room, dropping the bombshell: class is officially in session. Facing his eager audience, he lays out the plan. Today, they're cracking open the secrets of elemental specializations and their hidden theories. With a subtle, powerful glow igniting his hand, he promises to unravel the mysteries of both the magic itself and the deep, complex theory that makes it all possible. He dives deep, explaining the 4 core elements of magic, but then drops a bombshell: the old theories are broken, and he's about to unleash a revolutionary new method. Lin, totally hooked, practically jumps out of his seat, his mind blown by the idea of a new method. What insane secret is the professor about to drop on them? A sly grin spreads across the professor's face as he drops the bomb: this new method isn't just good, it's going to skyrocket their elemental grades from 50% to over 80%. Lin can't hold it in, turning to his classmate and whispering, "Is this even real? A method that powerful?" Still reeling from the professor's insane claims, Lin's mind races, questioning if this guy can actually pull it off. Then he drops a question about elemental properties. Without missing a beat, Professor Ludger Cherish fires back, revealing his go-to elements are water and ice. And then he drops this gem: it's all about rocking the element you're most comfortable with, subtly flexing his own insane control. Then, like a boss, the professor's hands ignite with a sick, ethereal blue glow, pulling mana out of thin air, forming a swirling, visible orb of pure water magic. Lin's jaw drops, a mix of pure hype and crushing self-doubt hitting him, as he whispers that his own elemental power is just average. He's totally bummed, convinced his powers are utterly useless, clutching his chest in pure, sage, despair. But the professor's voice cuts through the tension, telling everyone to pay super close attention to his next move. Then, bam. The professor explodes in a dazzling, swirling blue aura, gearing up to drop some seriously next-level magic. The blue energy just explodes, creating these insane, crystalline patterns that blast outwards with raw power. The professor isn't holding back. A flawless, glowing ice snowflake just pops into existence in his hand, blasting out an insane blue aura. The students are absolutely floored, and Lin can't help but shout, asking if this insane magic was really just water, because the power output is just on another level. Ludger Cherish just smirks, his eye practically burning with power, seeing that he's finally got their attention. But before he can drop another bombshell, a sharp-eyed academic cuts in, demanding he break down the actual science behind his insane magic. Professor Ludger Cherish kicks off his lecture, dropping some serious knowledge about how elemental attributes are the absolute core of all magic, the very first step to making anything happen. He's not just talking theory, he's laying down the law, explaining that these aren't just concepts, they're the start of everything magical. And then, bam. He drops the bombshell, the 5 major elements. But hold up, he's not done, because even though it sounds simple, this stuff is way more intricate than anyone realizes, so he throws out a challenge: who knows about the fundamental attribute magic that's evolved so much? And just to sweeten the deal, he's offering 5 merits to the genius who nails it. Lin and Aiden are on the edge of their seats as the professor shuts down a wrong answer, dropping the truth bomb that the real answer was used to burn forests, clear paths, and even ignite hope in the hearts of the downtrodden. He even jokes about being a poet. Then, with a dramatic flourish, he raises his hand, palm open, and unleashes the magic words, "Yes, Flora Lumos." And as his hand starts to glow with an eerie light, he drops the mic with a chilling declaration: he's going to burn people and kill them. His words just hang there, a total mic drop, reminding everyone of magic's raw, brutal power. Aiden and the whole class are locked in, hanging on every word, with one student even shouting out a "correct" to the professor's intense lecture. Because at its core, magic isn't some fluffy fantasy, it's born from pure destruction: fire to burn, water to drown, wind to slice, and electricity to shock. He lays it out: war and slaughter, that's the brutal truth of how magic was forged. But hold up, even with all that dark truth, there's still a seed of destruction lurking. But it's not all doom and gloom. He shows how these same elements can be flipped for progress: water powering wheels, wind spinning mills, and electricity lighting up the night. And here's the kicker: elemental attributes aren't set in stone, their whole purpose can totally change based on what the user does. Ludger scans the room, his expression absolutely stone cold. This, he wraps up, is the absolute core mindset they need to get, before they even think about diving into the attributes. Alright, class is officially in session. The challenge is simple: everyone, make an elemental sphere, right now. But not everyone's getting it, so he calls out Joseph: you gotta focus on that magic flow, on your raw magic power. Meanwhile, one student's magic release is just shockingly bad for a sophomore. Then there's Irina Kurowa, who's getting roasted. He asks if she can't use plant attributes, saying it's like looking at a rotting tree, and she needs to come up with a new concept to get that seed out of the ground. A light blue-haired student can only manage a weak yes, thinking, ugh, this guy is seriously relentless. And just when you think it's over, the professor's eyes land on Aiden, calling out his name, ready to see what he's got. Ludger stares down at Aiden, his gaze piercing, as he starts to grill him. Ludger's face is stone cold, giving nothing away. A smirk creeps onto Ludger's face, clearly thinking, what is this guy even doing? Is Aiden trying to defy him? Is it the werewolf blood acting up? Ludger's mind races. But then, a quick mental pivot: nah, that's not it. So Ludger hits him with the real question: are you just bad at elemental manifestation? And Aiden, completely red-faced, has to confess his total embarrassment. Aha! The light bulb goes off for Ludger. And he's thinking, seriously, a professor shouldn't even have to teach this kindergarten stuff. Even if he got in through some special backdoor. The final verdict from Ludger's cold, calculating eye: I'm not responsible for someone who can't even handle the absolute basics. He's thinking about just ditching Aiden, but then he snaps back to business, demanding to know what elemental attributes Aiden can even use, like, does he even know the basics? Aiden's totally blanking, so Ludger just rattles off the elements: fire, water, and wind. Then he's like, fine, we'll start with fire. Get ready, because this means he's actually going to teach him. Ludger lets out a frustrated sigh, knowing he can't just ditch a student right at the beginning, so he doubles down, telling Aiden to gather magic power. Can he even handle that basic stuff? Aiden tries his best, a weak blue glow flickering around his hands, and Ludger keeps pushing, telling him to focus that raw magic into an element, fire, specifically. Ludger's eyes are locked on Aiden, drilling that element into his head again. Aiden, looking totally focused, replies, vowing to give it his all. Ludger drops some serious wisdom: don't just think about it, feel the attributes with every single one of your senses. He's just watching Aiden, taking it all in, a sly smirk creeping onto his face. He's shutting down the noise, cutting off the mental baggage, and diving deep into pure sensory input: the shape, the sound, the smell, the touch, everything. Flashback. 8 years ago, a tiny fire crackles in a hearth. A brutal snowstorm rages outside, and all he can smell is bitter boiled potatoes and charcoal. The smell of stew, the sound of his sister's endless whining and anger, it's all coming back. His father's scent, the tiny portions of food, the freezing wind cutting right through his clothes, the memories are flooding in. A brutal winter, but that tiny flame in the fireplace. Pure comfort. It feels like it happened yesterday. Exactly, a voice booms, snapping him back to reality. Aiden's eyes burst open, blazing with an intense golden glow. The golden power surges, exploding with raw energy. Boom. Ludger is absolutely radiating power, his hands blazing with an insane, fiery energy as he stares down at the incredible display. Then, a voice cuts through the air, a clear sign of respect, "You're pretty good." Cut to later, and Aiden is absolutely floored, staring up at Ludger, a stunned gasp barely making it out. Back in class, Ludger is dropping some serious knowledge on Aiden, laying it all out. "I know exactly what you were thinking. That's how you pull your elemental power straight from your memories." Ludger's eyes narrow, driving home the point about this insane power, that fire in your hands. It's literally the fire element you conjured in your mind. He hammers it home, no room for doubt, forget normal elements. This is your flame, your magic. Aiden stares at his hands, now blazing with a vibrant, golden fire, and it hits him like a truck, a stunned whisper escaping his lips, "This is my own magic." With that golden fire still flaring around him, Lin and Irina Kurowa are absolutely stunned, watching from their desk, while Ludger just takes it all in. "Ah. Alright, listen up. You might think you know this, but the real secret to mastering magic is simple: become one with your power." Ludger's dropping some serious knowledge on elemental manifestation, but one student's already questioning the timing, thinking, "Isn't it a bit late for this, Professor?" He's laying down the law: real mages must achieve this level of control, telling them to literally make their element a part of their soul. Aiden's locked in, feeling the magic with every fiber of his being, and his hands are already starting to blaze with that incredible golden energy. He's blown away. It's actually working. This golden fire isn't just any magic, it's his, totally unique and unlike anything else. The entire class, even Lin and Irina, are absolutely stunned, watching Aiden's power unfold. But Irina's not impressed, muttering that she already knows this stuff, convinced that Aiden's real power would be on a whole other level. Aiden's mind is racing, wondering why Ludger's going all out with this basic training, and if he's really putting all his chips on him just for one element. And then, Irina's fury explodes. She's fuming, demanding to know where the guy who publicly humiliated her in the first class disappeared to. Ludger Cherish is about to drop some serious knowledge, his hand already sparking with power, thinking he's gonna keep it low-key. But then, boom. A massive blue aura explodes around him, practically screaming, "Come at me, bro." The energy is off the charts. And just like that, a student steps up, her purple magic igniting, totally ready to throw down. Ludger's like, "Oh, you wanna play," and whips up a crazy blue vortex, pure chaos in motion. He's got that, "Are you serious right now?" look, a little ticked off by the challenge. Flora goes all out, blasting Ludger with a concentrated purple attack, making sure he knows she's not messing around. Her power just keeps growing, about to swallow him whole, leaving Lin and Irina speechless. No way is Ludger going down that easy. He unleashes a massive blue counterattack, shoving Flora's magic right back at her. And with one last, epic blast, he totally crushes her magic, sending Flora flying back as he shouts, "Get away." Flora is pushing her limits, her eyes blazing with untamed purple power, the call of her name, Flora, barely cutting through her intense struggle to focus. Her chaotic magic is going wild, intensifying with every beat, a powerful hum vibrating through the air as she fights tooth and nail to get it under control. Then, a voice cuts through the chaos, pushing her, "Don't give up and control your magic power," as pure purple energy explodes from her hands. Ludger Cherish, ever the calm master, locks eyes with her, then drops the game-changing line, "I'll help you." And just like that, a sphere of dazzling blue energy erupts, swirling with mind-bending patterns. The blue sphere explodes outward, instantly swallowing Flora's wild power, her chaotic purple energy now perfectly locked down by Ludger's incredible stabilizing aura. Flora can only gasp, a mix of shock and pure relief washing over her, as she whispers, "It's becoming stable." With an intense stare, Ludger drops the truth bomb, "Keep concentrating. It's not over yet." With the now perfectly stable magic orb hovering between them, he announces that Flora's power has hit its target, then hits her with the ultimate question, "Are you okay with this?" All while Lin and Irina Kurowa watch the whole thing unfold. He watches the magic settle, and Flora, totally blown away and relieved, just stares up at him. "Yeah," she shouts, that one word sealing the deal on her acceptance. But she's not done yet. With a surge of pure determination, Flora unleashes her power, a vibrant purple aura exploding around her hands as she declares, "I'm already this far in, so I'm gonna finish it." He's always been the target of two kinds of people, and it all boils down to one thing, pure envy. And that envy? It always came with a side of bitter jealousy. His eyes blaze with power as he remembers a time he absolutely refused to let them walk all over him, even though, let's be real, they were just desperately clinging to him, trying to survive. He never clung back, though. Instead, he just looked down on them all, like he was the real deal, the legitimate child, and they were just, well, not. A younger version of himself, just a kid, stares up with wide, terrified eyes, the memory of his father's icy stare burning into him. Then, a.m. The scene cuts to Flora, her eyes glowing with that same intense purple light, and she drops the hammer, "I'm giving you 10 penalty points." That feeling, that crushing defeat, it all brings him right back to the first time he ever felt that kind of humiliation, dragging up childhood memories he buried deep down, desperate to forget. He couldn't see the face, but that icy stare. Unmistakable. That same look, dripping with his father's contempt, always staring down, a constant reminder of the Lumos family's crushing expectations. He'd never forget that burning resentment, making a silent vow that one day, he'd crush them all with his own power. That was the pledge, a promise burned deep into his very being. Suddenly, the scene cuts to a younger Flora, her blue eyes blazing with pure magic as a dazzling blue aura explodes around her, a magical breath she'd never forget, thinking, just a little more push, and it's hers. A raw surge of power, and the blue energy just snaps into form. Swirling, solidifying, it locks into a perfect, intricate form. A triumphant grin spreads across her face as she clutches the glowing blue orb, a silent declaration, she nailed it. Flash forward to the present, Ludger watches Flora, a subtle blue glow still radiating from her hand, and he can't help but think, she just pulled off something seriously naive. Alright, let's dive into the world of Flora Lumos. Because Chapter 23 of Academy's Undercover Professor is officially here, and it's all about Flora Lumos. And we're back with Flora, flashing back to a moment when a mentor laid it all out for her, saying, "Look, I don't care if you try some wild new magic and totally bomb it. Because hey, everyone fails sometimes, but it's a whole different ballgame when you're dragging other students into your mess." Flora, radiating with a soft blue aura, could only manage a meek, "I'm sorry." But the mentor wasn't done, pressing on, "And let's not forget your total lack of experience trying to overlap two elements. You literally tried to mix fire and ice right off the bat. It's practically impossible to control two opposing elements harmoniously at the same time." But Flora's memory ends with her inner mic drop, "Yeah. But I pulled it off." She's not holding back, declaring, "I totally pulled off combining all three elements on my own." He fires back, "But seriously, you were such a rookie back then," then just goes quiet, deep in thought. And just like she said, a wild vortex of fire and ice magic explodes into existence. With raw blue power sparking around her hand. And the same electric blue light blasts from his hands too. She's totally confident, telling him, "You should already know the real deal." He has to admit, okay, combining those three elements. That was actually pretty wild. But then the narrative drops a bomb, however, that's all it was. Back in the office, she's not letting it go, demanding, "What do you mean, only for self-display?" She stares down, a subtle glow hinting at the power within, deep in thought. Suddenly, Ludger's voice cuts through the tension, calling out her name, as every student watches, captivated. A gloved hand reaches out, crackling with raw, untamed energy. Ludger unleashes his power, snow swirling around him, a massive magic circle igniting above as he begins his epic display. The spell explodes, a blinding, earth-shattering burst of light and pure magical force. Aiden and Irina are absolutely stunned, their faces frozen in pure shock and disbelief. This isn't just magic, it's a masterclass. Optimized for maximum fire, yet effortlessly controlling ice and wind simultaneously, Flora can only watch, the realization hitting her hard. He wields elemental magic with such insane ease, bending reality to his will, and in that moment, she knows. This is it. Total defeat. Ludger's eyes pierce through, his face a mask of intensity. Leaning in, hands planted on the table, he's about to drop some serious truth bombs. "No excuses for your weak skills," he declares, making the student in front of him stammer, "Jason." Jason's lost in thought, a deep frown creasing his face. He can't deny it, the professor's skill is absolutely one of a kind. Ludger keeps going, his tone unwavering, "Seriously, I've never seen a wizard your age pull off moves like that." Jason finally looks up, locking eyes with the professor. "My question goes way deeper than just technique," he fires back. Ludger sees Jason's magic as murky and undefined, even if he can't quite grasp the full implications. "But listen," Ludger finishes, "stop using your power just for flash and show, prove your true worth." Ludger locks eyes with Flora, a subtle touch on her shoulder, a moment of intense connection. But in her eyes, a single, crushing thought takes hold, her very worth questioned. Snapping out of it, Ludger commands the room, ordering everyone back to their seats. A quiet thud of footsteps, and he's gone. Back at his desk, Ludger replays the scene with Jason. No sneer, just raw, sincere questioning, a look even his own father never dared to give him. But Flora is clearly shaken, a blonde-haired student quickly moving to her side, offering support as she struggles to compose herself. Her gaze drops, a crushing realization hitting her, she feels utterly unqualified to even stand beside him. Ludger, lost in thought by the window, can't shake the question, how much mana did that technique really drain? His jaw tightens, a fierce determination etched onto his face. Dude's lucky he popped those pills earlier, cause his head is still totally fuzzy from whatever went down. Thinking back, he remembers this one person who wasn't just a master of all 5 elements, but pulled it off when they were super young. He totally got chewed out by his own teacher for flexing like that back in the day, and yeah, that memory still hits different. Then he's thinking about Flora, like, did I go too hard on her because of my own past trauma? He's worried his words actually hurt her. But he's still firm, knowing his advice isn't just hot air, it's got some serious impact. Switching scenes, a woman with epic white hair is just chilling in this moody room. While Ludger keeps on strolling through the academy halls, his footsteps barely making a sound. He checks out the students, and yeah, just like Principal Soren would expect, everyone's crushing it. But the white-haired woman remembers someone saying there were a ton of super talented new students this year, making her wonder if this is actually a golden generation in the making. He's taken aback, a clear look of shock on his face. But then, he zeroes in on Lin, demanding to know what's up. Meanwhile, a white-haired student is totally flustered, barely able to get a word out. Ludger lays it out, Lin can't manifest elemental powers. The elements just flat out refuse to obey him. Lesson dismissed. Lin, still reeling, vows to get his assignment in by tomorrow, hoping he actually absorbed something from this brutal session. But the professor isn't done yet, ordering Lin to follow him to his office. The other students can only watch, their faces a mix of shock and curiosity. The door clicks, sealing them away. The professor's words hit Lin like a truck, and his mind races, screaming, "Hold up, wait a minute." He barely manages to choke out a reply to the imposing professor, "Why yeah." But inside, Lin's brain is going 100 miles an hour, first thinking, "Why'd he call me? Is this some secret mission?" before immediately panicking, "Please, please, don't tell me it's extra classes." His face. Ludger just casually walks off, leaving Lin to let out a frustrated, tisk. The panic ramps up to 11, one terrifying thought dominating his mind, he's not actually gonna switch up my lectures, is he? He sees a faint glow around the professor's hand and immediately jumps to the worst conclusion, called it. He's totally shipping me off to some other professor's class. Pure desperation washes over Lin's face as he spirals, convinced, Ludger's totally calling me in to tell me I'm out. My life is officially over. A harsh voice from his past rings in his ears, fail to walk the shaman's path, and you're a total bust. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to Lin's meltdown, Ludger just stands there, book in hand, his mind on something else entirely, musing, what in the world is going on in your head? Still reeling, he can't shake the feeling he's about to get a new lecturer, a fear that's been gnawing at him for ages, resigning himself to this twisted fate. But then, a jolt. He looks up, totally caught off guard by the professor's sudden appearance, stuttering out, "Whoa, Professor, you're actually here. But wait, what's this?" A cryptic tome, understanding non-property magic, hinting at a secret path, a power even Ludger hasn't seen before. Then, Ludger's intense gaze locks on, demanding answers about the book. Lin, surprisingly chill, just says fate brought it to him, a reward for his sharp eye. Lin's mind races, thinking about the mysterious, powerful sender of this book, wondering what they're up to now, just as Ludger snatches the book right out of his hands. Then, a gut punch. The sender, they're gone. No longer in this world. His eyes, wide with a mix of shock and sorrow, reflect the heavy truth. Meanwhile, Ludger, stone-faced, now holds the enigmatic book, its secrets waiting to be unlocked. And then, a twist. A letter of apology from the school, sitting on a desk, hinting at some serious fallout. Ludger Cherish hits Lin with a direct question, what's his take on mages who can only control one element? Does he even know why? With a tiny, glowing orb of pure elemental power manifesting in his hand, Lin's stumped, confessing he has no clue. Ludger Cherish pushes, asking if that makes them talentless, but Lin's quick to shut that down, insisting they're anything but. Ludger Cherish sips his tea, dropping a knowledge bomb. Controlling just one element doesn't mean you're talentless, it means you've pushed that single element to its absolute, mind-blowing limit. With shimmering particles dancing around his hand, he reveals their magic can literally mess with nature itself. He drives the point home, this isn't just skill, it's an extreme mastery of their element, letting them bend reality to their will. Ludger Cherish wraps it up, explaining this is the true meaning of single-element control, not some weak, non-property magic. Flora's eyes widen in understanding, finally grasping that, just like the name says, non-property magic is literally propertyless. Ludger drops some serious knowledge, revealing that everyone's been fooled about non-property magic. The world and magic are always leveling up, so why wouldn't magic itself? Lin's still a bit stressed, but Ludger's got her back, telling her to chill out. With a subtle, glowing hand gesture, he drives home the point, everything is in constant flux. Cool as a cucumber, he drops the homework bomb, just read this book for now. The cosmic vibes kick in as Ludger's mind races, thinking about the homework he just dropped, which is apparently super personal to him. He stares out at the city lights. His face is deep in thought, realizing non-property magic is already wild, but there's a whole other level to it. His eye flares with an electric blue glow, and he's blown away by this new power to tell good from evil. Taking a sip of tea, his hand subtly glowing, he admits he's still a newbie in this world and has tons to figure out. Ludger is absolutely hooked on this book, totally blown away by its power, and he's starting to wonder if this isn't just some random read, but destiny calling. And just as he's deep in thought, a dazzling, shimmering light show erupts, bathing everything in an otherworldly glow. Suddenly, we're outside, looking at this epic, old-school academy building, just chilling under a perfect sky. But wait, what's this? A super cool, glowing orb just pops into existence, radiating some serious magical vibes. Now Ludger's got this glowing orb in his hand, and he's realizing that everything he taught was just scratching the surface, only half the story. Flashback time. We see a younger Ludger, looking super intense, handling some serious business with Flora, and his serious vibe totally stuck with her. Back in the present, Flora's got the glowing orb, and she's thinking back to how she never trusted him, but deep down, she knows someone who can lie that well can't be all bad, right? The buzz of the student body fills the air in a massive hall, but one dark-haired, amber-eyed student is totally locked in, taking in the whole vibe with a curious intensity. He's totally thinking out loud, who are these guys? The noble students are all here. This must be something huge. But then his mind snaps to a name he knows. Wait, isn't this about Aiden? The guy who can actually manifest ethereal stuff. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed, blue-eyed young woman steps up, her voice cutting through the air, still hanging out with that troublemaker, huh? He cuts her off, trying to defuse the situation. Whoa, don't even go there. Leo, chill. I got this. But she's not having it, her frustration boiling over. Jean, whatever you did to keep yourself in check, I can't stand him being here. So why can't you just let me walk away in peace? A sly smirk crosses his face as he throws her words right back. Peacefully walk away, huh? Yeah, if you do just one little thing. Then his voice drops, cold and absolute. Bow down. Her eyes practically pop out in pure rage. She explodes, her noble pride absolutely on fire. Hey. Get real. Do you even know who I am? I'm aristocracy. Why is some washed-up noble treating me like this? Just as things were settling down, a new challenger, a red-haired student, steps up, throwing shade at Ludger's education and practically daring him to keep this fight going. And who is this guy? It's Javon Felio, making his grand entrance with a powerful stride. He keeps pushing forward, each step a challenge, but then he pauses, but hanging heavy in the silence. Ludger's face turns stone cold, and he makes it clear, he's not about to let Javon get away with disrespecting his friends. But Javon just shrugs it off, retorting with a cocky, so what if you won't overlook it? His confidence is off the charts. Ludger's hand tightens, and he asks, with a dangerous edge, if Javon really wants to go down this path. Then, with a flourish, Ludger flashes a fancy badge, signaling that things are about to get serious. Javon, now with backup from another red-haired student, locks eyes with Ludger, and you can practically feel the tension building up. And then, Javon drops the bomb, his voice booming, I challenge you to a magic duel. Get ready for some epic magic action. With the gauntlet thrown, the immediate fallout hits hard, as Aiden is down, injured on the ground, his friends freaking out and calling his name. But Ludger's already calculating, his mind racing, knowing that if he pulls off this win, Javon will be forced to eat his words and apologize. Javon, though, is already laying down the law, his confidence through the roof as he taunts, if you can even win, that is. Then, he pivots to the other students, ordering them, you two, get ready to bow down to me. But before he can even finish that sentence, Ludger storms onto the scene, his voice booming, what in the world are you doing? His eyes lock onto the fallen student, and a shock of recognition hits him as he whispers, Professor Ludger? Javon holds his ground, ready for the confrontation. Ludger's focus snaps back to Aiden, who's now sitting up, and he's not happy, exclaiming, you again, Aiden. And then, Ludger drops the mic, flashing a formal badge, demanding answers for this mess, leaving Javon absolutely stunned by the sudden power move. What's stopping these first years from just doing it? Then, a shocked gasp. As Ludger's face turns to stone, demanding, what's wrong with this beat? He lets out a low hum, turning to face the chaos head-on, a challenging look in his eyes. Before laying out his understanding of the whole mess, leaving the other guy totally unnerved and wondering if he's about to go full beast mode on these kids. And, get the gist of it. Javon, totally blindsided, tries to brush it off, yelling for everyone to get back to the academy. I didn't ask for responsibility for anything that happened yet, so back to the academy. But someone tries to intervene, a hand on Ludger's shoulder, telling him, just let them be, Professor Ludger. But he just shrugs off the intervention, a smirk creeping onto his face as he throws down the gauntlet. Isn't that a blatant abuse of teacher's authority? And with his badge flashing, he lays down the law: real professors stop students from messing up, they don't force them into fights. Jovan Felio is absolutely fuming, screaming about this being an abuse of authority, but Ludger Cherish? He's just chilling, completely unfazed. These two are locked in a stare down, and you can practically feel the sparks flying. But then Flora jumps in, worried sick about students getting hurt, and she's straight up asking Professor Chris what he thinks. Ludger then pivots, looking directly at the students, and asks them point blank what they think. Jovan, still absolutely seething, shouts for Ludger's cooperation. But Ludger just leans in and drops this bombshell: one more thing. Then, with a sly grin, he challenges Jovan: wanna make a bet? Showing off his ring, he coolly tells Jovan he won't force him. Because let's be real, betting on a duel with an outcome this obvious? That's just hilarious. He accepts the bet, no hesitation. Ludger's expression is unreadable, but a subtle smirk hints at his confidence. He didn't expect it to be this easy, a sly grin flashing across his face. Jovan, trying to regain control, fires back: so, Professor Ludger, who's your pick to win? Ludger, unfazed, coolly declares: this student. An excellent wizard, without a doubt. Jovan, trying to bait him, throws out: oh, Professor, were you planning to bet on Aiden too? Ludger shuts down any talk of changing the bet, saying it's unnecessary, but Jovan, clearly rattled, pushes for new terms to actually win. Then, with a smirk that could freeze fire, Ludger drops the bomb: he was betting on Aiden all along. Jovan's jaw drops, completely blindsided, as he stammers: but now. I don't know what kind of bet you have. What do you want to bet on, Professor Ludger? Ludger, with that signature smirk, drops a bombshell: a wager on prize money they've both researched. Jovan, still trying to play it cool, reminds Ludger they're top-tier spellcasters, then throws a jab: so you teach spellcasting? But Ludger just lets his hands crackle with a subtle, undeniable surge of power. Mic drop. Jovan's face absolutely explodes with rage, internally screaming about the damned fallen aristocrat. He snarls a furious warning: don't you dare think you've won after humiliating me. Ludger, completely unfazed, just shrugs off. Jovan, utterly cornered, can only grit his teeth and admit that Ludger's terms are, infuriatingly, reasonable. Ludger, still radiating calm confidence, simply states he's going to do as promised, adding a final, cutting remark: just think of it as a win for you. The realization hits Jovan like a truck: Ludger's starting point, his sheer power, is on a completely different level. He's playing it cool, but then drops the bomb: it's way too soon to just accept his offer. Jovan is totally losing it, muttering about how unfair this is: how could he miss a variable? But Ludger just shrugs, reminding him that in a real fight, there are always wild cards. Then, the professor drops another truth bomb: Jovan already has what it takes. He just needs to unleash it when it counts. Ludger's words just hit different, leaving Jovan speechless, only able to stammer out a weak, but. With his face twisted in pure frustration, Jovan finally gives in, calling out to the professor in defeat. With a fierce look, Jovan declares he wants to win this thing purely on his own power. Then, with a humble bow, he asks for lessons. Ludger just smirks, watching Jovan finally give in and call him Professor Ludger. Ludger Cherish lays down the law, telling Aiden to remember that even though he taught him everything, he better not go showing off his skills, or he'll land himself in some serious trouble. Aiden takes it all in, but in his head, he's already calculating, because this whole thing is his bread and butter. Ludger presses him, asking if he wants to starve on the streets, and Aiden, quick as a flash, agrees, swearing he'll remember. But his inner thoughts are already twisting the rules, figuring it just means he shouldn't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Ludger's voice drops a truth bomb on Aiden: a moment of destiny is coming, a time when he'll have to make a huge decision. And when that moment hits, Ludger's advice is crystal clear: Aiden's gotta follow his heart, no matter what. Ludger just drops that wisdom bomb with a knowing smirk, like he's already seen the future. But Aiden's not just listening, he's analyzing, his mind already spinning as he thinks: this guy. Aiden's mind races, replaying Ludger's words, remembering how he took a crazy bet just because he liked an uncommon idea. Now he's thinking: wait, did he just say that? I took the bet because I liked his uncommon idea. Ludger, still dropping truth bombs, challenges Aiden directly: what? You've only been using your strength? You might as well hang it up. Aiden lets out a frustrated huff, but then a mischievous glint enters his eyes as he thinks: fine, whatever. This is actually a perfect chance to test this kid's skills. Aiden's light blue eyes practically glow with intense determination, a clear sign he's locked onto his next move. With a confident grin, Ludger gives his final push, promising Aiden: this is gonna be a game changer for you. Trust me, you won't regret it. I'm still doing it. Flora's like: alright, let's get this training started now. And Aiden, probably already dreading it, just goes: understood. Over on the sidelines, Javon Felio is already calling it, saying they're probably celebrating their win. And Ludger Cherish, ever the mastermind, is already looking forward to seeing the looks on their faces in just 3 days. After a brutal magic duel, Aiden is completely wiped out, literally dying against the wall, groaning from the sheer exhaustion. He's thinking, man, this training was way harder than I thought. I should have just said no. And the worst part? He's got to do this all over again for the next 3 days. But even while he's down, one thought pops into his head: why is the professor so confident he's gonna win this thing? He's got this secret, conditional magic that nobody knows about, and he's gotta make sure it stays that way. Principal Ludger Cherish steps up, a burning document clutched in his hand, clearly deep in thought. He's thinking out loud, even after telling the kid to chill, he still expects nothing less than victory. But Javon Felio, with that signature smirk, is already calling it out, saying Ludger totally knows why he's there. He's practically shouting that he's gonna crush that commoner. But then he's like, nah, that's not enough. He wants to absolutely obliterate him and show everyone the massive power gap between an aristocrat and a commoner. Ludger, ever the strategist, is still weighing his options. He doesn't think the kid will lose, but hey, better safe than sorry, right? He pulls out a glowing potion, a secret mana-boosting elixir just in case things get wild, and he's like, this is a special boost, Javon, and you won't find it anywhere else. Staring out at the city lights, Ludger makes his final call: that commoner is gonna pull out all the stops to win, so they better be ready to counter. He gets it. The professor's words hit different. This elixir isn't just some potion, it's the ultimate backup plan for when things go absolutely wild. But across town, Javon Felio is just smirking, his eyes practically glowing with icy confidence. He's convinced he's made the perfect move, victory is practically in the bag. The battle day explodes onto the academy grounds, and you can practically taste the tension in the air. The auditorium is buzzing, students are hyped, their whispers creating a wave of excitement. Jason's like, who even has the edge here? But Irina Kurowa and Lin are already hyping up Aiden, calling him one seriously tough freshman. This guy even tamed the legendary Wolf Fenrir, a move that still blows everyone's minds. Aiden's ears perk up as he catches a student talking about Professor Ludger's guidance, and suddenly, the whispers get even louder. Jason chimes in, confirming the other side is totally with Professor Chris, and everyone's like, wait, was Chris the freshman boss? A chilling whisper cuts through the air, acknowledging Ludger's presence as he stands there, stone-faced. The voice points out the obvious comparison between two rivals from the same class, hinting that this rivalry is about to get seriously messy. And with a terrifying intensity, the voice vows to make him suffer the exact same fate as everyone else. Then, a heavy boot slams down, a clear declaration of intent. But hold up. Over in another part of the academy, Professor Chris Benamor gets a warm welcome from his fellow faculty, with Flora herself flashing a dazzling smile. Ludger then steps into the scene, and one of the professors, chuckling, mentions hearing about some juicy gossip, then gives him a hearty welcome, asking how he's been. Ludger, ever the pragmatist, simply replies, yes, thanks to you. Then, the conversation shifts to a hot topic, a bet. A professor asks Ludger who he's got his money on, but Flora, right there, cuts in with a bold declaration: she's all in on Aiden. Still hyped for the upcoming showdown, Flora is absolutely buzzing for the most epic match, totally brushing off any concerns. But hold up, a competitor's foot is already radiating some serious protective magic, ready to shrug off any incoming hits. And just like that, a voice booms: the challenger is here, right on schedule. Ludger's totally caught off guard by the announcement, his face a picture of pure shock. Then, a blonde-haired dude in epic white armor just rolls up with his crew, totally flexing and demanding, his incompetent underlings bow down and surrender. He then strikes a super dramatic pose, ready to show everyone what true aristocratic pride looks like. The armored dude squares off against Ludger and Lin steps up, promising to respect their terms for a hot second before the real action starts. Ludger's all serious as Lin lays down the law, telling Javon he better keep his word. Javon just smirks, totally confident, and drops the mic with one word: win. Javon Felio, with his entourage, is already feeling himself, declaring everything is perfectly in order. But his attendant is totally lost, like, what are you even talking about? Then Javon pulls out his secret weapon, the private staff he's bringing to the fight, and it looks just like a sword. This thing is seriously detailed, a true masterpiece of combat engineering. The attendant's like, is that a sword? But Javon drops the bombshell: it's a sword shaped like a rapid-fire gun. Mind blown. The attendant points out it's blunt, but Javon's already given the green light, and the attendant is super thankful. Javon's in the arena, facing off against his rival, and the announcer lays down the law: it's a fight to the surrender. Then, with a final, epic call, it's go time. No holding back. Javan immediately blasts out a torrent of fiery orange energy, and it slams head-on into his opponent's insane blue magic, kicking off this duel with an absolute bang. From the sidelines, Flora freaks out, realizing their opponent is a demon, but Ludger just chills, wondering if they're even safe. Ludger's eyes are locked on Javan's first move, and just as he predicted, it's a fiery opener. Ludger's mind races, knowing Javan's going for maximum firepower, and he's seriously impressed by the raw skill on display. But then, Ludger spots a crucial flaw: Javan's mana rank is actually a disadvantage. But wait, there's a catch. The arena explodes in a dazzling display of orange and blue magic, proving that mana rank means nothing if the spells aren't even in the same league. Suddenly, Javan gets absolutely rocked by an invisible force, letting out a pained grunt. The blue energy smashes into his sword gun, sending a shockwave through his entire body. But Javan's no pushover. His weapon ignites with a furious orange glow, and he fires back with a devastating counterattack. He unleashes a torrent of magic, the bright energy surging forward as he declares the absolute power gap between him and his opponent. With a sneer, he dismisses the other as nothing more than a lowly commoner brat, ready to crush them. But before his attack can even land, the blonde mage swiftly raises a hand, conjuring an intricate orange magic circle that explodes to life. The two opposing forces collide in a blinding flash, erupting into a fiery explosion of raw magical power. A moment later, Javan finds himself recoiling, a chilling thought crossing his mind: he's actually being pushed back. His blonde opponent, however, remains totally composed, muttering that he'll lose if the fight keeps going like this. But Javan's resolve hardens, a new surge of energy emanating from him as he vows to unleash everything he's learned from Professor Ludger. The blonde mage, still losing confidence, taunts him, asking if he's already given up. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish watches the unfolding battle, a thoughtful escaping his lips as he analyzes every move. He can't believe his eyes. A gasp rips from his throat as his hand shoots out, trying to block whatever just hit him. But before he can even process it, a figure blitzes in, sword drawn, absolutely crackling with a blinding blue aura, moving so fast it's just a blur of raw power and glowing magic. The shock of the attack, the sheer power, it all clicks into place, and one name screams in his mind: is this really the professor? Suddenly, a figure streaks across the arena, leaving a blinding white trail. It's so fast, one of the students can only stammer out, exclaiming, "No way! Is that moving Magus?" as the mysterious figure continues to blaze through the air, leaving a dazzling trail of blue magic. The students are absolutely floored, their faces a mix of shock and utter confusion, as they try to process what they're seeing. They can't help but ask, how did he learn that so fast? And seriously, who is this guy? Javan Felio, completely stunned, whips his head around to his friends, demanding, did Ludger teach him that in just 3 days? It's mind-boggling. A commoner, mastering a high-level Magus spell in only 3 days. Ludger Cherish is still going, a blur of motion and magic, every move perfectly calculated as the spell builds. Javan Felio is losing his mind, screaming, what the hell happened? This magic is so complex, so pure, it's almost impossible to track while the caster is moving at light speed. But Ludger, now radiating a golden aura, just calmly cuts through their panic, stating, nah, don't get it twisted. I already finished casting my spell. He unleashes a torrent of golden energy, a complex magical technique that lets him stay laser-focused even while going full throttle. Moving with impossible speed, he keeps up the magical assault, a total blur of motion and raw power. The focus strike lands with a massive impact, leaving his blonde-haired opponent totally stunned and disbelieving, as he realizes this technique isn't crumbling away like it should. A concentrated burst of blue magical energy erupts from him, slamming into the blonde man and forcing a pained cry from his lips, a resounding "argh." The sheer force of the blow echoes through the space, leaving him standing victorious over his defeated opponent, who's now just sprawled out on the ground. Despite getting absolutely wrecked, the blonde man tries to rally, declaring it's his turn now, but his words totally falter as he realizes just how pointless his resistance is. The professor's spell just absolutely rocked the arena, and the sheer force of it leaves a gut-wrenching scream tearing through the air. Magic energy is still going wild. The entire crowd of students is absolutely stunned, watching the aftermath as the clock hits 3 p.m., their faces screaming pure shock and worry. Someone in the crowd is reaching out, screaming Aiden's name like their life depends on it. The whole place erupts in a collective gasp, with everyone shouting Aiden's name. But Javan Felio, watching the whole thing go down, just scoffs, saying this is all the professor's fault, totally stealing the students' glory, and honestly, he's not wrong. He keeps going, complaining that Aiden's just some baron who's been dogging their steps, only to get absolutely crushed by a. Suddenly, a blonde-haired aristocrat cuts in, sneering about a commoner and declaring that Aiden's loss is a total embarrassment for the entire aristocratic class. Javan Felio is absolutely reeling, his mind blown by what just happened. Did he really just lose like that? But a dark feeling starts to creep in, telling him something is seriously messed up here. That confusion turns into pure rage, and he screams that the professor cheated, using magic while moving. Surrounded by a terrifying red glow, Javan unleashes a blood-curdling threat, he's going to kill him. But before Javan can even finish his threat, Ludger Cherish unleashes an insane magical counterattack, a blinding orange explosion of power absolutely demolishing Javan. The sheer power of that hit leaves Irina and Jason absolutely speechless, their jaws on the floor as they watch the chaos unfold. Javan is still getting absolutely rocked by the magical blast, and someone screams at Aiden to get out of the way before he gets caught in the crossfire. Then, with one last, massive burst of power, Javan is sent flying, completely obliterated by the professor's attack. Because in this life, you're always gonna hit a point where you have to make a choice. A foot steps down, shrouded in an ethereal green glow, hinting at a forgotten past. Then, a shadowy, distorted figure with glowing eyes materializes from the mist, its voice cutting through the silence with a stark warning to Aiden. And the message is clear, a timeless directive, always follow what your heart tells you. But just as quickly, the vision snaps back to reality, Ludger still holding Javan in his fiery magical grip, the intense orange flames roaring around the kneeling student. Ludger barely moves, just extends a hand, and the pressure on Javan skyrockets. His foot slams down, radiating that same fierce orange energy, a brutal display of absolute dominance. Javan's face twists in pure agony and terror, sweat and blood painting a grim picture of his defeat. A desperate gasp rips through the air. And Ludger? He just stands there, utterly unfazed, holding Javan captive in those relentless, crackling flames. Everyone's jaws drop. What just went down? The crowd is absolutely reeling from that insane magical showdown. Even Flora, usually so composed, is totally bug-eyed, wondering if he just sliced through pure magic like it was nothing. But Ludger? He's just chilling, completely unbothered by the mayhem he just unleashed, like he's not even aware he's about to drop the biggest bombshell of the day. He's deep in thought, probably flexing about his insane, anti-magic ability, the one power that lets him just shut down any spell. This anti-magic is already next level, literally erasing spells, but how in the world did he make it move? That's the real cheat code. But Javan? He's still stuck in those scorching magical flames, gasping for air as the heat just keeps on burning him. And just like that, Ludger slams his foot down. Landing a lightning-fast, brutal kick right to Javan's chest, the force of it practically shaking the whole room. That kick sends Javan flying, literally lifting him off the ground, and he's just a blur as he rockets backward across the hall. Javan Felio lets out a gut-wrenching cough, the sheer power of the hit sending him flying. He smashes into the stone wall with a brutal kung. Ludger just stares, his voice dripping with pure disdain, muttering, "Javan, I seriously thought you'd at least put up a fight." He clenches his fist, the message crystal clear, just admit you're beaten. Then comes the brutal truth, as he drops the mic, "I didn't know you were this much of a piece of trash." His eyes blaze with an intense, golden glow, a silent warning of the raw power he's holding back. Meanwhile, Flora, watching from the sidelines, nudges her friend, whispering, "Whoa, Ludger's acting super weird. You see that?" Her friend, Fruden, just gives a one-word answer, Fruden. Now standing right next to Ludger, the name tag reveals him as Soren sophomore Fruden Wolfsburg, coolly taking in the whole chaotic scene. He's been here, but his heart hasn't been in it. No real interest in this world since day one. And get this, he's gotta keep an eye on that guy from the jump. Meanwhile, the other guy is thinking, he might even be better than me. Then, with a sharp command, Ludger tells Henry, "Let's go." The sound of their steps. A rhythmic beat as they move through the academy. Cut to the lecture hall, and Ludger is there, eyes locked on something unseen. Still composed, he scans the area. Suddenly, he drops a bombshell, asking if Henry knew the student council had anti-magic powers. Henry just scoffs, and Ludger immediately fires back, "Yes. Is there a problem?" Henry's just like, "Dude, why are you even mad right now?" He's throwing shade, saying their council position isn't even earned, and that anti-magic wasn't the real game changer for that guy's win. But then Ludger cuts him off, eyes blazing, straight up asking, "Yo, Henry, you here for a brawl or what?" And Henry's just like, "Nah." Then he drops another bomb, saying he never even wanted Ludger's research. Like, seriously, stealing someone else's hard work just for some stupid bet. That's just not how he rolls, he spits out, totally over it. He just chills in a chair, still giving off those, "I don't care" vibes. Ludger's mind is blown, like, wait, he said that, about me? Whoa. A name drops, and it's Chris Benamor, sending shockwaves through the air. Then, AM. Another name hits, even more intense, Ludger Kelesi. This is getting wild. The mysterious green-skinned dude just stands there, totally silent. Then, out of nowhere, a voice drops a bomb, "So, you won the bet." Congrats, I guess. Suddenly, a fierce brown-haired woman steps up, totally calling him out, like, are you seriously crazy enough to attack someone who just won a bet? The green-skinned guy just tilts his head, totally confused, asking her to explain herself. With a piercing stare, the professor drops a bombshell, the principal is already on her case. And even though she's a professor, she's still a prime suspect because the principal knows all about their group. The green-skinned guy, with a smirk, points out, funny, I thought you were supposed to be the professor who was totally above suspicion. He lays out his master plan, getting good with the principal, and all suspicion against him vanishes, opening up a whole new world of chances. Flora's jaw drops, realizing the ripple effect. If he's clear, she might be next on the suspicion list. She spells it out, getting too chummy with a student who isn't officially hers is a surefire way to land in hot water. But Ludger's got an answer, a professor can totally approach a top-tier student without raising any eyebrows. He pushes further, telling her to seize this moment to shine as a model student, because, let's be real, it's a win-win for her anyway. Ludger's eyes blaze with fierce determination, vowing to complete the mission, no matter the cost, even if it means his own life. Suddenly, a flashback to a younger, glasses-wearing Ludger, radiating pure grit, screams out his mantra, he's not going down, even if death itself comes knocking. Ludger snaps back to reality, a slight flush on his face as he realizes he just blurted out his deepest, most intense thoughts for everyone to hear. Ludger Cherish is absolutely crushing it, making a huge impression and already building his own power base within the principal's faction. And that influence isn't just for show, it's giving him the inside scoop on the Black Dragon's deepest secrets. But time is ticking. He can't keep this charade up forever, especially with that mysterious glowing orb in his grasp. He knows he has to build his own crew, his own faction, to break free from the chains holding him back. Staring deep into the orb, he's got to know, what is this thing, and what kind of power does it truly possess? He's cracked the code. He's figured out the master plan to dominate the underworld, and now he knows exactly how that shadowy world operates. Now, all he needs is the raw power, the sheer strength to make his vision a reality. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Ludger Cherish knows it's go time, the moment he's been waiting for. He's locked in, eyes glued to a glowing screen, confirming his next move even as a voice tries to pull him back. But he's not worried, oh no. He's ready to unleash overwhelming force, knowing exactly how to bend others to his will. But far from his machinations, fortunes are literally falling apart, coins raining down like a symbol of impending doom. Under the cover of night, a mysterious building stands tall, whispers of the Black Dragon's secrets echoing through its ancient walls. Chaos erupts inside as a younger guy freaks out, seeing his big brother sprawled on the floor, shouting in disbelief and concern. The older man, looking absolutely wrecked, snaps back, sarcastically asking if he looks perfectly fine right now. Clutching his bottle, he's fuming about Belfort, cursing the dead man for not holding on to the cash, because now it's all gone. The younger guy, desperate, confirms they're broke, begging if they can just hustle up some new cash while they still have the energy. The older man finally sits up, letting out a heavy sigh, confirming this is exactly why he called them all here, and it's time to level up their operation. Fuming, a red-haired man unleashes a furious curse about those Black Rose bastards, as a chilling creak cuts through the air. Meanwhile, outside, one figure's legs are already retreating, while another stands firm, shouting for everyone to clear out because the place is officially shut down. The red-haired man, still seething, storms off, yelling about the sudden closure of the bar. He spins around, locking eyes with an unseen presence, boldly asking if they're James Moriarty, the infamous Black Rose leader, and if they've crossed paths before. A suave blonde man, a charming smile playing on his lips, confirms it's their very first meeting. He adds, with a knowing glint in his eye, that the red-haired man is just incredibly famous. Then, in a dramatic reveal, the blonde man, now fully framed in his sharp black coat and top hat, declares his true identity: he is James Moriarty. Peering down from above, the blonde man watches as the red-haired figure challenges him, James Moriarty. The red-haired man presses on, his voice dripping with suspicion. How could the boss of Black Rose's underworld be standing right here? Determined to get answers, he vows, I'll have to find out. James Moriarty just laughs it off, taking the red-haired man's sarcastic jab, ha ha ha. So you're Professor Moriarty. I've heard a lot about you, in stride, responding, I'm happy that you know me. But the red-haired man isn't buying it, firing back, I don't know if what you claim is true or not. Moriarty, cool as ever, drops a truth bomb, asking, will what you believe be more important than what you witness with your own two eyes? Moriarty makes his point with a subtle hand gesture, and the red-haired man has to admit, you have a point with, but... As he turns to leave, Moriarty drops one last gem, I recommend you stop drawing false conclusions. And with a final flourish, he asks, oh why, it's quite simple. Moriarty, why would I use an alias? Javon Felio is absolutely fuming, screaming at his goons to put a bullet right into the guy's shoulder. And just like that, a pistol cocks, hammer pulled back, locked and loaded. Meanwhile, two shadowy figures in dark coats grab their target, holding him tight as he thrashes, screaming, "What is going on?" But then, Javan starts glowing. A swirling golden aura of pure magical energy erupts around him as he charges up a spell. He shuts the guy up with a chilling command, his power flaring even brighter. Then, out of nowhere, a brutal impact rips through the scene. A scream of pure agony rips through the air as an invisible force absolutely levels one of the goons. Then, a monstrous, clawed hand bursts from the darkness, and a terrifying growl echoes through the room. The poor guy who just got hit stares in absolute terror at the hulking, beastly nightmare now on top of him, gasping in horror as he realizes it's a freaking werewolf. The werewolf's savage attack sends one of the men flying, spitting blood, crashing to the ground with a bone-jarring thud. With a guttural snarl, the beast's feral gaze locks onto its next target, its presence radiating pure, untamed power. And the source of this chaos? Javan Felio's hand still crackles with raw, golden energy, his magic undeniably the catalyst for this monstrous appearance. Henry's jaw drops. "So he was a werewolf?" he gasps, as Fruden demands, "Is there no end to the mastermind of this incident?" A single, glowing eye, burning with primal fury, promises more devastation to come. Meanwhile, Ludger Cherish, ever the cool observer, sighs, "Ah, you're doing that persona. Alright, please stop further complicating the situation." He then drops a bombshell, "Well, I wonder if he has a personality disorder or if there are multiple." But the real game is being played elsewhere. James Moriarty, surrounded by his crew, lays down the law, "These guys have to be dealt with. There are 4 organizations in total." He reveals their dark secret, they're the ones behind all kinds of dirty jobs. And with a chilling declaration, Moriarty sets his sights, "Then our target will be the Shadow Society." He's still alive after all that? James Moriarty can't believe it, but the real headache is the Crimson Society, still too big and way too secretive. Trying to handle them quietly? No way. That's a total waste of his precious time. He's got a better plan, hit them hard, and the rest will just crumble. But the timing is all wrong. They've been making big moves recently, and he's sure it's all because their boss vanished. There's definitely a link between all this chaos and the Crimson Society, all these weird coincidences and the missing boss. It's gotta be connected. A sly grin spreads across his face as he realizes the Crimson Society has been doing all the dirty deeds, especially since their boss went missing. All these crazy rumors about their recent moves. He's heard them, but he's not buying into the hype. He confidently declares they only have semi-knights, basically just mercenaries. They're not even real knights, so they're totally worthless. He scoffs, a dismissive sound escaping him, "If that's all they've got, then they're no threat at all." He's still thinking about them, but he knows they're not exactly pushovers. He lets out a little laugh, leaning back and thinking, do they really think they can handle this on their own? Then, with a sly grin, he asks, "Me?" Suddenly, a huge wolf head with glowing eyes pops up, totally on the same wavelength as James, realizing they need a fresh plan. "We said we'd hunt down the Crimson Society, but the boss just wouldn't budge." James wastes no time, giving the mission straight to Hans, convinced this is his moment to shine. "Alright, Hans, I need your help this time. This is the perfect job for you to become the ultimate target." Cut to later, James Moriarty is strolling through a busy city with his mysterious companion, still deep in thought, saying, "Okay, just make sure you get me." The companion, a shadowy figure in a top hat, can't help but ask, "If you don't mind, what exactly are you after?" James glances over, a smirk playing on his lips, as he reveals his next big move. "Oh, so you're curious about what I'm up to? I'm about to kick off some new business." The companion's gloved hand makes a small motion, signaling they're ready for whatever comes next, regarding the matter at hand. James keeps going, laying out his grand scheme for the city, business in this city. "Oh yeah, business is booming. What kind of business are you thinking of? I'm totally in to help." James Moriarty, ever the mastermind, stands before Hansen, dropping some serious gratitude and offering a payment for a task he needs to get done, telling him to spill the beans. Hansen, with that signature smirk, just asks for a quick pardon, then doubles down, ready to drop the bombshell again. And then the chilling declaration drops, the Crimson Society is getting wiped off the map, today. Moriarty just watches, his face giving absolutely nothing away, the ultimate poker face as the plan kicks into gear. Hansen's eyes narrow, his determination absolutely locked in, he's ready to make it happen. A raw, primal sound rips from his throat. As a blazing red aura explodes around him, and he unleashes a battle cry, "Everyone, attack." His hand tightens into a lethal fist, the sheer power radiating from him is insane. And just like that, he's gone, closing the distance in a flash, unleashing a brutal strike that sends his opponent flying back with a sickening "URGH." The Crimson Society's goons charge in, blades flashing, but they're about to get a rude awakening. Moriarty, watching from above, can't help but gloat, these guys have no clue what's coming, do they? Hansen, cool as ice, just says, get ready for the show. But before they can even land a hit, an unseen power explodes with a deafening thud, rocking the entire area. And just like that, multiple enemies are sent flying, absolutely obliterated by a force they never even saw coming, their forms just a blur of defeat. Moriarty is absolutely stunned by the sheer power on display, but Hansen, ever the professional, just coolly asks, anything left? But just as the dust settles, a terrifying, all-consuming darkness suddenly engulfs everything, making Moriarty shout, what is this? Totally lost in a void, he screams, what the? I can't see a thing. In a full-blown panic, he yells, turn on the lights. I'm completely blind here. Then, a chilling gasp rips from his throat, his eyes glowing eerily in the absolute blackness, as the void consumes him. Check it out. Ludger Cherish, the undercover professor, is rocking a student ID, proving he's always on the grind. But hold up. A fool's dream, a third-rank dark mage ability, is about to drop. And with a brutal AK sound, something unseen just ripped through the space. This isn't just any magic, it's compound magic, designed to flood the enemy's mind with pure terror, shattering their resolve. Meanwhile, the chaos erupts as Hansen goes full throttle on Javon Felio, who's screaming, die. Just die. This fight is getting intense. Fruden Wolfsburg is hyping up Hansen, yelling, what's taking so long? Kill him, while poor Henry is just begging for someone to save me. Just as things are about to go south, Ludger's hand bursts onto the scene, glowing with a powerful purple aura, and he's like, damn it. Stop. This is the moment. Ludger's magic explodes with a massive Quan, unleashing a devastating purple energy shockwave. Talk about an entrance. And Javon Felio? He's left looking completely wrecked and distressed, the fight taking its toll. He's getting swarmed. These guys are too fast, his magic can't keep up, and he's thinking, how? These have to be those cursed thieves. His eyes narrow behind those specks, a fierce resolve burning within him. Then, a burst of blue energy erupts. He's going all out, mentally screaming for them to just die. His hand is practically blazing with power, but that nagging thought won't quit, these guys are just too quick, definitely those thieves. Shadowy attackers are coming from every angle, a relentless barrage, but he's batting them away, thinking, no way am I losing to you. He's a wall. Those eyes are practically burning with blue energy, showing just how locked in he is to this fight. But then, a game changer. His aura shifts, and a tiny, terrifying orb of purple power starts forming in his palm. Ludger Cherish just barely deflects a surprise attack, sending one of the thugs reeling back with a shocked gasp. While another shouts, poison. Get back. But Ludger just laughs it off, saying, poison? Please. I'll just drown you in mana. But before he can finish, a barrage of daggers comes flying in. And he just bats them away with a flash of blue energy, a cocky grin on his face as he taunts, is that all you got? But he's not done yet. With a burst of raw power, he unleashes a devastating purple energy orb, blasting one of the goons right out of nowhere. The poor guy screams as the dark magic just rips through him, sending him flying. Meanwhile, another attacker finally puts it together, realizing, wait, the daggers were just a distraction. It was a poison trap. Ludger looks down at his hand, seeing a tiny cut, and it hits him, crap. They know they can't get close, so they're trying to snipe me with poison. His eyes burning with pure rage, he snarls, you're dead. Ludger Cherish deflects a lightning-fast strike with a surge of dark power. While James Moriarty closes the distance, his blade of blur aims straight for the kill. But Ludger's arm, now blazing with a cool blue energy, stops the attack cold. Before Moriarty can even blink, Ludger unleashes a devastating kick, sending him flying back in a shower of crimson. Moriarty, picking himself up, can only stammer, wait, are you actually Professor Moriarty? I had no idea you could fight like this. But Moriarty just sneers, why would I tell you anything? You're dead meat anyway. Ludger's gaze sharpens, his eyes burning with an intense golden light as he dissects Moriarty's every move. Ludger instantly deciphers Moriarty's strategy, baiting opponents into exposing their weaknesses. He knows if he stays sharp, victory is his for the taking. Fueled by resolve, he makes the decisive move, close the distance, now. He throws up a hand, a shimmering purple barrier instantly forming to block the incoming attack. As Moriarty's blade slams into it with a cocky grin, daring to ask if Ludger seriously thinks that'll stop him. But with a lightning-fast move, Ludger deflects the strike, coolly stating he just has to deflect it. Before Moriarty can even react, a devastating kick sends him soaring backward, leaving him utterly stunned. He's sent spiraling through the air, his sword flying from his hand, and he can't believe this bottleneck is what's taking him down. Ludger doesn't miss a beat, firing off a concentrated magical blast from his hand. forcing Moriarty to ditch his sword and desperately dodge the incoming blast, cursing that he'll have to fight barehanded. But even with his insane speed, the magical blast still connects, sending blood flying. He clutches his chest, a crimson stain blooming on his pristine suit, his face a mask of shock and agony. He's reeling, clutching his chest as the magical blast rips through him, utterly baffled how Ludger could have struck from his own shadow. But this shadowy magic. It's spreading from a distance, completely breaking the rules that power should only be cast from right next to the caster. Even Ludger, watching this bizarre display, admits he's never seen anything like it. Then, a heavy thud. Ludger steps in, his foot slamming down on Moriarty's dropped blade, pinning it to the floor. Moriarty is down, defeated, staring up at the victor. Ludger looks down, a cool, collected expression on his face, and starts to talk. He wants to finish their conversation. As the ethereal dust motes danced in the dim light, a dark, amber liquid poured into a glass, offering a moment of respite after the intense confrontation. Still reeling from his defeat, James Moriarty could only stare down at the ground, bewildered by the shadow magic that had been used against him. He couldn't comprehend how such an ability could be wielded. Looking up, a flicker of surprise crossed his face as he recalled the sheer terror of the moment, the feeling of being on the brink of death. His opponent, however, had merely been gathering information, planning to keep him alive for further study. A hand extended, holding a glass, as Ludger calmly stated that he was sure Moriarty would handle things, then inquired about the drink he was consuming. Moriarty's eyes widened in shock as he learned the drink was a 38-year-old Gorgonian, exclaiming in disbelief that Ludger was drinking it alone and demanding some for himself. He then questioned if Ludger was sick due to the smell of blood, insisting he needed to try something or he would vomit. Ludger, holding his own glass, calmly explained that he was going to select a few people, some good people, for Moriarty. Moriarty looked down, accepting the documents and list of people that would help him, though he grumbled about having more work to do and questioned if it wasn't too much for just one person. He's already got the intel, dropping the bombshell that he trusts almost no one. Ludger's jaw practically drops at the raw honesty, totally caught off guard by the confession. But then, Ludger's expression shifts, realizing Moriarty's too smart for their games, and confirms that all the previous attempts to take him out have already been neutralized, even if it was a grudging truce. Moriarty, though, just scoffs, declaring that the entire lot of them are completely unhinged. Ludger just nods, acknowledging his own checkered past, but ultimately, he's sticking to the script, no matter how much he might grumble about it. Then, a thought hits him, Moriarty was once under the chairman's suspicious eye, so is he really just walking around like nothing happened? A hand tightens around a glass, as Ludger lays it out, real magicians don't gamble on uncertainty. Especially when the chairman himself was under fire from his rivals. He's making it crystal clear, no moves that could blow back on them, absolute caution is the name of the game. Moriarty just nods, totally getting it, then pivots to the real question, what's Ludger's next move for the organization, a calculating glint in his eye. He's still digging, pushing Ludger on the leatherbelt takeover, pointing out it's gonna take a lot to pull off. Ludger, thinking fast, flips the question, asking how many people they've got on their side before dropping his own number. Then, he drops the bombshell name, UN Owen. Moriarty's eyes narrow, a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. Ludger double-checks, repeating the name like a question, asking if Moriarty seriously wants their whole crew to be a mystery. Moriarty grins, confirming his plan, he's totally into the idea of staying anonymous. Pouring a fresh glass, Ludger murmurs the name again, letting the implications settle. Then, he calls it a night, suggesting one last drink to cap off their intense chat. Moriarty clinks his glass, toasting to the birth of their brand new organization. Still chilling at the bar with Ludger, Moriarty is clearly feeling himself, maybe a bit too much. Dude, if this keeps up, he quips, you might actually bite me, even if you're not a dog. Then, with a smirk, he's like, seriously, let's just have one more drink. Professor Selina is absolutely baffled, asking Ludger why he's flying solo without an assistant. Ludger just keeps on munching, coolly stating he hasn't needed one yet. But Selina's not buying it, reminding him he's got 80 students. How is that not difficult? He just shrugs it off, saying it's no big deal, leaving Selina utterly stunned by his incredible nonchalance. While Ludger's mind races with the idea of assistance, Selina keeps pushing, wondering if he's genuinely happy going it alone. She then brings up her own situation, confirming she has an assistant and it was super easy to get one. Ludger, with a slight smirk, drops a bombshell, he's only picked 3 for now. Selina's jaw hits the floor. 3. Does he even need that many? Do professors usually roll with a whole squad of 10? He just casually looks down, completely unfazed by the buzzing around him. Professor, seriously, you need assistance. Selina practically begs, because let's be real, Ludger's class is probably the biggest in the whole academy. Why don't you pick some too, he coolly suggests, leaving her totally flustered, I'd just get in the way, but you definitely need to pick at least But then, a spark ignites in her eyes. Okay, I'll make you a list of awesome candidates if you need it. I'll help too. Alright. Thank you, he says, a hint of amusement in his voice. Later, chilling in his office, he's deep in thought about these assistants. I mean, they get extra credit, private tutoring, no grade limits, and even new profs usually have like, 6 of them. Plus, some students even ditch graduation to just research magic with their professors. Wild. He's thinking this whole assistant thing is basically a 21st century slave hunt, but hey, a little help wouldn't hurt. His hand casually flips a page. As he brushes off the urgency, even though his age is clearly on his mind. But then, a sudden intensity flashes in his eyes. And a mental crack appears as he zeroes in on this guy. A subtle, rhythmic tapping breaks the silence. He's strolling through a massive hall, the tapping sound following him. Suddenly, he stops dead, his head snapping to the side. And without missing a beat, he calls out, challenging Cienida to show themselves. He spins around, instantly locking onto the unseen presence he'd just called out, a surprised, ah, right, slipping out. Suddenly, a student peeks from behind a door, a nervous sorry, escaping her lips, admitting she just saw him walking past. But Ludger's mind is already racing, a thought bubble popping up, seriously? People don't just follow their professors. Does she have nothing else going on? Brushing off her apology, he cuts straight to the chase, telling her it's alright, because he actually needed to talk to her anyway. She looks up, a confused huh escaping her, as he stares down, ready to drop the bomb. He immediately drills her about her schedule. Do you have any classes on Tuesday morning from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m.? Meanwhile, she's internally screaming, I don't have time for your class. To his surprise, she actually has a window open, confirming, I do have time during those days. And starts to ask what he wants. A smirk plays on his lips as he declares, perfect. And then, the bombshell drops, his eyes locking onto hers, be my assistant. He stands there, completely unfazed. Cienida stares up at him, her mind racing. Then, it hits her like a truck. Her jaw practically drops from the sheer audacity. Get ready for the Academy's undercover professor. The word reverberates in her brain, assistant. What are you even talking about, she explodes, but Ludger just coolly drops the bomb, become my assistant, and you can approach me without anyone batting an eye. She's still reeling, but we're strangers, that'll look super suspicious. He just shrugs, relax. You were already on my list. Oh, I get it now. She finally processes the shocking truth. Alright, if you're not into it, I won't force you, Cienida thinks, a flush rising to her cheeks. But then, a sudden realization hits her, her eyes snapping wide open in shock. Ludger, ever the strategist, presses her, so, you accept, before coolly stating he'll have the registration docs ready in 2 days. Okay, this isn't a bad deal for the first assistant pick, she mentally concedes. Meanwhile, Ludger's mind is already racing, planning to slowly uncover all the intel on her background. Cienida, now fired up, vows to herself, I'll be the most loyal errand runner in just 2 days. 1 intense hour later, the clock ticks on. Her gaze is sharp, brimming with newfound resolve. Clutching the official documents, she's absolutely ready to dive into her new mission. He just stands there, a silent moment of contemplation. As he makes his exit, she thanks him, but her mind is already racing with a single, crucial thought. Fast forward 1 hour. The classroom is eerily quiet, just waiting for the next big thing. Now, Cienida is right there at Ludger's desk, documents in hand, dropping the bombshell about a wild rumor tearing through the student body. 2 students are totally gossiping, one of them can't believe how fast Professor Ludger snagged an assistant. The blonde student is super curious why he waited so long, like everyone thought he didn't even know assistants were a thing. But her friend cuts in, revealing the real hottest rumor is about something else entirely. It's all about the legendary, universal stone that grants wishes. As she's still reeling from the last bombshell, another rumor drops, hinting at a secret power locked away in Thorn. Elsewhere, James Moriarty is skeptical, asking if something like that could even exist, but Selena is all in, declaring that the world is full of undiscovered secrets. She's already imagining it, an artifact of immense power, a wish-granting treasure. Cienida takes it all in, her mind racing with the implications. But Ludger? He's not buying it for a second, calling the whole universal stone thing utterly childish. James Moriarty is on the same page, thinking, if it were real, the Mafia would have snatched it up ages ago. Cienida's eyes narrow, a new thought sparking, this superhuman professor is picking assistants, and that's a big deal. She knows assistants get major credit from the professor, and to get that gig, you need brains like hers. A sly grin spreads across her face as she realizes, if she got a personal recommendation, she'd be a shoo-in. The tension is palpable as the announcement drops, the professor is here. Cienida, rocking a new eye patch, is deep in thought, clearly plotting her next move. The rumor mill goes into overdrive, everyone's buzzing about this mysterious new assistant. Who is this person? The theories fly, is she a genius? And wait, is she actually Professor Ludger's assistant? Then, the bombshell drops, a collective, what, as they realize the professor already picked someone. Ludger, ever the professional, gives Cienida the nod, and she's out, leaving the rest of the class to stew. Even James Moriarty and Selina are caught off guard, peering at their classmates, wondering why they're all making such shocked faces. Alright, enough drama, it's time to get down to business as class finally kicks off. And just like that, the day's over, with Ludger wrapping things up and sending everyone home. Professor Ludger Cherish laid down the law, telling his class that today's lecture was going to be on the next exam, so they'd better hit the books hard. But before he could even finish, a voice sliced through the room, and James Moriarty, ever the bold one, had a question for the prof. Selina, always ready with a jab, instantly called him out, pretending to be shocked he even knew her name, then dropping the Julia Moriarty bomb with a smirk. James just brushed her off, his mind already racing about his top-tier grades and magic tower backing, while Ludger, cool as ice, just waited for him to spit it out. Then, with a casual flick of his hand and a little laugh, James just shrugged it off, saying his question wasn't even a big deal. That smug grin just spread across his face, a clear challenge burning in his eyes. Ludger's face was a total poker face, but his eyes just barely tightened, picking up on the student's vibe. Meanwhile, James was still stuck on Selina's earlier comment, totally curious about what she was gonna ask. But when Ludger dropped the bomb that he handpicked Cienida as his assistant, James immediately fired back, demanding to know if there were any secret requirements, like having the most insane magic skills. James isn't backing down, hinting that the professor's choice might be shady, but Ludger fires back, declaring character is the only thing that matters for his assistant. Ludger's eyes just slightly narrow. He makes it crystal clear, his question wasn't just some random thought. James, with a stare that could cut glass, just deadpans, character. Then, James throws down the gauntlet, prove your skills, and you'll get an interview. But Ludger's face turns to stone, declaring that after that question, an interview is officially off the table. James, with eyes burning cold, snaps back that Ludger looks like he couldn't even be his assistant. But Ludger doesn't even flinch, simply stating he's out if there are no more questions. Meanwhile, Cienida is getting the lowdown on her very first mission. Ludger's already walking away, but Cienida, totally overwhelmed by her first mission, tries to stop him. But Professor Ludger? He just casually blocks her like it's nothing. And that's the end of the chapter. But hold up, the next chapter preview just dropped a bombshell, teasing the legendary, universal stone that grants wishes. Ludger Cherish stands there, absolutely unbothered, his presence commanding. Those piercing golden eyes, sharp as ever, hold a calm intensity that just screams power. A student, Cienida, stumbles over her words, then quickly lays down the law, telling him to meet her in the assistant's room next time, not out in the open. He just takes it all in, a subtle rustle as he shifts. She looks away, brushing off her earlier outburst, then gives him a quick, polite send-off for the day. Then, they're both checking out some documents on a table, Ludger pointing out they're the submissions from both classes today. A quick tap, and a decisive, yes, yes, seals the deal. But just as Ludger turns, a voice cuts through the air, Professor. A student with flowing dark hair and piercing pink eyes stands by the academy dorms, clearly deep in thought. Out of nowhere, Professor Ludger Cherish pops up, hitting her with a direct question, "What's up, Flora Lumos?" Flora, clearly caught off guard, fires back, asking if he's interested in joining an academy after hearing he picked one. Ludger just scoffs, like it's the most obvious thing ever, asking why he'd be interested, which makes Flora wonder why he even bothered her. Her pink eyes sharpen, a deep thought clearly hitting her. But deep down, her real reason is clear, she just wanted to thank him for saving her last time. Flora is not backing down. She declares she just did what any professor would, standing firm that his advice was spot on. Because if she followed his lead, it was clearly the ultimate win for her. Ludger brushes off her worry, claiming he was totally fine, but then, a quick backtrack. Suddenly, Flora pivots. She hits the professor with a direct question, how many elements can he control? She remembers seeing him wield 5 in class. Ludger takes a beat, then confirms, yep, those 5 are the only elements he can control. But then he drops a bombshell, he can actually use all 10 elements. But that's a bad thing, making him the ultimate anti-mage. He thinks to himself, if anyone knew his real power, he'd be in the spotlight, big time. So, 5 it is. Flora, totally blown away by his answer, can't believe it, 5 elements is still a huge number. He just waves her off, straight up telling her to bounce if she's got nothing else to say. But then, like it's no big deal, Ludger drops a bombshell, telling her she can apply to be his assistant if she ever changes her mind. Flora's jaw practically hits the floor at the unexpected offer, barely managing to blurt out, "You could definitely become my assistant." But that surprise quickly turns into pure annoyance, and she just mutters, "Annoying." Spinning around, Flora starts to storm off. Her face still totally showing that frustration. She's just power walking down that fancy hallway, her footsteps echoing as she makes her exit. And just like that, the epic corridor is left totally empty, those golden doors and crazy architecture just standing there in silence. A mysterious voice drops a bombshell question, "Did you call for me, Chancellor?" While Ludger Cherish, looking sharp as ever, holds court in a lavish, pillar-filled hall. But hold up. Professor Selena pops in to greet him, straight up asking if he's already used to all the wild rumors flying around. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a mind-bending diagram of, within theory, dropping the bombshell that a universal stone is secretly tucked away inside. Ludger, however, has already heard the whispers, but he's totally brushing them off as just student-fueled nonsense. With a piercing gaze, he shuts it down, flat out stating, "Wrong." But then, an ancient, white-haired sage appears, confirming the universal stone's reality, declaring, "The universal stone truly exists." And there it is. A dazzling, blue-glowing crystal, mysterious object with unique power. This isn't just any rock, this ancient power source has been around for ages. He confirms it, the glowing crystal in front of him is the real deal, a genuine artifact. This glowing purple crystal, man, it's not just any relic, it's an ancient artifact, something modern magic can't even touch. But wait, over in another scene, Flora's asking if this is the universal. Flora's face gets super serious, dropping the bomb that the universal stone was supposed to be top secret, like, hidden from everyone except the absolute elite. Meanwhile, Ludger's still deep in discussion, realizing the secret's out, someone spilled the beans on the stone. And the reason for all this secrecy? The universal stone is ridiculously powerful, it needs constant care and a fortress just to keep it safe. Ludger stares at a glowing chest, realizing that even the info about moving and maintaining this thing was supposed to be super classified. Flora's still thinking, totally baffled, who in the world could have spilled such a massive secret? And the full weight of this secret hits Ludger hard, his eyes sharpening with intense thought. He's watching, calculating. On the outside, it looks like the Chancellor is totally trusting him, handing over all the power. But he knows better. She's not just gonna hand him the keys to the kingdom because he's on her side. Elsewhere, Selena's mind is racing. Could someone be digging into her past right now? Her eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing. Ludger's still on the move, seeing this whole situation as a massive opportunity. He's telling someone to keep their eyes peeled for anything suspicious, especially with the Chancellor out of the picture. He's asking if other professors are sniffing around too, expecting answers ASAP. And the answer comes back, yeah, there are other professors in the mix, but don't sweat it, they're all spread out in different departments, so no accidental run-ins. Ludger takes it all in, deep in thought. His last order, just act normal for now, keep that poker face on. And as night blankets the academy, the game of shadows and secrets is just getting started. An information leak is spreading, and he's questioning if the Black Order is finally making its move, even though there's always been a mole in their ranks. He's not sure if this is a new threat, or if there's some deeper, hidden agenda at play. But one thing's for sure, something big is about to go down. And that's not all that's on his mind. He's got a relic in his hand, scrutinizing every detail. Can you believe he found this here? He's been playing the long game, changing his identity across this world for ages, sometimes as a ruthless mercenary. Other times, he's been the ultimate crime consultant, pulling strings from the shadows. And sometimes, he's even been a cunning merchant, always adapting, always surviving. He's been living countless lives, adopting endless identities, all for one ultimate purpose, and now, it's all coming together. His real mission. It was always to track down every last piece of this legendary relic. He came to this empire for one reason only, he heard a piece of the relic was hidden right here. But here's the twist, he never expected to find another piece right inside the academy. Okay, so this relic isn't the main one he's after, but trust me, it's still a game changer. Then it hits him, what if he could use this universal stone to track down the real relic he's been searching for? The relic just glows with pure energy, like it's saying, yeah, I got this. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, boss, I handled it. Moriarty lays out the intel, the other dark groups are chilling out thanks to the Red Skulls getting wiped, but watch out, because those piranhas after the Academy's relic are gonna be a real headache. Hyungnim, I might need your help. Do you have time? James Moriarty asks, and Ludger, ever the strategist, coolly replies, I think I'll be available after a week. His mind already racing, Ludger processes the critical intel, there's a relic at Thorn. James, ever observant, notes, you're undergoing more incidents than I'd expect, a point Ludger readily concedes. James can't help but theorize, what kind of relic has a relic? Maybe the original owner had a secret storage. But Ludger, focused on the facts, cuts him off. Stop the nonsense. A slight smirk, you can't even joke a joke. James says, before getting back to the mission, anyways, I'll find a date. Ludger, satisfied, gives his approval, yeah. Good work. James reveals his deeper strategy, I would have gone away if I could, but I'll hold my position for now. I'll let the piranhas go unnoticed. Ludger stares intently at the universal stone in his grasp, the legendary artifact that grants wishes, a powerful realization dawning on him, this could be an opportunity. He recalls the immense difficulty of his past quests, knowing, a relic isn't something you can find easily. Even I, someone who has traveled a long time and searched for it, only found 3. With a keen eye, he analyzes the stone's fragments, concluding, based on the size and shape, there are 4 pieces remaining. James Moriarty, looking absolutely locked in, is deep in thought, realizing the game-changing power he's about to unleash. My single relic will be completed, he declares, the sheer weight of that statement hanging in the air. If that happens, then, with a heavy thwok, he collapses forward, his hand slamming onto the desk. The sheer weight of his revelation hits him hard.